Still Yours, a sweet African-American romance novel written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Chapter 1. The divorce papers had been in Whitney's desk drawer for 3 months. Filed between her vendor contracts and her passport renewal forms, in the manila envelope the attorney had handed her with practiced neutrality, the professional calm of a whole career spent on endings. Whitney had thanked her, taken the elevator down to the lobby of the Midtown office building, walked 4 blocks back to her studio, and finished out the day. That evening, the envelope went home with her, into the desk drawer in her apartment. She'd told herself she was waiting for the right time. The right time had not come. The right time, she was beginning to suspect, was a thing she'd invented so she wouldn't have to think about why she hadn't sent them. She'd gone 12 years without filing. Legally married to a man she hadn't seen, in a town she hadn't visited, and it had been easy not to think about because nobody had asked. Then Luke Hale asked her to dinner. He was an architect she'd been collaborating with on the Richardson project, and he was kind and sharp and had the good sense to wait until the professional part of their relationship was finished before he said anything personal. He'd asked casually, standing in her studio, hands in his pockets, and when she'd opened her mouth to say yes, what came out instead was, "I'm married." She heard herself say it, and the sound of it, the plain, factual absurdity of it, rearranged something in her chest. 12 years, and those were still the words her mouth chose. "I'm married." Present tense. As if the marriage were a living thing and not a document she'd walked away from before she was old enough to rent a car. Luke had been gracious about it. He'd said he hadn't known, and she'd said nobody did. And the conversation had ended with the careful courtesy of 2 adults pretending a moment hadn't happened. She never went on the date. She went to a lawyer instead. 3 months later, the envelope sat in the drawer, and Whitney designed living rooms for people who could afford to make their lives beautiful. "The Richardsons want to see the revised fabric pulls by Thursday," Samantha said, leaning in the doorway of Whitney's office with a coffee in one hand and her phone in the other. Samantha ran the business side of things, which meant she kept track of every deadline Whitney let slip and presented them back to her with the calm efficiency of someone delivering a weather report. "Also, your 9:30 is here early." She brought her mother. She said she might. She did not say the mother would have opinions about every single tile in the foyer, which I am telling you now because the mother has already told me about her feelings on subway tile. Whitney's mouth twitched. "Send them in." The morning followed its usual pattern. Consultations, material reviews, a lunch she ate at her desk while marking up a floor plan. Her studio was on the 4th floor of a converted warehouse in Soho, all exposed brick and steel-framed windows and natural light, and she'd designed every inch of it herself. The drafting table faced north for the most consistent illumination. The material samples were organized by project in custom-built shelving she'd sourced from a carpenter in Red Hook. The color on the walls was Benjamin Moore White Dove, which was not white at all, but a warm, barely there ivory that made the brick look richer and the light look softer. Every surface, every texture, every choice in this room was something she'd made on purpose, intentional down to the outlet covers. Clients walked in and felt calm without knowing why, and that was the whole point. Whitney Avery-Calloway could make a space feel like safety. She'd built an entire career on it. She used the Calloway on her business cards. She'd thought about dropping it 100 times. Samantha had gently suggested it twice. But the name had been hers since the wedding, and removing it felt like a statement she wasn't ready to make, which was a statement of its own, and she chose not to examine that. Her phone rang in the middle of the afternoon. It was her father. Vernon Avery did not call during the day. Vernon called on Sunday evenings, after supper. He had called on Sunday evenings since she left, and the consistency of it was love in its plainest form, the sort that never announced itself, just showed up at the same time every week and asked how she was doing. It was the middle of the afternoon. She picked up. "Daddy?" "Baby girl." His voice was level, held together by discipline. Vernon believed falling apart was something you did after the work was done. "Your mama's had a stroke." The room contracted. The north light, the brick, the drafting table, all of it pulled inward to a single point. And the point was her father's voice on the other end of a phone call that should not have existed. When? This morning. She's at the hospital. It's mild ischemic, they're saying. Right side weakness. Some speech involvement. She's conscious and she's herself, but she's going to need rehab and she's going to need help. A pause. Vernon's pauses were never empty. She's going to need you, Whitney. I'm coming. I know you are. She hung up. The studio was exactly the same as it had been 90 seconds ago. The north light, the brick, the drafting table, the samples in their shelving. Nothing had moved. Everything had changed. Samantha appeared in the doorway and read Whitney's face like a project brief, quickly, accurately, without asking unnecessary questions. What happened? My mother had a stroke. I need to go home. Samantha didn't hesitate. I'll cover the Richardsons. How long? I don't know. Okay, go. I've got it. Whitney booked the flight before she left the office. Atlanta, the last seat on an evening departure, connecting to the regional airport 40 minutes from Sweetgum. She went home and packed, quickly, efficiently, selecting items that would work across contexts, folding each piece into the carry-on with hard-learned precision. She had spent 12 years fitting her life into manageable containers. She was zipping the suitcase when she stopped. She went to her desk, opened the drawer, took out the manila envelope. 3 months it had sat there. 3 months of the right time never coming. And now her mother was in a hospital bed, and the man whose name sat on the second signature line of the documents inside this envelope was back in Sweetgum, 15 minutes down a county road from her mother's hospital bed. She put the envelope in the suitcase between a sweater and a pair of jeans she hadn't worn in years. The hospital was a low brick building on the county road, 15 minutes from the ranch. Whitney walked through the automatic doors late that night, travel-worn and running on airport coffee and the adrenaline that came from pretending you were handling something while your body knew you weren't. Vernon was in the hallway outside Vivian's room, shoulders back, weight even, his hat in one hand and a paper cup in the other. He looked tired in a way she'd never seen on him before, the kind of tired that sat in the bones rather than the eyes. And when he saw her, his face opened into something that made her throat close. Baby girl. Daddy. He pulled her into a hug that smelled like hay and aftershave and the laundry detergent her mother had been using since Whitney was 5. She held on longer than she meant to. He let her. When she pulled back, she saw the relief in his face, and underneath it, the years. All of them. He'd been carrying them quietly, and she could see the cost now in the silver at his temples and the deeper lines around his mouth. She's sleeping now, he said, keeping a hand on her shoulder like he wasn't quite ready to let go. Doctor says the first 48 hours are the most important for monitoring. Speech is slow on the right side, but they expect improvement with therapy. Can I see her? She'd be mad if you didn't. He walked her to the door and pushed it open gently. She's been asking for you since this morning. The room was small and overlit, as if fluorescent light could substitute for comfort. Vivian was propped in the bed, her silver-streaked hair loose around her face, her left hand resting on the blanket and her right hand still at her side, deliberately placed. Even in sleep, her mother's face held its authority, the jaw set, the brow smooth, a woman who would not look diminished, even here. Whitney sat down in the chair beside the bed and took her mother's left hand, careful of the IV line taped to the back of it. The hand was warm and calloused, a working hand. Whitney's own hand, smooth and lotioned and free of any callus, looked like it belonged to a different species. She sat there for a long time, holding her mother's hand in the quiet room, listening to the beep of the monitor and the soft rhythm of Vivian's breathing. The envelope was in her suitcase in the rental car in the parking lot. She could feel the weight of it from here, a conversation waiting to happen, pressing against the quiet of the room. Vernon appeared in the doorway with a fresh cup of coffee. He held it out. She took it. Morris found her? She asked. Vernon leaned against the doorframe and crossed his ankles, settling in. Unhurried, no intention of rushing. Came by for the morning feeding, same as always. Kitchen door was open. She was on the floor. His voice stayed level, but his jaw tightened for just a moment. He called 911, Stayed with her the whole time, rode in the ambulance, wouldn't leave until I got here. You said he comes every morning? Has for years. Your mama's hip has been giving her trouble, and my knees aren't what they were. Morris handles the morning feeding, checks the fences, keeps the equipment running. Half the time he's fixed something before we even know it's broken. He paused. He's been good to us, Whitney. She heard what he was saying, and she heard what he was not saying, and the distance between the two was the exact shape of her absence. I know, Daddy. I'm just making sure. Vivian stirred. Her left hand tightened around Whitney's fingers, and her eyes opened, slow, finding the room and then finding her daughter's face with the slightly delayed tracking that the stroke had left behind. Whitney? Her mother's voice was thick with sleep and the effort the right side of her mouth now required, but the warmth in it was whole and undamaged. You're here? I'm here, Mama. Did you eat? Whitney let out a breath that was almost a laugh. I had something on the plane. That is not food, Vernon. Already on it, Vernon said from the doorway. Rochelle dropped off a plate at the house. Of course she did. Vivian's eyes were clearing, sharpening back into the gaze Whitney had known her entire life. That woman brought a casserole to the emergency room this morning. To the emergency room, Whitney. In a dish with a lid and everything. She's thorough. She's impossible. But Vivian's mouth curved on the left side, and the love underneath the complaint was as clear as the fluorescent light overhead. Mrs. Patterson heard the ambulance from Meadowview and called Rochelle before they even loaded me in. Half the town was in the waiting room by the time we got here. Sweetgum. The word sat in Whitney's chest like something she'd swallowed that wouldn't go down. A town where everybody knew everybody's business, every joy and every loss, whether you wanted them to or not. She had loved that once. Then she had needed to escape it. And now she was back, with a suitcase full of careful clothes and a legal envelope and a distance that felt thinner than she'd expected. How long can you stay? Vivian asked. As long as you need me. Vivian studied her face. Even with the stroke, even with the slowed speech and the weakened right side, her mother's ability to see through her was fully operational. The ranch needs tending while I'm in here, Vivian said. Your father can't do it alone. Morris handles the mornings, but there's more to do than mornings. I'll figure it out. You'll need to talk to Morris. I know. He's a good man, Whitney. I know he's a good man. The thought came sharp and involuntary. That had never been the question. Get some rest, Mama. Vivian's hand squeezed hers once more, strong on the left, holding on. I'm glad you're home, baby, Vivian said, and the effort it cost her to get the sentence out clean and whole, with no stumble, told Whitney that her mother had been saving her energy for it, making sure she could say it right. Whitney leaned down and kissed her forehead. Warm, dry skin, hospital lotion over something fainter underneath. Vivian. I love you, Mama. I love you. Now go eat. Vernon walked her down to the parking lot. The air outside was different from the recycled chill of the hospital, and Whitney stood beside her rental car and breathed it in and felt something in her chest loosen. She looks good, Whitney said. Considering. She's tough. Vernon put his hat back on. Toughest woman I've ever known, and I've known a few. They stood there for a moment in the amber glow of the parking lot lights, father and daughter, both holding more than they were saying. Your room's the same, Vernon said. Sheets are clean. Rochelle left a plate on the counter. He paused, and the pause had the weight of a man choosing his one sentence for the evening, carefully as if each word cost something. Morris will be at the barn at 6. He comes every morning. That won't change just because you're here. A beat. Unless you want it to. I don't want to disrupt his routine. That's not what I asked. Whitney looked at her father. His face was kind and carefully neutral. He had been watching this situation for longer than either of them wanted to count, and he had not once told his daughter what to do about it. I'll be fine, Daddy. Vernon held her gaze for a moment longer, reading whatever he found there as he read weather. Patiently, without argument, trusting the sky to eventually say what it meant. 6 a.m., he said. Get some rest, baby girl. He squeezed her shoulder, firm and brief, then walked to his truck and climbed in. She waited for him to start the engine, as she'd always waited when she was a girl, watching from the porch until his taillights found the road. Old habit, the kind the body kept without permission. Vernon rolled down his window. Follow me home. Road's dark and you don't know the new detour. She got in the rental car and followed her father's taillights through the dark county road, past the old covered bridge and through the stand of pines, until the Avery fence line appeared in her headlights and the land opened up and the ranch was there. The same. After everything, the same. Vernon's truck pulled ahead toward the barn, but he waited in the driveway until she'd parked at the main house, and he flashed his lights twice before driving on to look in on the horses one last time. 2 flashes, same as every night of her childhood when she was old enough to walk home from the barn alone. 2 flashes. I see you. You're safe. Good night. She got out of the car. The night air wrapped around her, warm and layered with pine and grass and the faint mineral sweetness of the pastures. And from somewhere in the dark, a horse called out. Low and easy, not alarmed, just acknowledging that something had shifted, that someone new was here, or someone old. She couldn't see the horses in the dark, but she knew Sugar Cookie was out there, the chestnut mare she'd raised from a foal and left behind when she left everything else. Morris takes care of her, Vernon had said, like Morris took care of everything she'd left. Whitney stood in the driveway with her suitcase and its manila envelope and the sound of her horse's voice in the dark, and Vernon's taillights glowing red through the trees ahead of her, moving slowly, making sure she'd made it home.
Chapter 2. You going over there this morning? Clayton's voice came from the far end of the Calloway barn, where he was measuring grain into a feed bucket with the unhurried precision of 40 years' practice. The question was casual. The casualness was a performance. Morris pulled a bale off the stack and cut the twine. Same as always. Clayton scooped, leveled, poured, scooped again. Her car was at the hospital yesterday. Morris separated the flake and dropped it into the first stall. I know. He'd known since yesterday afternoon, when Vernon had called to say Whitney was on her way. Vernon had been brief about it, brief about everything that mattered, and Morris had said the right things and then gone out to the south pasture and checked a fence line that didn't need checking. He'd stood at the post he'd replaced last October and looked east toward the Avery property, where the lights in the main house were dark because Vivian was in the hospital and nobody was home, and he'd thought about the fact that by tomorrow morning somebody would be. He hadn't slept well. Clayton set the bucket down and looked at his son across the length of the barn. The look held for a beat longer than it needed to. She's here for Vivian, Morris said. I didn't say anything. You were going to. I was going to say be careful with that bale. You're pulling from the wrong side, and it'll come apart on you. Morris glanced down. Wrong side. He shifted his grip and separated the flake properly, and Clayton went back to his grain, and neither of them said what they were both thinking, which was that Morris Calloway had not pulled from the wrong side of a hay bale since he was 14 years old. They finished the Calloway horses in the comfortable silence of 2 men who'd done this work together long enough that the silence was its own language. 4 horses on the Calloway side this season, the 2 broodmares, the gelding Morris used for trail work, and the young stallion Clayton was training for a buyer in Peachwood. Morris moved through the stalls on pure muscle memory, the routine so deep in his body that his mind could be somewhere else entirely, which, this morning, it was. The barn smelled like hay and grain dust and the mineral warmth of horses in a close space. Outside, the sky was still dark at the edges, but lightening in the east, the first pink showing above the tree line. Morris could hear the mockingbird that had been nesting in the big oak near the paddock, already going through its morning repertoire. Peachwood man's coming Saturday to look at the stallion, Clayton said, without looking up from the feed cart. Wants him started under saddle by fall. He will be. I know he will. I'm telling you so you're here for it. Clayton latched the cart. Buyers like meeting both of us. Makes them feel like they're getting the whole operation. He washed his hands at the spigot by the barn door, dried them on his jeans, and pulled his hat on. I'll be back in an hour, he said. Take your time. Clayton stood in the aisle with his arms crossed, his expression giving away nothing. Morris recognized the look. It was the same one his father wore at the poker table when he was holding something good and didn't want anyone to know it. Morris got in the truck and drove. The quarter-mile between the Calloway barn and the Avery barn was the distance Morris had been covering every morning for the past 6 years, and twice a day for the 3 years before that, when Vivian's hip first started giving her real trouble. The road was gravel and dirt, cutting between the two properties where the fence line ran beneath a corridor of old oaks whose canopy met overhead like the ceiling of a church. In the early mornings, before the sun cleared the trees, the light through the branches was gray-blue and still, and the only sound was the truck's tires on the gravel. He knew every pothole in this road. The drainage ditch that overflowed in heavy rain, the stretch where the gravel thinned near the Avery gate, how the oaks filtered the light at dawn so the road looked like a tunnel made of branches and sky. He'd driven it so many times the truck could probably find its way without him. And some mornings it nearly did, the route so embedded in his hands and feet that the driving was barely conscious. But this morning he was awake for every yard of it. About halfway, the house came into view on the left. The house. Their house. The one his father and Vernon had built the summer he and Whitney graduated. Two men who believed their children's love was permanent, putting that belief into framing and drywall and a roof that didn't leak. It sat on the property line, set back from the road behind a stand of sweetgum trees, with a porch that faced south and windows that caught the morning light. He hadn't been inside in years. Every day he drove past without looking at it directly. He looked at it now. The porch boards needed staining. One of the shutters was hanging at an angle. The sweetgum trees had grown up around the foundation in a way that would need cutting back before the roots did damage. He took stock of the maintenance automatically, the tally running in the part of his brain that never stopped assessing what needed tending. He looked away and kept driving. The Avery barn came up on the right, and Morris slowed the truck. The barn door was open. At 6 in the morning, the barn door should not have been open, because Morris was the one who opened it, and he wasn't there yet. He parked and got out. The morning air was cool and damp, carrying the smell of wet grass and the faint iron tang of the well pump, and the barn's interior was lit by the single overhead bulb that Vivian kept on a pull chain near the door. Someone had pulled it. He heard her before he saw her. The scrape of a feed bucket on concrete, the sound of feed being poured, unevenly, too fast, someone guessing at the amount instead of knowing it. He stepped into the doorway and stopped. Whitney was standing at the second stall with a bucket, tipping it into the trough. She was wearing jeans and a sweatshirt and boots that looked like they'd been in a closet for over a decade, because they had. Her hair was pulled back, and there was hay on her sleeve, and she was pouring about 1/3 more grain than the bay gelding in that stall needed. She hadn't seen him yet. He stood in the doorway and watched her work, and the thing that hit him wasn't the years or the distance or the unfinished business. It was how she held the bucket. 2 hands, thumbs hooked over the rim, the same grip she'd used as a girl helping her father with the morning rounds. Her body remembered even if the proportions didn't. She turned. The overhead bulb threw hard light across the barn, and it caught her face at an angle that made the shadows sharp, and for a second she looked exactly like the girl he'd married, and yet entirely different. The girl had been softer in the jaw, quicker to smile, certain with the bone-deep certainty that only teenagers carried. The woman standing in front of him was leaner and more careful, and her eyes moved across his face like someone moving through a room they hadn't been in for a long time, checking to see what had changed. Morris, Whitney, they stood there. The bay gelding put his head into the trough and started eating, indifferent to the history filling the aisle between them. "You're early," she said. "So are you. I wanted to get a head start. My father said you come at 6. "I do." She looked at the bucket in her hands, then at the trough, then back at him. "Am I doing this wrong? You're overfeeding Jasper by about 2 pounds. "Jasper?" "The bay. He's an easy keeper. He'll founder if you give him that much." Morris walked into the barn, pulled a bucket from the rack, and measured the correct amount by feel, the feed running through his fingers in a rhythm so familiar he didn't have to think about it. This much. Level, not heaped. Twice a day. She watched his hands. He saw her watching and felt something move through him, a current looking for ground. Cookie gets a senior supplement mixed in with hers, he said, moving to the next stall. It's the blue bag on the shelf, 1 scoop. Cookie, sugar cookie, your mare. He glanced at her. You remember? Of course I remember my own horse. Something in her voice caught, a roughness at the edge of it that she smoothed over almost immediately. He heard it. He didn't push. They worked their way down the aisle, and he showed her the routine, the order, the amounts, which horses got supplements and which didn't, where the hay went and how much, how to check the water lines. She listened and nodded and asked practical questions, and he answered them. And the conversation was careful and professional and conducted across a distance of about 3 feet, which was the width of the aisle and the closest they'd been to each other since she left. He was aware of her in a way that made the work harder, the physical kind, though the emotional was there too. The involuntary awareness of another body in a space he usually occupied alone. The way she moved, the sound of her breathing, the faint scent of something that wasn't hay or horses. Soap, maybe. Something clean and unfamiliar in the middle of all the smells he knew by heart. They reached Sugar Cookie's stall. The old mare was standing at the back, her head low, her coat catching the light in patches of faded chestnut and white. She looks good, Whitney said. She's sound. Arthritis in the front left, but the supplement helps. I keep her on turnout as much as possible. Movement's better for her than standing. You trim her hooves yourself? Every 6 weeks. Whitney leaned on the stall door and looked at her horse. Sugar Cookie ambled over and put her nose against Whitney's hand, and Morris watched something happen in Whitney's face that she didn't try to cover. The composed expression cracked, just for a second, and underneath it was something raw and unguarded, something that looked like grief and relief tangled together so tightly they were the same thing. He looked away, gave her the moment, busied himself with the hay net in the next stall. Thank you, she said after a while. For what? For taking care of her. He pulled the hay net tight and tied it off. She's a good horse. He meant more than that. She probably heard more than that. Neither of them said anything else about it. The last stall was the paint mare, and when Morris reached for the feed bucket on the shelf above the stall door, Whitney reached for it at the same time. Their hands met on the handle, his fingers over hers. The contact was brief and accidental, and it went through him like a jolt, sharp and immediate, the warmth of her skin against his in a space that suddenly felt half its actual size. She pulled her hand back. He pulled his. The bucket stayed on the shelf for a second before he grabbed it and poured the grain, and the sound of it hitting the trough was louder than it should have been in the quiet of the barn. He could still feel where her fingers had been against his, sharp as a burn. His hands had touched 1,000 things this week, bales and fence posts and halters and grain, and none of it had stayed on his skin like 3 seconds of contact with her. I've got the rest, he said. Okay. She stepped back. He finished the paint's feeding and checked the water lines, and when he turned around, she was standing at the barn door with the early light behind her, her hands in her back pockets, looking out at the pasture. She didn't look like she was about to say anything else. She looked like a woman standing in a doorway, deciding whether to go through it. I'll be back this evening for the second feeding, he said, unless you want to handle it. I can handle it if you show me the evening routine. It's the same, half portions for Cookie, full for the rest. Okay, she paused. Morris, yeah, my father told me you rode in the ambulance with her. I did. Thank you for that, too. He looked at her. She was backlit, and he couldn't read her face clearly, but her voice was doing something it hadn't done in the aisle, something less controlled, and he held on to that as he held on to everything he wasn't ready to examine yet, gently, with both hands. I'll see you tonight, he said. She nodded once and walked out into the morning. He stood in the barn and listened to her boots on the gravel, then the screen door of the Avery house, then the quiet. He picked up the buckets, racked them, swept the aisle, checked the stalls one more time. The routine, the work, the thing he did when there was nothing else he could do. Sugar Cookie watched him from her stall with the calm, unsurprised patience of an animal who had seen people come and go and knew the only useful response was to wait. "Yeah," he said to the horse. "I know." Clayton was leaning against the Calloway fence when Morris pulled back in, a mug of coffee in his hand that hadn't been there when Morris left. His mother must have brought it down from the house, which meant Ruth Calloway also knew Whitney was back, which meant Morris was going to have this conversation whether he wanted it or not. He parked and got out. Clayton sipped his coffee and waited. "Avery horses are fed," Morris said, walking past him toward the barn. "I figured." Clayton fell into step beside him, unhurried. "How is she?" The question was simple. The pronoun was not. Clayton could have meant Vivian, could have meant Sugar Cookie, could have meant any one of the mares on the Avery property. He didn't. Morris stopped walking. He looked at his father, and Clayton looked back at him with the same patient, knowing expression he'd worn in the barn that morning, the one that said he'd already figured out the answer and was giving his son the courtesy of saying it himself. "She was in the barn," Morris said, "trying to do the feeding. Was she doing it right?" "She was overfeeding Jasper." Clayton's mouth twitched, the ghost of a smile, acknowledging that she'd been gone long enough to forget the easy keeper but still remembered where the feed buckets were. "She looks the same," Morris said, and then stopped because that wasn't true, and lying to Clayton was a waste of both their time. "She looks different. She looks like she's been gone a long time." Clayton nodded. He drank his coffee. The morning light was full now, gold across the pastures, and the air had that early spring density to it, thick with dew and new grass and the smell of the earth turning over. "You all right?" Clayton asked. Morris looked at his hand, his left hand. The ring was there, same as every day since she'd put it on his finger, the gold worn thin at the edges from hay bales and fence wire, and 100,000 mornings of work that had nothing to do with her and everything to do with her. He turned it once with his thumb. Habit, the kind that lived so deep in the muscle it didn't need a reason anymore. "I'm fine," he said. Clayton held his gaze for a long moment, then clapped him once on the shoulder and walked back toward the house, carrying his coffee, his boots leaving tracks in the dew-wet grass. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. He'd said what he came to say, which was almost nothing, and it was exactly enough.
Chapter 3. The county road to the hospital ran straight through the pines, and Whitney drove it with both hands on the wheel and the morning still on her skin. The hospital lobby smelled like coffee and antiseptic, and Mrs. Patterson was planted in the middle of it like she'd been assigned there. Whitney Avery, the old woman's face folded into a smile. She had a tote bag over one arm and a church bulletin sticking out of it. "Look at you. I heard the ambulance from Meadow View, you know. Called Rochelle before they'd even loaded your mama in. I heard. Thank you for that. Half this town's been praying since yesterday morning. The other half's been cooking." Mrs. Patterson patted her arm with a small, dry hand. "Your mama sent back the breakfast tray with instructions. That's how I knew she was going to be fine." Whitney laughed before she knew it was coming. "That sounds like her. Go on up, honey. And don't be a stranger. This town remembers you kindly." The elevator was empty. Whitney watched the numbers climb and lost the fight she'd been losing since dawn. She had fed horses with Morris Calloway an hour ago. An hour ago, she had stood 3 feet from her husband in her mother's barn and let him show her how much grain a bay gelding named Jasper could carry before he foundered. And the entire time, some traitor part of her had been doing arithmetic that had nothing to do with feed. He was bigger than she remembered, not taller. Filled out, finished, sure of his own hands, the boy she'd left completed into a man on somebody else's years. And then there was the ring. Gold band, left hand, worn thin at the edges from work. The same ring she'd slid onto his finger the summer they were 18. When the clerk mispronounced both their names, and neither of them cared because they were trying too hard not to laugh. Their hands had met over the feed bucket in the barn, and she'd felt the band against her skin, cool and smooth and real, and she'd pulled back like she'd touched the stove. None of it mattered. That was the sentence she kept laying down over the noise. the one she needed to be true. She had come back for her mother. She had an envelope to deliver and a life to get back to, a city where no one had ever watched her be 18 and certain and wrong. The doors opened. By the time she reached the hall, she had her face arranged into something her mother wouldn't be able to read. She'd had a lot of practice at that. It almost worked. The therapist was already at it when Whitney reached the room. Squeeze my hand. Good. Now release. Again. Squeeze. Release. Vivian was sitting up in the hospital bed, working her right hand around a therapy ball, while a physical therapist named Keeley counted repetitions with relentless cheer. Vivian's jaw was set. Her left hand, the strong one, gripped the bed rail like she was holding herself in place by force of will. "That's 12, Keeley said. "How's the grip feeling?" "Like I'm squeezing a ball in a hospital bed instead of doing something useful." Keeley smiled, the unflappable smile of someone accustomed to stubborn patience. "We'll get you back to useful. You're ahead of schedule." Everyone keeps saying that. Because it's true, Mrs. Avery. Vivian gave the ball one more squeeze, then let her hand rest in her lap. Keeley made a note and excused herself, and the room settled back into the hush of hospital mornings. Monitors, footsteps, a television murmuring 2 doors down. A vase of wildflowers sat on the windowsill that hadn't been there yesterday. The card leaning against it read, "Get well soon," Viv, in handwriting Whitney didn't recognize. "Mrs. Patterson," Vivian said, following her gaze. "Had the boy bring them over from the diner this morning. That woman has been here every day since I was admitted. I told her I'm fine, and she told me she'd decide that for herself." A faint smile crossed the working side of her mouth. "She sat in that chair for 2 hours yesterday and told me about every single thing her granddaughter did at the school talent show. Every single thing, Whitney." The child played the recorder. "That's sweet." It was not sweet. It was a recorder. But Mrs. Patterson was so proud she nearly cried, and I didn't have the heart to say anything. Whitney sat in the corner chair and let her mother talk. The talking was good for her, the left side of Vivian's mouth doing all the work, while the right side followed a beat behind, and the effort was visible only if you knew where to look. "The ranch is fine," Whitney said when the room went quiet. "Morning feeding went smooth. Morris showed me the routine." "Morris." Vivian didn't look up from the ball. "Squeeze. Release. You two talk? About the horses. Feeding amounts. Supplements. That's not what I meant." "I know what you meant, Mama." Vivian let the ball rest in her palm and looked at her daughter. The gaze was steady and undecorated, the same gaze that had caught Whitney sneaking out as a teenager and held her upright through things that should have put them both on the floor. "Don't give me that look," Whitney said. "I'm not giving you any look. I'm looking at you. There's a difference." Whitney almost smiled. "The ranch is handled. Daddy's holding down the house. You just focus on getting that hand working." "My hand is working." "Keeley said you're ahead of schedule." "Keeley says that to everyone. It's her job to say that." Vivian picked up the ball again and squeezed. "Did you eat this morning?" "Yes, Mama." "Rochelle's food?" "Rochelle's food." "Good. That woman can cook her way through a crisis. Lord knows she's had the practice." Vivian squeezed the ball again, and her face tightened for a second, the effort showing around her mouth before she smoothed it away. "Go take care of your business, baby. I'm not going anywhere." Whitney kissed her forehead and walked out of the hospital into the midday light, and the envelope was in the car where she'd put it that morning. And the business Vivian didn't know about was exactly what she intended to handle next. She found Morris in the Calloway barn, replacing a hinge on a stall door. He was crouched on one knee with a drill in his hand and his hat pushed back on his head, and he looked up when her boots hit the concrete aisle. He didn't seem surprised to see her. "Hey! Hey!" He set the drill down and stood. The barn was dim and smelled like cedar shavings and linseed oil, and the light from the open door behind her threw her shadow long across the aisle. "Can we talk?" she said. "We can talk." She pulled the envelope from under her arm, where she'd been carrying it against her body like something she needed to keep close. She held it out. "I had these drawn up in New York," she said. 3 months ago. They've been sitting in my desk drawer, and I should have sent them sooner, but I didn't, and now I'm here, so." She steadied her voice. "It's a standard dissolution. No fault. No property disputes. You keep everything on the Calloway side. I keep everything on mine, which at this point is a business in Manhattan and not much else. It's clean, it's simple, it's overdue. Morris took the envelope. He didn't open it right away. He held it and looked at her name on the front, where the attorney's assistant had typed it in a font that was too professional for what it represented. Then he opened it. He pulled the papers out and began to read. He read every page, every line. Whitney stood in the aisle of his barn and watched him turn the pages with the same unhurried attention he brought to everything, and the waiting began to feel like exposure. She'd prepared for questions. Why now? Why not sooner? What changed? She had not prepared for silence. He finished the last page. He tapped the stack even against his palm, slid the papers back into the envelope, and set it on the workbench beside the drill. Then he looked at her. No. The word was quiet. Not angry, not dramatic. Just a single syllable, with the weight of something he'd been carrying for a long time, set down in the space between them like a stone. Whitney felt the word land deep in her chest, a blunt impact that radiated outward into her arms and her hands and the soles of her feet. Her pulse shifted. The barn tilted, just slightly, just enough that she had to lock her knees to stay where she was. Of all the responses she'd rehearsed on the drive over, she had not prepared for this. Reluctance, yes. Nostalgia, maybe. An appeal to what they'd had. She had answers for all of those. She did not have an answer for Morris reading pages of legal text, setting them aside like they were nothing, and saying one word with his whole chest behind it. No, she repeated. No. Morris, this isn't a negotiation. This is a formality. We've been separated for 12 years. This should have been done a decade ago. Maybe, but it wasn't. And I'm not signing them now. Why not? He leaned against the workbench, crossing his arms over his chest. The posture was calm, but his eyes were not. His eyes were doing something she hadn't seen in them before, or maybe something she'd forgotten was there. A directness that had nothing to do with patience and everything to do with conviction. We have unfinished business, Whitney. You know we do. And I'm not signing anything until we finish it. What business? We don't have business. We have a legal technicality that's been sitting open since I left. That's not all we have. The sentence landed somewhere she hadn't braced for. Her breath caught, and her hands went still at her sides. I'm not asking for forever, he said. I'm asking you not to end something we never actually dealt with. You left. I let you. And neither one of us ever had the conversation we should have had. I'm not signing papers that close a door we never opened. She opened her mouth, closed it. The barn was quiet except for the horse in the end stall shifting its weight and the sound of her own breathing, which she was suddenly aware of in a way that made her want to step outside and fill her lungs with something that wasn't this. I'll think about it, she said, and the words felt like a retreat, even as she said them. Take your time. The papers aren't going anywhere. The papers stayed on the workbench. Whitney didn't know why she left them there. Part of her wanted to snatch them back, mail the documents to a lawyer, and let the court sort it out without his signature. But her feet carried her out of the barn and into the daylight, warm and bright, and nothing like the close, dim space where he'd just set aside the thing she'd brought him, like a feed invoice that could wait. She got in the car and sat there with the engine off, staring at the Calloway barn door, her hands on the wheel, her pulse doing something she did not appreciate. Unfinished business. The words followed her out of the barn and into the car, sat in the passenger seat like an uninvited guest, and rode with her when she found herself driving not back to the Avery Ranch but toward town, toward people, toward anywhere that wasn't the space between her and Morris Calloway and the thing he'd just refused to let her end. The road to Main Street wound through the pines, and Whitney drove it with the windows down, the spring air pushing through the car, trying to dislodge something that wasn't going to dislodge. Rochelle's old-fashioned diner looked exactly as it had when Whitney was in high school, sitting in the corner booth with Angie after class, splitting a plate of fries and talking about nothing important. Same bell above the door, same polished counter, same chalk specials board, because some things in Sweetgum stayed put while everything else moved on around them. The bell rang when Whitney walked in. Heads turned, gradually, casually, but enough that she felt the room note her presence like a shift in temperature. One woman at the counter gave her a long, slow look that contained an entire editorial, then turned back to her coffee. Whitney chose a booth near the window and picked up the laminated menu she didn't need, using it as a shield rather than a reference. The diner smelled like cornbread and coffee, and the deep warmth of a kitchen running since 5 in the morning. From the pass-through came a woman's voice calling an order, the clatter of plates, the sizzle of the grill, the sounds of a place that had always functioned without her. Behind the counter, a man she didn't know was working the floor with the unhurried command of somebody who owned it. Tall, easy in his shoulders, a dish towel over one of them, greeting a regular by name and refilling a coffee in the same motion. That kind of belonging couldn't be faked or learned, only earned. And Rochelle was on the wrong side of the counter. That was the thing that stopped Whitney. For her entire childhood, Rochelle had been a fixed point behind that counter, apron tied, pouring and plating, and presiding like a woman conducting weather. Now she was perched on a stool on the customer side, holding court with Mr. James and Mrs. Frank, a queen who had abdicated and kept the crown anyway. Whitney had been gone long enough for Rochelle Stevens Walters to hand over her own diner and learn how to sit down in it. Rochelle saw her before Whitney could decide what to do with her face. Decisive footsteps crossed the floor. Rochelle had never in her life approached anything tentatively, and it sounded like it. Well, Rochelle slid into the booth across from her, set her own mug down on the table, and folded her hands. Took you long enough. Mid-50s going on timeless, silver threading through her braids, and she looked almost exactly as she had when Whitney left, which was to say she looked like someone at peace with herself, terms settled sometime around 40 and never renegotiated. The only difference was the ease of her, the unhurried looseness of somebody finally done carrying a heavy thing. "You're not behind the counter," Whitney said, because it was the first true thing in her mouth. "Retired." Rochelle said the word like it still amused her. "Handed the place to my nephew, Malachi." She tipped her chin toward the man working the floor. "My sister's boy. Came back to Sweetgum a few years ago and never left. He runs it now, him and Amy. She's in the back making your lunch, and the two of them got married in the spring, so the diner's staying in the family, whether the family planned it or not." She lifted her mug. "I just come in to make sure they're doing it right." "And are they?" "Better than I did. I'd deny saying that if you repeated it." Rochelle took a sip and set the mug down, and her eyes moved over Whitney's face like Vivian's always had, finding everything and announcing none of it. "But the standards are high and the coffee's still strong, so I've got nothing to complain about, which at my age is a genuine tragedy." Whitney huffed a small laugh. Across the diner, the man, Malachi, caught his aunt sitting at the booth and read the whole situation in a glance, and instead of coming over, he reached for the coffee pot. "I'm here for my mother," Whitney said. "I know why you're here. She's doing well. Ahead of schedule, they're saying." "She's tough." Rochelle settled back against the booth. "Last winter, your mama threw her back out hauling feed and still drove herself in here for lunch. I told her to go home. She told me to mind my business and bring her the fried fish, which I no longer technically had the authority to do, so I made Malachi do it. Vernon came in an hour later looking like he'd lost a whole wife and found her at a lunch counter." A pause. "Runs in the family. The stubbornness. You'd know." Malachi arrived at the booth with a fresh mug in the pot, set the cup in front of Whitney, and filled it without being asked. Up close, he had a warm, observant face and the kind of manners that didn't announce themselves. "You must be Whitney," he said. "Miss Vivian's got a whole table of folks praying for her. Half of them are in here right now." He didn't make it heavy. He set a glass of water beside the coffee, straightened a napkin that didn't need straightening, and gave her the briefest, kindest nod. He had walked into a town full of other people's history, and he had learned to step around it gently. "Amy's got the fish going. Couple minutes." "Thank you," Whitney said, and meant it more than the words could hold. He moved off to the next table. Whitney wrapped her hands around the mug and let the heat anchor her. The coffee was strong and plain, poured exactly as it had been poured in this room since before she was old enough to drink it. It tasted like Saturday mornings, and she hadn't been prepared for that either. Rochelle watched her drink it and said nothing, which was worse than anything she could have said. "He eats here Tuesdays and Thursdays," Rochelle said finally. "Same booth, right there." She nodded toward the booth 2 rows back, against the wall. "Same order every time. Fried fish on Tuesdays, the special on Thursdays. Tips like a man with a guilty conscience, though Lord knows what that boy would have to feel guilty about." She paused. "That man has been tending your mama's ranch, your mama's horses, and your mama herself for the better part of 6 years, and the only thing he ever asks in return is that Amy keep the onions off his fish." Whitney stared at the coffee. "I'm not telling you what to do," Rochelle said. "I have never told anybody in this town what to do, and if they say otherwise, they are lying." She reached over and squeezed Whitney's hand, once firm. "But I've got eyes, and I've known that man since he was in diapers, and I've known you since you were stealing sugar packets off this very table and putting them in your pockets when you thought nobody was watching. I was 6. You were bold, is what you were. Some things don't change." Rochelle's voice softened, just at the edges, just enough for Whitney to hear the warmth underneath the directness. "It's good to see you, girl. I mean that. This town's been carrying half a story for 12 years. I'd like to see how it ends." She stood, collected her mug, and made her way back toward the counter, not behind it, just toward it, taking her stool again, beside Mr. James like a woman returning to the seat she'd earned. Message delivered. Done delivering it. A few minutes later, Amy herself brought the fish out, a brisk, pretty woman with flower on her forearm and a wedding band that matched the one on the man at the counter. She set the plate down with a smile that didn't ask any questions. "Rochelle giving you a hard time?" Amy asked. "A little. She means every word of it, and half of it's right. Eat. The breading's new. I want to know what you think." And then she was gone too, back toward the kitchen that was hers now, calling something over her shoulder to the line. Whitney sat in the booth at Rochelle's old-fashioned diner, in a town that had handed its landmarks to a new generation while she wasn't looking, and she ate fried fish and looked at the booth 2 rows back, where her husband sat every Tuesday, and thought about envelopes and unfinished business, and the stubbornness of her husband, whose no had carried more weight than most people's all mew. I love you.
Chapter 4. "Fence is down in the Avery South pasture," Morris said, pulling his gloves off at the Calloway barn door. "About 30 feet of rail. Looks like a post rotted through at the base." Clayton was oiling a bridle on the workbench, his hands moving in the slow, practiced rhythm of a task he could do asleep and occasionally did. "How long's it been down?" "Recent. I noticed it this morning when I was over there for the feeding. Ground's soft from the rain last week. Post probably gave out overnight." "Any stock get through?" "Not yet. I moved the horses to the north side, but it won't hold if one of them decides to test it." Clayton set the bridle down and wiped his hands on a rag. "You tell her?" The fence was only the half of it, Clayton was willing to say out loud. "She'll see it," Morris said. "Pasture's visible from the Avery kitchen window." Clayton picked the bridle back up, oiled the cheek piece, took his time with the buckle. "So you're waiting for her to come to you?" "I'm giving her the space to handle her own property." "Uh-huh." Morris hung his gloves on the hook by the door and walked past his father to the sink. He washed his hands, dried them on his jeans, and stood there for a moment looking at the workbench along the far wall, where the manila envelope sat exactly where Whitney had left it yesterday. Between the drill and the box of hinge screws, its clean, legal edges out of place among the sawdust and tools. He hadn't moved it. He hadn't opened it again. He'd said what he needed to say, and the papers were her move now, and if they sat on his workbench until the sawdust covered them, that was fine. He could wait. Waiting was something he was good at, or something he'd convinced himself he was good at, which might be the same thing and might not. "You want to talk about it?" Clayton said, without looking up from the bridle. "About the fence? About the envelope on your bench that you've been not looking at since yesterday?" Morris leaned against the sink and crossed his arms. The barn was quiet, except for the stallion moving in his stall, restless as only young horses get restless, all energy and no direction. "She brought me divorce papers," he said. I told her no. Clayton's hands paused on the leather, a beat. Then he resumed. "Just no? I told her we have unfinished business." "Do you?" "You know we do." Clayton set the bridle down a second time, and this time he turned on the stool to face his son. His expression was open, unguarded in a way Clayton rarely allowed, and Morris saw something in it that caught him off balance. Worry. "What's the business, Morris? I need to hear you say it." Morris looked at the envelope on the workbench. He'd spent years not saying it. The word had lived in his chest like a stone he'd swallowed, too heavy to bring up and too present to forget. He'd worked around it, built a ranch around it, kept a ring on around it, and nobody had asked him to name it until his father did, standing in a barn on a weekday morning, turning a bridle in his hands like they had all the time in the world. "The grief," he said. The word came out plain and unprotected. "We never talked about what happened. She left before either of us could say what needed saying, and I let her go because I didn't know how to ask her to stay without making her pain about me. And then it was a year, and then it was 5, and then it was 12, and the conversation just sat there, waiting. Like the papers. Like the papers." Clayton was quiet for a long moment. The stallion shifted in his stall, and somewhere outside a truck passed on the county road, the sound fading into the distance like something that had never stopped to begin with. "You know the year she left," Clayton said. "You planted the entire south pasture, worked dawn to dark, every day, for 3 months. Your mother brought food down to the field because you wouldn't come inside. I remember. I watched you do that, and I thought, that boy is going to burn through this grief the honest way, through the work, through the land. And then 3 months passed, and the pasture was planted, and you just kept going. Started on the Avery fences, started on Vivian's barn roof, started on every project you could find that kept your hands busy and your mouth shut." Clayton met his eyes. "You didn't burn through the grief, Morris. You buried it under work. And now you're asking that girl to come dig it up with you." "She buried it under a whole city." "I know she did, and you both survived it. I'm just asking if you know what happens when two people who've been surviving separately try to do the hard part together." "No," Morris said. "I don't, but I know what happens if we don't. The papers get signed and she goes back to New York, and I spend another 12 years wondering if I should have said something." Clayton nodded slowly. He looked at his son with a long, measuring gaze. Clayton had raised the boy into the man, and he knew exactly where the fault lines ran because he'd watched them form. "Fix her fence," Clayton said. "That part, at least, you know how to do." The afternoon had turned warm by the time Whitney appeared at the property line. Morris was in the Calloway equipment shed, pulling fence posts and rail stock from the storage rack, stacking them in the truck bed. He'd already loaded the post hole digger, the tamping bar, and a bag of quickset concrete. He could have driven over to the Avery South pasture and started the repair hours ago. He had the materials, the tools, and a decade of practice fixing Avery fences that nobody had asked him to fix. But this fence was different. He'd done the morning feeding at 6. Whitney had been at the Avery kitchen table with her laptop open, on a call with someone in New York, speaking in a voice he didn't recognize. Clipped, professional, built for conference rooms. She'd raised a hand when he walked past the window toward the barn. A wave, or an acknowledgement, or the minimum gesture available to a wife on the phone, pretending the man outside hadn't refused to divorce her yesterday. He'd fed the horses, checked Sugar Cookie's front left, spotted the fence from the south gate, and driven back to the Calloway side without mentioning any of it. That had been 7 hours ago. 7 hours of pulling materials and loading the truck and waiting for her to walk her own land and see what he'd already seen. He heard her boots on the gravel before he saw her. She came around the corner of the shed with her arms crossed and her jaw set in an expression he recognized from a long time ago, the look she wore when she needed help and resented needing it. "The south fence is down," she said. "I know." Her jaw tightened. "You knew this morning. I noticed it during the feeding. And you didn't say anything?" He set a fence post in the truck bed and reached for another. "It's your property, Whitney. I wasn't sure you wanted me handling it." "That's not why you didn't tell me." He looked at her. She was standing in the sun with her hair pulled back and her boots dusty and her chin lifted, and she was angry in a way that told him the anger was about more than the fence, the same way his silence that morning had been about more than the fence. "No," he said. "It's not." The honesty sat in the air for a moment. He watched her decide what to do with it. She could push, could ask him what he meant, could open the door he'd been standing in front of since she got back. She didn't. She looked at the truck bed. "You already pulled the materials. I keep stock for both properties. Post rotted through at the base, so we need to reset it. The rail's salvageable if it didn't crack when it fell. How long will it take? 2-3 hours. Faster with 2 people." She stood there. He could see her weighing it, accepting his help against keeping her guard up. The guard was losing. It had been losing since the morning she'd showed up in the barn at 6 with a feed bucket in the wrong proportions. "Fine," she said. "Let's go." They drove to the Avery South pasture in Morris's truck, the fence posts rattling in the bed behind them. Whitney sat against the passenger door, turned toward the window, holding the space between them like it was structural. The quarter-mile drive took 2 minutes. Neither of them turned on the radio. The silence had its own frequency, a low hum that filled the cab and made it feel smaller than it was. The break was where he'd spotted it that morning. A corner post rotted out at the ground line, leaning at an angle that had brought 2 rail sections down with it. The wood was soft and dark where the moisture had gotten in, the kind of slow damage that looked fine from the surface until the whole thing gave way. Morris had seen it in fence posts and barn beams and marriage vows, things that held for years and then didn't. He parked and they got out. He assessed the damage while Whitney stood back, watching him with an attention that was trying to be professional and kept catching on something else. "I'll dig the old post out," he said. "If you can stack the fallen rail to the side, we'll see if it's reusable." "I know how to stack rail, Morris." "I know you do." They worked. The sun was high and warm on his back, and the soil was damp from last week's rain, which made the digging easier and the footing worse. Morris worked the post hole digger in steady, rhythmic bites, while Whitney pulled the fallen rail sections free and stacked them along the fence line. She worked with an efficiency that surprised him and then didn't, because she'd bucked bales alongside Vernon since she was 12, and no amount of Manhattan could erase that from her arms and her back. The proximity was unavoidable. The work demanded it. 2 people repairing a fence occupied the same 6 feet of ground, and their bodies moved around each other with the awareness of magnets, drawn and resisting, pulled close by the task and held apart by everything the task wasn't about. He caught himself watching her hands. The calluses were gone, but the competence was still there, muscle deep, and her grip on the rail was sure even when her face said she wished she were somewhere else. He made himself look away, focused on the hole, dug another 6 inches, felt her shadow cross his back when she moved past him for the next rail section and held his breath without meaning to. He set the new post and held it plumb while she shoveled the concrete mix around the base. Their arms were inches apart. He could feel the heat coming off her skin, or maybe that was the sun, or maybe it didn't matter which. "Hold it steady," she said. "It's steady. It's leaning a 1/4 inch east." He adjusted. She was right. She'd always had the eye for that, for the small misalignment, the fraction of a degree that most people wouldn't notice. It was the thing that had made her a designer, probably, the inability to let a thing be almost right. They tamped the base and let it set, then hung the rail. Morris drilled the lag bolts, while Whitney held the board in place. And for a few minutes the only sound was the drill and the birds and the rhythmic thud of the tamping bar and their breathing, his and hers, falling into a sink that neither of them was steering. The fence went up clean, solid. The new post pale against the old ones, but it would weather to match inside a year. Morris ran his hand along the top rail, checking the seat of the lag bolts. Everything held. Whitney wiped her forehead with her sleeve. There was dirt on her jeans and concrete dust on her boots and a streak of something across her cheekbone that she didn't seem to know about, and Morris looked at her standing in the afternoon sun on her family's land with her sleeves rolled up and thought that she looked more like herself right now than she had in a long time. The designer was gone. The woman with the manila envelope and the professional tone was gone. This was the girl from the next ranch over, the one who could split fence rail and ride bareback and tell you exactly how far a post was leaning from 20 feet away. She caught him looking. "What?" she said. "You've got something on your face." He gestured at his own cheekbone. She swiped at the wrong side. He almost reached over to get it and stopped himself, and something shifted in her face, a flicker of awareness that told him she'd seen the arrested motion. "Other side," he said. She caught him looking. "What?" she said. "You've got something on your face." He gestured at his own cheekbone. She swiped at the wrong side. He almost reached over to get it and stopped himself, and something shifted in her face, a flicker of awareness that told him she'd seen the arrested motion. "Other side," he said. "Also," Morris said, sugar cookies favoring her front left more than usual. "I want to have the vet look at her. You noticed that too, this morning? And you didn't say anything about that either." "I was going to mention it tonight, during the evening feeding." She looked at him sideways. "You were going to mention the lame horse, but not the broken fence. The fence was your call. Cookie's health is a conversation. That's a very convenient distinction." "I thought so." The corner of her mouth moved, a fraction. She caught it and stopped it, but he saw it, and the almost smile hit him harder than he was prepared for, because the hand on the feed bucket had been an accident, and this was a choice, her face choosing to respond to him, her face remembering what it felt like to find him funny. He filed it away, gently, with both hands. "I'll call Dr. Rawlings in the morning," he said. "She's good with older horses. She's been handling Cookie's joint care for the past 2 years." "Okay." Whitney paused, looking at the fence. "Thank you for the help." "It's your fence. I just held the post. You dug the hole, poured the concrete, drilled the bolts, and cut the rail to length. You held the post, and you told me it was leaning. A quarter inch. A quarter inch matters." Something passed between them that had nothing to do with fence posts. Morris felt it land in the center of his chest and stay there, and he let it because he'd spent years keeping things from landing, and he was tired of the effort. Vernon's truck appeared on the Avery access road, bumping slowly over the ruts. He parked beside Morris's truck and got out carrying 2 glasses of water, ice still intact, which meant he'd been watching from the kitchen window and had timed his arrival for after the work was done, and before the standing together could turn into something they'd have to name. "Fence looks good," Vernon said, handing them each a glass. He looked at the new post, then at the rail, then at his daughter standing beside his son-in-law, with sawdust on her jeans and concrete on her boots and her sleeves rolled to her elbows. "You two always did work better together than apart," he said. He collected the empty glasses before either of them could respond, stacked one inside the other with a rancher's economy, walked back to his truck, and drove up the access road toward the house. The truck disappeared around the bend, and the dust settled behind it, and Vernon's words hung in the warm air over the repaired fence, like something that had been true for a long time and was only now being said out loud.
Chapter 5. Easy, girl, easy. Sugar Cookie shifted her weight in the cross ties, ears flicking toward the sound of Morris's voice as he ran his hand down her front left leg. Whitney held the lead rope close to the halter, keeping the mare's head steady, and tried to focus on the horse instead of the man crouched at her feet. "She's got some heat in the joint," Morris said, his fingers pressing gently around the fetlock. "More than last time, Dr. Butt. Rawlings wants x-rays if the swelling doesn't come down with the new supplement protocol." "When did Rawlings come out?" "Yesterday afternoon. I was going to tell you at the evening feeding, but you were on the phone." "I was on with Samantha, work stuff." She paused. "What else did Rawlings say?" "Joints degenerating, but it's manageable. She's seen worse in horses Cookie's age. Adjusted the supplement dose and added a topical anti-inflammatory for the swelling. Said the best thing we can do is keep her moving. Stall rest would be the worst option. So turnout. Turnout, Slow walking, maybe some light leading work if she tolerates it. Rawlings said Cookie's got more good years in her if we stay on top of it. He shifted his grip, lifting the hoof with the practiced ease of 10,000 repetitions. She's a tough horse, Whitney. She's not giving up on anything. The sentence hung in the air. He said it about the horse. Whitney heard it about something else and told herself she was projecting. She watched his hands work. They were sure and unhurried on the horse's leg. The same hands that had held the fence post plumb, the same hands that had almost reached for her face. She made herself look at the horse instead. Sugar Cookie was calm under his touch. That was the thing Whitney kept noticing. The mare trusted Morris completely. The animal who had once been Whitney's, who had followed Whitney's voice and Whitney's whistle and Whitney's hands, now leaned into Morris's grip with the easy familiarity of a horse who knew exactly who took care of her. It should have felt like a loss. Watching someone else hold the trust that used to be hers. Instead, it felt like gratitude, and the gratitude made her throat tight. "Hold her steady," Morris said. "I'm going to flex the joint." Whitney tightened the lead rope. Her hands found the position automatically. Right hand on the leather, 2 inches below the snap, left hand further down for control. The grip was second nature. Her body remembered it before her mind could catch up. And for a disorienting second, she was standing in this same barn, in this same position, holding a lead rope while her father checked a hoof. And the years between then and now collapsed into a gap so thin she could almost step across it. The barn smelled the same. That was part of it. Hay and leather and grain dust and the warm mineral scent of horse, a combination so rooted in this place and this life that no candle company in Manhattan had ever come close to replicating it, though Whitney had tried. She'd bought every barn wood and leather saddle candle on the market during her first year in New York, chasing a scent that only existed here, in this building, on this land. She'd stopped buying them after the first year. She'd told herself she'd outgrown the nostalgia. Standing here now, with the lead rope cutting a familiar groove across her palm and the smell wrapping around her like something alive, she understood that she hadn't outgrown anything. She'd just stopped letting herself want it. Morris flexed the joint, slow and careful, watching the mare's reaction. Sugar Cookie's ear twitched, but she didn't flinch. "Range is decent," he said. "Better than I expected. The supplement's helping." He lowered the hoof and straightened up, and as he rose, his boot caught on the uneven concrete where the barn floor had cracked and shifted years ago. He stumbled, one hand shooting out for balance, and his palm landed on Whitney's shoulder. His hand was rough and warm through the fabric of her shirt, and the weight of it, the solid, certain pressure of his grip steadying itself against her body, traveled from her shoulder down through her chest and into a place she did not want to name. The contact lasted 2 seconds, maybe 3. Long enough for the heat of his palm to print itself on her skin through the cotton, long enough for her breath to catch in a place she couldn't disguise. He let go, stepped back, brushed his hands on his jeans as if the stumble had been about dust rather than proximity. "Sorry," he said. "You're fine." She was not fine. She was standing in a barn, holding a lead rope, with the impression of his handprint burning on her shoulder, and her voice had come out steady, which was a victory, and her heart was doing something arrhythmic, which was not. The contact had lasted 2 seconds. She could still feel every one of them. Her body was cataloging the sensation with the same relentless attention her eye brought to a room. And she wanted it to stop cataloging, and it would not stop. They finished the check in silence. Morris applied the topical cream to Cookie's joint, working it in with slow, circular motions. Before wrapping it with a standing bandage, he would check again at the evening feeding, while Whitney held the mare still. The work put them close again, his head level with her hip as he wound the bandage, and the silence between them was the kind that contained too much rather than too little. She could hear his breathing. She could hear her own. The two sounds existed in the same small space, and she was aware of both of them in a way that made her want to step back and hold still at the same time. "She's a tough old girl," Morris said, smoothing the bandage and standing up. He patted Sugar Cookie's neck, and the mare turned her head and pressed her nose into his chest in that easy, trusting gesture Whitney had seen twice now and still wasn't ready for. "She's lucky to have you," Whitney said, and meant the horse, and heard the words leave her mouth, and knew they sounded like more than the horse and couldn't take them back. Morris looked at her, a beat too long. Then he unclipped the cross ties and handed her the lead. "Walk her out to the pasture. Turnout's good for her. Movement keeps the joint from stiffening." "I know how turnout works, Morris. I know you do." The exchange had become a rhythm between them. Him explaining something she already knew, her reminding him she knew it, him acknowledging it with 3 words that held more weight every time he said them. "I know you do." As if the knowing were intimacy. As if it always had been. She led Sugar Cookie out of the barn and into the afternoon light. The mare walked beside her with the slow, dignified pace of an old horse who had earned the right to take her time, and Whitney matched it, her free hand resting on Cookie's neck, feeling the warmth of the coat under her palm. The horse's breathing was even and unhurried, and Whitney found her own breathing matching it, her body sinking to the rhythms around it once her mind stopped interfering. The pasture gate was 50 yards from the barn, and the walk took them along the south fence line and Morris's new post, pale against the weathered rail, and beyond it, the corridor of oaks that marked the property boundary, their canopy arching overhead in a lattice of new green leaves and afternoon light that fell in patterns across the ground. Whitney stopped walking. The light through the oaks was extraordinary. The shadows lay in long diagonal bands across the pasture grass, and the color was doing something she'd only seen in certain high-end lighting installations. A layered, filtered warmth that turned the ordinary green of the field into something luminous. Her designer's eye caught it and held it and cataloged it involuntarily, filing the image under textures, natural light, reference for future projects. She'd spent years training that eye, learning to walk into a space and read its potential, learning to see what a room wanted to be underneath the wrong paint and the bad furniture and the lighting that wasn't working. She was good at it. She'd built a career and a reputation on it. And standing here in a pasture outside Sweetgum, she was doing it to her own family's land, seeing it with the professional clarity she'd spent a decade developing. And what she saw took her breath. The barn behind her, weathered cedar gone silver with age, the hayloft doors open and framing a rectangle of gold. Clean proportions, an honest roofline, functional and unadorned. The hinges Morris had replaced were the only new hardware on the whole structure, bright against the old wood. The fence line, hand-split rail under the oaks, the wood worn smooth by weather and time, and the shoulders of horses leaning against it. The round pen to the east, its posts set deep and straight. The equipment shed with its organized racks and its workbench where a manila envelope sat between a drill and a box of screws. Every surface told the story of maintenance, of attention, of care. Morris had treated this property with the same attention she brought to her clients' homes, except he hadn't been paid for it. He'd done it because the land needed doing and nobody else was here to do it. Because tending was his language, and these fences and barns and pastures were the sentences he'd been building for years, while she was 3 states away, constructing sentences of her own out of marble countertops and reclaimed wood. She unlatched the gate and led Sugar Cookie into the pasture. The mare walked a few steps, lowered her head to the grass, and began grazing with the focused contentment of an animal who had been well kept and knew it. Whitney closed the gate and leaned against it and looked at the land and felt something shift in her chest, slow and deep, the ground under her feet recognizing that she was standing on it again. Her phone buzzed in her back pocket. "Richardson wants the revised presentation by end of week. Can you get on a call tonight?" Whitney looked at the text. Then she looked at her hands on the gate. There was dirt under her fingernails, hay dust in the creases of her palms, a faint smudge of topical cream on her wrist where she'd helped hold the bandage. These hands had spent the morning on a horse, not a keyboard. These hands had held a lead rope for the first time in years and remembered every inch of the grip. She tried to picture herself on a call with the Richardsons tonight, walking them through revised floor plans and fabric options in the polished, professional voice Samantha had heard her use 1,000 times. The voice felt far away, like something she'd set down on a shelf and couldn't quite reach from where she was standing. She typed back, "I'll call you later tonight." Later. She'd deal with it later. She put the phone in her pocket and turned back toward the barn, and Morris was walking out with his hat on and his gloves tucked into his back pocket, headed for the Calloway side. He moved through the property with ease, knowing every inch of the ground he was crossing, every gate latch and fence rail and dip in the earth. He belonged here in a way that went beyond ownership, beyond habit. He was part of the landscape, and the landscape accepted him, and watching him walk away from her across the pasture felt like watching something essential move out of reach. At the fence line, he paused, turned, and raised a hand. A small motion, an acknowledgement that carried more weight than a wave or a goodbye, because those would have required words, and the words would have been too much or not enough. She raised hers back. He turned and kept walking, and she watched him go, his shoulders broad against the afternoon light, his stride unhurried, and she felt the shape of his absence in the air the moment he passed through the gate. Behind her, tires on the gravel drive. She turned. A silver sedan was pulling up to the Avery house, and the woman getting out of it was already talking before the door was fully open. "Whitney Avery-Calloway, do not make me chase you across this county. I have been calling you for 2 days, and you have answered exactly 0 times. Angie. Angela Tate had been Whitney's best friend since kindergarten. 3 houses down from the elementary school, same homeroom through middle school, side by side at graduation. Angie had held Whitney's hair back at their first high school party, stood next to her at the courthouse when she married Morris, and driven her to the airport when she left for New York. She was also the one who had stayed. Built a life in Sweetgum, without apology, without explanation, without ever treating staying as something that required either. She was in jeans and a blazer, which meant she'd come straight from work, and her face held the expression Whitney knew better than almost any other face in the world. I love you, and I'm furious with you, and those 2 things are not in conflict. Angie. Don't you Angie me. She slammed the car door and crossed the driveway in 4 strides and pulled Whitney into a hug so tight it knocked the breath out of her. She smelled like perfume and coffee and the inside of a car that had been driven with purpose. You're here. You're actually here, and you didn't call me. I was going to call you. You were going to call me. Angie pulled back, holding Whitney at arm's length, studying her face with the unsparing honesty of a friendship older than Whitney's first lost tooth. You've been back for days, and you were going to call me. It's been a lot, Ang. I know it's been a lot. Your mama had a stroke, and you're back on the ranch, and Morris Calloway is still walking around wearing his wedding ring and looking at you like the sun comes up on your side of the fence. I know all of that. The whole town knows all of that. I wanted to hear it from you. Whitney opened her mouth and closed it. You look like you've been rolling in a barn, Angie said, and her voice had gentled, the fury cooling into something closer to the concern it had been all along. I was in the barn. With Morris. With Sugar Cookie. Morris was checking her leg. Uh-huh. Angie's eyes moved across Whitney's face, reading whatever was written there, and her expression shifted into something more complicated. Concern and understanding, and a guarded hopefulness that came from watching this story from the sidelines for a very long time while holding opinions she was deciding whether to share. Come inside, Angie said. She took Whitney's arm and steered her toward the porch. I'm making you tea, and you're telling me everything. And I mean everything, Whit. Starting with those divorce papers Rochelle told me about. Rochelle told you about the papers? Rochelle told everyone about the papers. This is Sweetgum. Did you think you could walk into that man's barn with a legal envelope and the whole town wouldn't know about it by dinner? Whitney let herself be steered up the porch steps because Angie had been steering her since they were 5 years old, and because the alternative was standing alone in the driveway with the dirt under her nails and the ghost of a handprint on her shoulder, and the image of Morris walking through the gate, raising his hand, disappearing into the light on his side of the fence. Angie held the screen door open and waited, barefoot on the porch boards, and her face held the love and the impatience in equal measure. And Whitney walked through the door, because that was what you did when your oldest friend came to find you. You went inside. You sat down. You told her everything, or close to everything. Some things the body remembered that the mouth wasn't ready to say.
Chapter 6. Vernon says Vivian's doing well in rehab, Ruth said, setting the casserole dish in the center of the table. Physical therapy every morning. She's already fussing about wanting to go home. That sounds like Vivian, Clayton said, pulling his chair in. It does. Ruth took her seat and passed the serving spoon to Morris. I imagine having Whitney there has helped. Having family close makes a difference when you're healing. The sentence was shaped like small talk. It was not small talk. Morris took the spoon and served himself without looking up. She's been helping with the ranch, he said, learning the routine. Ruth smoothed her napkin across her lap. I saw her at the hospital yesterday when I dropped off the casserole for Vernon. She looked thin. She looks fine, Mama. I didn't say she didn't look fine. I said she looked thin. Those are two different observations. Ruth picked up her fork and began eating with composed precision. She had spent decades managing a school front office, and she knew how to ask a question 7 different ways without repeating herself. Is she staying at the Avery house? Where else would she stay? I was just asking. Clayton ate his dinner and contributed nothing. His eyes moved between his wife and his son with the quiet attention of a man watching a chess match he had no intention of joining. She brought divorce papers, Morris said. Ruth's fork paused halfway to her mouth. A beat. She set it down. And? I said no. The kitchen went still. The clock on the wall ticked. The casserole steamed. Ruth looked at her husband, and Clayton looked at his plate, and the silence between the three of them held a shape that was years old and perfectly familiar, the shape of a family deciding how much truth the table could hold. Well, Ruth said. She picked her fork back up. I suppose that's your business. It is. I just hope you know what you're doing. I know what I'm doing, Mama. Ruth held his gaze for a moment. Behind the front desk at Sweetgum High, where she'd spent her entire career, Ruth Calloway had greeted every parent and child who walked through those doors, handled emergencies and absences and discipline referrals with the same measured calm. Hundreds of other people's children had grown up in that building under her watch. Her own son had grown up a quarter-mile away, keeping a ring on his finger and a space in his life that nobody could fill because he wouldn't let them. Ruth had opinions about all of it. With visible effort, she was choosing not to share them yet. Eat your dinner, she said. It's getting cold. The riding lessons had started 4 years ago, almost by accident. A neighbor's daughter had been afraid of horses. The girl was 7, all elbows and big eyes, and she'd stood at the Calloway fence watching Morris work a yearling in the round pen and asked if horses ever stepped on people. Morris had said sometimes, but mostly they tried not to. The girl had asked if she could pet one. He'd brought out the old mare from the end stall, the gentlest animal on the property, and held the lead while the girl touched the horse's nose with one finger, then 2, then her whole palm. The next week, the girl came back with her brother. The week after that, 3 more kids from town showed up. Morris hadn't planned on teaching anyone. He didn't advertise or charge, but word moved through Sweetgum, and by the end of that first summer, he had a dozen kids on the ranch every weekend, learning to groom and saddle and lead and eventually ride, and the lessons had become as much a part of his routine as the morning feeding. He liked the work. That was the thing he didn't say out loud and didn't need to, because anyone who watched him with the kids could see it. He was patient in a way that had nothing to do with waiting and everything to do with presence. He stood beside a nervous child on a horse and held the lead rope and talked in the low, even voice he used with the animals, and the child's fear came down by degrees until the riding was the only thing left. This morning there were 6 of them. Ages ranged from about 8 to 13, and they were at different levels, which meant Morris ran the lesson in stations. 2 in the round pen on lead lines, 2 grooming in the barn, 2 practicing tack in the paddock. He moved between them, adjusting a grip here, shortening a stirrup there, his attention distributed evenly across all six, while somehow making each one feel like the only kid on the ranch. The youngest, a girl named Kylie, was still on the lead line. She sat on the old schooling mare, with her hands fisted in the mane and her bottom lip caught between her teeth, concentrating so hard her whole face had gone tight. Morris walked beside the horse, keeping the lead loose, letting the mare set the pace. "Relax your hands, Kylie. She knows where she's going. You're just along for the ride." "What if she goes fast?" "She hasn't gone fast in about 5 years. You're safe." Kylie's grip loosened by a fraction. The mare ambled around the pen, and by the third lap the girl's shoulders had dropped and her back had straightened, and she was smiling at something only she and the horse understood. "Mr. Calloway?" The voice came from across the pen. Theo, 10 years old, independent walking since last month. He was sitting on the painted gelding with his reins held correctly, heels down, posture almost right. "Heels," Morris said. Theo pushed his heels lower. "Mr. Calloway, can I ask you something?" "You just did. A real question. Go ahead." "How come you wear a ring?" Morris looked at his left hand on the lead rope, the gold band, thinned by years of work, catching the morning light. "Because I'm married," he said. "But you don't have a wife at your house." "That's true." "So where's your wife?" Morris adjusted the lead, guiding the gelding into a wider circle. The question sat in the air between him and this 10-year-old boy who had asked it with the plain directness that children brought to things adults had learned to step around. "She's been living somewhere else," Morris said. "She's back now for a while." "Is she nice?" Something shifted in his chest. A loosening or a tightening, he couldn't tell which. "Yeah," he said. "She's nice." "Cool." Theo gathered his reins. "Can I try trotting today?" "Let's see your posting first. Rise when the outside shoulder goes forward." The lesson moved on, and the question dissolved into the work, and Morris stood in the center of the round pen with the lead rope in his hand and the ring on his finger and the morning sun on his back, and thought about the word nice and how it was the smallest, most insufficient word in the language for what Whitney Avery was, and how a 10-year-old had asked the question every adult in Sweetgum had been circling for years and hadn't flinched at the answer. He finished the lessons at noon, helped the kids unsaddle and groom, handed them back to their parents in the driveway with hay in their hair, and the uncomplicated pride of children who had done something difficult with animals and survived. One mother lingered by the paddock fence, watching Morris put the tack away. "My daughter talks about you all week," she said. "You're good with them." "They're good kids." "I mean it, Morris. She was scared of everything before she started coming here. Now she walks right up to that horse like they've been friends her whole life." The mother paused. "You ever think about doing this professionally? Opening a real program?" "I've thought about it." "You should. There's nothing like this anywhere in the county. Kids around here need something that gets them outside and teaches them responsibility, and you've already built it without even trying." She collected her daughter's water bottle from the fence post and headed for the car. "See you next week." Morris watched them drive off. The dust settled in the driveway. The last car turned onto the county road and disappeared behind the trees, and the ranch was quiet again, and the quiet had a quality to it that was different from the morning's noise. Fuller, somehow. The echo of small voices and hoofbeats still hanging in the air. He'd thought about it. A real program with structure and curriculum and maybe a partnership with the school district. Morris had sketched it out once late at night, sitting at the kitchen table with a pad of paper and a pencil. Youth horsemanship, confidence building through animal care. He'd mapped out the sessions, the progression from groundwork to riding, the safety protocols. He'd even drafted a letter to the county about potential funding. He'd gotten as far as the budget projections before he stopped, because the program he was designing had a shape to it that he recognized. A man building something for children on a ranch where his own children were supposed to have been. The program was good, the program was needed. But the reason he'd started it, the impulse that had put the first nervous 7-year-old on the gentlest horse he owned, lived in a place he hadn't finished examining. The pad went in a drawer, same drawer where everything went that he wasn't ready to look at yet. The drive back from the Avery feeding that evening took him past the house. It took him past the house every time. There was no route between the two properties that avoided it, because Vernon and Clayton had put it exactly where they wanted it, dead center on the boundary, equidistant from both barns, anchored on the line where Avery land met Calloway land. A house that belonged to both families and neither. You couldn't get from one ranch to the other without seeing it. Morris slowed the truck. The house was dark, as it always was. The porch light hadn't worked in years. The bulb burned out and never replaced, because replacing it meant walking up those steps and standing in front of that door, and Morris hadn't been able to make himself do that. The last time he'd stood on that porch, Whitney had been inside, and the life they were building had still been possible, and the distance between that moment and this one was something he measured not in years, but in all the mornings he'd driven past without stopping. He looked at it through the truck window. The sweetgum trees had grown up on both sides, their branches interlocking above the roof in a canopy that turned the house into something half-hidden, something the land was slowly reclaiming. The paint on the clapboard had weathered to a pale gray. The porch boards sagged slightly at one corner where water had pooled and sat too long. Through the front window, clouded with years of dust and pollen, Morris could make out the shape of the living room furniture under sheets. A couch, a lamp, the corner of a bookshelf that Whitney had picked out from a catalog before they moved in, circling her choices in pen, certain and permanent, because that was how she marked everything she wanted. He remembered the night they'd carried that bookshelf inside. She'd been barefoot on the new floors, directing him left, no, back right. And when they'd finally set it against the wall, she'd climbed onto his back and wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her face into his hair and said, "Perfect." He could still feel the weight of her, the way her breath had landed warm against his ear, the way her fingers had laced together at his collarbone and held. He looked away from the window. Some memories were heavier when the house was dark. He maintained everything on both properties. Every fence, every barn, every piece of equipment between the Calloway line and the Avery gate. He kept the fields mowed and the drainage clean and the water lines running. He tended the land as his father had taught him and his grandfather had taught his father, with attention and consistency and the belief that what you took care of would take care of you back. Morris did not maintain the house. The porch boards were a weekend project. The paint was 3 days with a crew and a sprayer. The sweetgum trees needed cutting back before the roots did foundation damage. All of this ran through his head every time he drove past, item by item, and every time he drove on without stopping. Because maintaining the house meant deciding what the house was for, and that was a decision he hadn't been able to make alone. He put the truck in gear and drove on. In the rear view, the house got smaller, folded back into the trees, and disappeared. Dinner was subdued. Clayton had gone to bed early, which he did more often lately, his body calling the day done before his mind agreed. Morris and Ruth sat at the kitchen table with the remains of the meal between them and the kind of silence that accumulated between a mother and son who had been sharing this house for years and had learned which silences were comfortable and which were not. This one was not. Ruth had been watching him all evening. Morris could feel it. Something in the pressure, something in the quality of the air. She'd served dinner, talked about the school, asked about the writing lesson. But underneath the conversation, her attention had a weight to it, a focus that told him she was circling something she hadn't decided whether to land on. "Lessons go all right today?" she asked, though he'd already answered this once. "Yes, ma'am. Theo's ready to trot. Kylie's getting more comfortable." "That's good. Those kids are lucky to have you out there." Ruth folded her napkin, unfolded it, folded it again. "Their parents say nice things about you. I hear them at the school. The Jeffersons, the Warners, they talk about how patient you are. I just teach them to ride. You do more than that, and you know it." She set the napkin down. "You're good with children, Morris. You always were. Even when you were young, the little ones on the block followed you around like ducklings." Something in her voice had shifted. The surface was still casual, but the current underneath had changed direction, and Morris felt it pull toward a place he wasn't sure either of them wanted to go. Ruth must have felt it too, because she stopped herself, pressed her lips together, and stood. "I'll clear up," she said. "I can help." "Sit," she said. He sat. Ruth finished the dishes, hung the towel on the oven handle, and turned off the light over the sink. Then she walked over to where Morris was sitting and stood behind his chair and put her hand on his shoulder. She didn't say anything. The hand said it, the weight of it, the steadiness, how it rested there without squeezing, without pulling, just holding. A mother's hand on her son's shoulder at the end of a day that held more than either of them was willing to name. Morris put his hand over hers, just for a moment. Then she patted his shoulder twice, firm and quick, and walked out of the kitchen toward the bedroom. Her footsteps faded down the hall. The house settled into its night sounds, the tick of the cooling stove, the hum of the refrigerator, the creak of old wood finding its resting position. Morris sat at the table and looked at the ring on his hand and thought about a 10-year-old boy asking the simplest question in the world and getting the truest answer Morris had ever given. "She's nice. Nice." The word was nothing, a placeholder for everything he hadn't been able to say to a 10-year-old in a round pen. Whitney Avery was the reason the house between the properties sat empty, and the program sketched on a notepad sat in a drawer, and the ring sat on his finger, worn thin but still there. Every piece of tending Morris did had a hole at the center of it, a space he kept clear without knowing whether he was keeping it clear for her or for the version of himself that had believed she'd come back. Whitney was back now, sleeping in her childhood room a quarter-mile away, on the other side of a fence line and an empty house, and years of silence neither of them had known how to fill. And Morris still didn't know what any of it meant. Only that the band hadn't come off and the space was still clear, and the answer he'd given Theo was the truest thing he'd said in a long time. Ruth came back down the hall in her robe and stopped behind his chair. Her hand came to rest on his shoulder, warm and certain, and she didn't say anything because she didn't need to. Out across the dark, a quarter-mile off, a light in the Avery house went out. Ruth's hand stayed where it was, and mother and son kept the quiet kitchen together a while longer, neither of them ready to name what the light going out meant.
Chapter 7. "I can grip the spoon now," Vivian said. "Watch." She demonstrated, wrapping her right hand around the handle with a concentration that turned the simple act of holding a utensil into something fierce. The fingers closed, held, trembled once, and did not release. Vivian looked up at Whitney with an expression of restrained triumph that was so purely her mother it made Whitney's chest ache. "That's great, Mama." "Great. She says great." Vivian set the spoon on the tray table with deliberate precision. 2 weeks ago, I couldn't hold a pencil. Now I'm scooping applesauce like a grown woman. That's better than great. It's remarkable. It's stubborn is what it is. Keeley says my progress is ahead of the curve. I told her the curve doesn't know what it's dealing with. Whitney leaned back in the visitor's chair. The room looked different from the first night she'd arrived. Vivian had made it hers, as her mother made any space hers. A quilt from home draped over the hospital blanket. Family photos propped on the windowsill beside Mrs. Patterson's wildflowers, which were holding up remarkably well. A crossword book on the nightstand with a pen clipped to the cover, because Vivian Avery did crosswords in pen and always had. The right hand was slower, the grip still uncertain at the edges, but the will behind it was the same will that had run a horse ranch and raised a daughter and survived everything in between. "Dr. Pratt says I can go home next week if the therapy keeps tracking," Vivian said. "Vernon's been getting the house ready. New grab bars in the bathroom, a ramp for the back steps." She paused. "He built the ramp himself. It took him 3 days, and he hit his thumb with the hammer twice, and he didn't ask Morris for help, which means he wanted to do it on his own." "That sounds like Daddy." "It sounds like he wants his wife home." Vivian smoothed the napkin across the tray. "I'm ready. I miss my kitchen. I miss my porch. I miss sleeping in a bed that doesn't have rails on it and waking up to something other than a blood pressure cuff." We'll get you home, Mama. I know you will. Vivian picked up the juice container and opened it with her left hand, then transferred it to her right to drink. A small act of defiance against the side of her body that had betrayed her. She took a sip and set it down. How's Sugar Cookie? Dr. Rawlings adjusted her supplement. Morris has been doing a topical on the joint every morning. She's moving better. Morris, Vivian said his name the same measured way she'd been saying it since Whitney arrived, dropping it into the conversation and watching to see what it displaced. He's been good to me, Whitney. I know, Mama. You've said. I've said he takes care of the ranch. I haven't said what I mean. Vivian set her hands in her lap, the left one folded over the right, and looked at her daughter with an expression that had nothing guarded in it. When I started having trouble with my hip, I didn't tell you. I told myself it was manageable, and I didn't want you to worry. Morris noticed before I said anything. He started coming earlier, staying later. He adjusted the feeding schedule so I wouldn't have to lift the heavy bags. When the hip got worse and I couldn't do the barn stairs, he rebuilt the ramp to the loft so I could still check on the hay stores. She paused. He never made me feel like I was a problem. He was solving. He just made the work smaller until it fit what I could do. The room was quiet, except for the monitor and the low murmur of a television down the hall. Whitney sat with her mother's words and felt them settle into the spaces between what she'd known and what she'd allowed herself to see. Morris had been managing the ranch. She'd understood that abstractly. But hearing Vivian describe the rebuilt ramps and adjusted schedules, the care in it, Morris noticing a limp before the limping woman admitted to it, turned the idea into something with weight and texture. He did that because he's decent, Vivian said, and because he loves this family, even the parts of it that left. The sentence arrived without anger. Vivian delivered it plainly, without decoration, with the certainty of somebody who had earned the right to say exactly what she meant. The subtext was there if Whitney wanted to hear it. He stayed. You didn't. Whitney heard it. I didn't leave the family, Mama. I know that, baby. I know why you left, and I have never blamed you for it. But the ranch didn't know why you left. The horses didn't know. The fences didn't know. Vivian's voice softened. And your husband didn't know, because you didn't tell him. You told him you needed space, and he gave it to you because that man would give you anything you asked for, and then you kept going, and the space turned into years. The words landed in the place where Whitney kept the things she couldn't argue with. She looked at her mother's hands, the left one strong and the right one recovering, both of them steady in her lap, and she didn't say anything, because there was nothing to say that Vivian hadn't already heard in the years of phone calls and avoided visits and the careful silence of a daughter who loved her mother and couldn't come home. I'm telling you this because you're here now, Vivian said, and being here means seeing what's real, even if it's hard. Morris took care of this family when you couldn't. That's not a judgment. That's a fact. What you do with it is yours. The hospital hallway was busy for the middle of the day. Whitney walked toward the exit, her mother's words still pressing against her ribs, and nearly collided with a woman coming around the corner with a bouquet of grocery store flowers and a get-well card. Oh, Whitney? Whitney Avery? The woman was familiar, Sweetgum familiar. Layered with years of church picnics and school functions, and the accumulated proximity of a town where everyone had seen everyone else at their best and worst. It took Whitney a moment to place her. Mrs. Bridges, Loretta Bridges, one of the women from the book club, from the walking group, from the fabric of Sweetgum that Whitney had stepped out of and left intact behind her. Mrs. Bridges, hi. Look at you. Mrs. Bridges shifted the flowers to her other arm and pulled Whitney into a quick, firm hug. I heard you were back. How's your mama doing? She's getting stronger every day. Should be home soon. That's wonderful. Vivian's a fighter. I've been meaning to visit, but you know how it is. The days just get away from you. Mrs. Bridges held Whitney at arm's length and something happened in her face. A micro shift. A recalibration behind the eyes, as if a second set of information had loaded beneath the first. Whitney recognized it because she'd been seeing it since she got back, the moment when the person in front of her remembered not just who she was, but what had happened to her. Mrs. Bridges' smile held steady. but the temperature behind it changed. The eyes went softer. The grip on Whitney's arms gentled. "Well, it's just so good to see you, honey. The town's missed you." Mrs. Bridges' hand found Whitney's elbow, a touch so practiced in its warmth that it could only have come from decades of greeting people in hallways and at church doors. "You look wonderful. You really do." "Thank you, Mrs. Bridges. You tell your mama we're all pulling for her. I'll bring a casserole by the house next week when she's settled. And tell Vernon I said hello. That man has been a rock through all of this." "He has. I'll tell him." Mrs. Bridges squeezed her elbow once more, gathered her flowers and her card, and continued down the hall toward Vivian's room. Her heels clicked on the linoleum, brisk and purposeful, a woman on her way to do the things Sweetgum people did best: show up. Whitney stood in the corridor and breathed and told herself the heat behind her eyes was fluorescent lighting and nothing else. Everyone carried it: the warm greeting, the genuine pleasure, and then the shift behind the eyes, the moment when the memory surfaced, the pregnancy, the leaving, the years. Sweetgum held all of it, and the people of Sweetgum carried it in their faces when they looked at her. And the kindness was real, and so was the weight of what lived underneath it, and both landed on her at the same time. She pushed through the exit doors and walked to her car. That morning, in the Avery barn, Morris's work jacket had been hanging on the hook inside the door. She'd noticed it when she went in to check on the horses. A lined canvas jacket faded from years of wear, and she'd stood there longer than she should have, because the jacket smelled like him. Hay and leather and the warm mineral scent of outdoor work. And underneath that something else, something that had no name except Morris. And her body had responded to it before her mind could intervene. A heat in her chest, a loosening in her hands, the involuntary lean toward a scent that her body remembered from a time when leaning toward him was the most natural thing in the world. She'd hung the jacket back on the hook and walked out of the barn and told herself it was just a jacket. The drive home took 15 minutes. She knew the route by feel now, the turns and straightaways, and the one stretch where the road dipped and the cell signal dropped. She drove with the windows down because the air helped and the quiet of the car didn't. The house appeared on the right. She'd been passing it every day, eyes forward, aware of its shape in her peripheral vision, present and avoided, a door she'd decided to keep closed. The sweetgum trees flanking it, the porch she hadn't stood on, the windows she hadn't looked through. Every trip between the ranch and the hospital took her past it, and every trip she'd kept her eyes on the road. Today, she turned her head. She slowed the car, pulled to the shoulder, looked. The house was smaller than she remembered. That was the first thing. In her memory, it had been enormous, the biggest thing her parents and Morris's parents had ever built, a monument to the future they were all so certain about. In reality, it was a modest 2-bedroom with a covered porch and a pitched roof, and the kind of honest proportions that came from people who built with purpose rather than pretension. Her designer's eye engaged before she could stop it. The clapboard had weathered to a soft gray that was actually beautiful, the kind of aged wood finish her clients in Manhattan paid thousands to replicate. The roofline was clean, the pitch calibrated for hard southern rain. The windows were well placed, sized for cross-ventilation and morning light in a way that suggested someone, Vernon or Clayton, had thought carefully about how the sun would move through those rooms. These were not men who built carelessly. They had built this house the same summer their children graduated, 2 fathers putting their faith into framing and roof joists and a foundation deep enough to hold. The sweetgum trees had grown wild, their branches laced together above the roof in a canopy that filtered the light into something cathedral-like. The porch sagged at one corner. A shutter hung at an angle. The front walk was cracked and weedy. A gutter had pulled loose on the east side and hung at an angle that would channel water straight into the foundation during a hard rain. Morris maintained everything else, every fence on both properties, every barn, every piece of equipment. She'd seen the evidence of his care on every surface she'd touched since arriving. The oiled hinges, the re-railed fences, the supplemented feed and the trimmed hooves and the equipment shed organized with a precision that told her Morris believed taking care of things was the same as keeping faith. He had not touched this house. The recognition moved through her like cold water. She understood, suddenly and completely, what the neglect meant. A man who tended everything had left one thing untended, and the one thing was the house their parents built for their marriage. And the reason was as plain as the sagging porch. The house wasn't his to fix alone. Repairing it meant deciding what it was for, and that decision belonged to both of them, and for years there had only been one of them here. So the porch sagged, and the paint peeled, and the sweetgum trees grew over the roof, and Morris drove past it every day and cataloged every repair and never stopped the truck. He'd been waiting for her to come back and decide with him. She looked at the house for a long time. Then she put the car in gear and drove on, and the house disappeared in her mirror. Vernon was on the Avery porch when she pulled in. 2 glasses of sweet tea on the table between the rocking chairs, ice still holding. He'd timed it, or he'd been waiting, which amounted to the same thing. "Sit with me a minute," he said. She sat. He handed her a glass. The tea was cold and sweet, Vernon's recipe, with enough sugar to be a statement and enough ice to be an apology for the sugar. They rocked for a while without talking. The porch faced west, and the late afternoon sun came through the oak canopy in shifting coins of light that moved across the floorboards. A mockingbird was working through its set in the tree nearest the barn. The horses were visible in the far pasture, dark shapes moving against the green. "Your mama looked good today," Whitney said. "She did." Vernon sipped his tea. Grabbed the spoon right in front of me and wouldn't let go. Held it up like she'd won a prize. "She's something." "She is." He rocked. The chair creaked on the same board it had always creaked on, a sound so embedded in Whitney's memory that hearing it made her eyes sting. "I've been meaning to tell you something," he said. "Okay. I'm proud of what you built up there. In New York. The business. The life." He paused, and the pause had the quality of a man holding words up to the light before setting them down. "I don't say that enough because saying it felt like giving you permission to stay gone, and I didn't want to do that. But you should know. Your mother and I are proud." Whitney looked at her tea. The ice shifted. "I'm also proud of you for coming back," Vernon said. "Those are 2 different kinds of proud, and they sit in 2 different places, and I wanted you to hear both of them." She couldn't speak for a moment. She sipped the tea to cover it, and the sweetness landed on her tongue and sat there, and the mockingbird kept going, and the chairs kept rocking, and her father sat beside her in the late light with the quiet certainty that had anchored her whole life, whether she'd been here to feel it or not. "Thank you, Daddy." Vernon settled deeper into the rocker. The light was going gold at the edges, the sun dropping behind the tree line and turning everything it touched into something richer than it had been a minute before. "Your mama told you some hard things today." It wasn't a question. Vernon knew because Vernon always knew, because Vivian told him everything, or because he could read his daughter's face from across a porch and see what the day had cost her. She did. "She's right about all of it," Vernon said, "and it still needs saying. But I want you to hear this part too. Nobody in this family stopped loving you. Not your mama, not me, not that boy across the fence. You left and we loved you the whole time. You came back and we love you now. Those aren't different amounts. They're the same amount with different mileage on it." The mockingbird stopped mid-phrase, as if even the bird needed a moment to sit with that. "You want me to heat up Rochelle's leftovers, or are you handling dinner yourself tonight?" "I'll handle it." "All right, then." He finished his tea and set the glass on the table and looked out at the pasture, where Sugar Cookie was standing at the far fence with her head up, watching the house the way old horses watched things. Patiently, without expectation, as if she'd learned a long time ago that the people she loved came back when they were ready, and there was no use rushing them. Vernon followed Whitney's gaze to the mare and said nothing, because Vernon Avery knew when silence was the kindest thing a father could offer, and this was one of those times.
Chapter 8. "She's bagging up," Clayton said, running his hand along the Avery mare's udder. "Wax on the teats. Could be a few days, could be tonight." Morris crouched beside his father and looked at the mare's flanks. She was a solid bay named Ginger, one of the Avery broodmares, and she'd been carrying since last summer. Her belly was low and heavy, and she'd been restless for the past week, pacing the paddock, lying down and getting up, her tail switching at nothing. Morris had been checking her twice a day, morning and evening, watching for the signs Clayton had taught him to read: the loosening of the muscles around the tail head, the changes in the udder, the shift in behavior that meant the mare's body knew what was coming even before she did. "I want to set up the foaling stall," Morris said. "Clean bedding, foaling kit, the whole thing." Rawlings said to call her when the mare starts showing active signs. "You'll need shavings. We're low. I'll run to the feed store this morning." Clayton stood, brushing his hands on his jeans. He looked at the mare with a considering expression. Clayton had delivered more foals than he could count, and he still treated each one as if the outcome weren't guaranteed. "She's a first-timer," Clayton said. "Watch for dystocia. If the foal doesn't present right, you call Rawlings before you try to correct it yourself." "I mean it, Morris." "I know. I know you know. I'm saying it anyway." Clayton patted the mare's neck. "First foals test your patience. They take their time and they don't care about your schedule." He walked toward the barn door, then paused. "Whitney going to be around for this?" "She's been doing the evening feedings. She'll be here." Clayton nodded once and left, and Morris stayed with the mare for another minute, his hand on her side, feeling the foal shift beneath the skin. A living thing, getting ready to arrive. The mare turned her head and looked at him with the calm, enduring patience of an animal who understood that the work of carrying something was almost done, and the work of delivering it was about to begin. The feed store was at the far end of Main Street, past the hardware store and the barber shop, in a concrete block building that had been selling grain and tack and fencing supplies since before Morris was born. He knew every aisle. He could walk straight to the foaling supplies with his eyes closed, and he nearly did, because the alternative was making eye contact with Wendell Dunbar behind the register, and Wendell Dunbar had never met a piece of gossip he didn't consider a public service. Morris Calloway. Wendell leaned on the counter with both elbows, his reading glasses pushed up on his forehead. "Haven't seen you in here on a weekday in a while. Special occasion?" "Foaling supplies. Got a mare close." "Avery mare or Calloway mare?" "Avery." Wendell reached under the counter for the catalog, though Morris hadn't asked for one. "Heard the Avery place has had some changes lately. Vernon's girl came back, is what I heard. She's helping with the ranch while Vivian recovers." "That right." Wendell found the page he wanted and turned the catalog around on the counter, pointing to a foaling kit with a pen. "This one's got the iodine and the clamps and the towels all in one box. Saves you from having to piece it together." "I'll take it." "Smart, man." Wendell rang it up at an unhurried pace, using the register as a stalling device. "Rochelle was in here last week buying soil for Benjamin's window boxes. You know those two, always working on that B&B. She mentioned your wife's been eating at the diner." Morris set the foaling kit on the counter. "I need 2 more bags of pine bedding." "Said she looks good. Different, but good. Big city polish on her," Rochelle said. "But the girl still orders fried fish, so she hasn't gone too far." Wendell pulled 2 bags from the stack behind the register and set them beside the kit. "You know how Rochelle is. She reads people like menus. Everybody's got opinions." "True enough, but Rochelle's are usually right." Wendell totaled the purchase and slid the receipt across the counter. "You need anything else? We got a new fly spray that's supposed to work better than the last batch." "Just the foaling supplies." "All right then, you take care of that mare, and tell Vernon I said hello. That man's been holding it down over there." Wendell leaned back on his stool. "Nice to have family home, though. Vivian's been needing the help." Morris signed the receipt, loaded the supplies into the truck bed, and drove out of the parking lot, with Wendell's words sitting in the cab beside him like an uninvited passenger. The town had been circling the subject of Whitney since she arrived, each person approaching from a different angle, each one careful in a way that told Morris they'd been discussing it among themselves and had reached some consensus he wasn't privy to. Sweetgum talked. Sweetgum had always talked. The trick was knowing which conversations to walk through and which to walk around, and Morris had spent years perfecting the walk around. Today, it took more effort than usual. Wendell's voice, Rochelle's observations relayed secondhand, the whole town watching from the counter of the feed store and the booth at the diner, and Morris driving through it with his ring on his finger and his mouth shut, and the foaling supplies rattling in the truck bed behind him. The Avery barn was warm in the afternoon light, the big doors open on both ends to let the breeze through. Dust motes drifted in the slanted light, slow and aimless, and the air smelled like hay and leather and the faint sweetness of the oat bin. Morris found Whitney in the tack room, cleaning a bridle with saddle soap and a rag. She'd pulled her hair back and rolled her sleeves to the elbows, and there was a smudge of soap on her wrist that she either hadn't noticed or didn't care about. "Ginger's close," he said from the doorway. "I picked up foaling supplies. We need to set up the stall." She looked up from the bridle. "Which stall?" "End stall. It's the biggest, and it's closest to the water line. We need to strip it, disinfect, put down fresh bedding, and set up the foaling kit where we can reach it." Whitney hung the bridle on the hook and wiped her hands on the rag. "Show me what you need." They worked. The end stall was 10 by 12, larger than the others, with a Dutch door that could be closed at the top for privacy or left open for ventilation. Morris pulled the old bedding out in forkfuls, while Whitney swept the floor beneath it, and the work put them in the same small space, moving around each other with the awareness of two people whose bodies occupied a shared geography that their minds were still negotiating. The stall was close quarters. Every turn brought them near each other. Every reach put an arm within inches of a shoulder or a hip. Morris was conscious of it in his bones. The geometry of the space, the angles of her body, the distance that kept shrinking as they worked toward the center. He handed her the disinfectant bucket, and their fingers overlapped on the handle, and the contact lasted half a second, and he felt it for 30. They scrubbed the walls and the floor in silence. The disinfectant was sharp and clinical. Nothing like the warm smells of the working barn, hard physical work that put heat into their arms and shoulders and backs. Whitney worked with the focus he'd come to expect from her, thorough and efficient. The designer's attention applied to a surface that wasn't marble countertop, but mattered just as much. She scrubbed the corners where the walls met the floor, the crevices where bacteria could hide, the bolt holes where the water bucket hung. She didn't cut corners. She never had. "The floor needs to dry before we put the bedding down," he said. "I know how foaling stalls work, Morris." He almost smiled. "I know you do." The exchange had become something of its own, a call and response that functioned as both boundary and bridge. He explained things she already knew. She reminded him she knew them. He said the 3 words that meant more every time. The rhythm of it was comfortable and loaded, and he wondered if she heard it the same way he did, as two people slowly rebuilding a language they'd lost. They waited for the floor to dry, sitting on hay bales outside the stall with the afternoon light falling through the open barn doors. The barn was quiet except for the horses and the distant sound of a tractor on the county road. Whitney had her knees drawn up, her arms resting on them, and she was looking at the barn interior with that expression Morris had started to recognize. The designer's eye cataloging light and texture and proportion, seeing the space for what it could be rather than what it was. "You've been looking at this barn differently," he said. She glanced at him. "What do you mean?" "I mean you've been seeing it. The light, the wood, the way things are put together. I catch you doing it, and you probably don't know you're doing it. It's a habit. It's more than a habit. It's how you see the world." He picked a piece of hay off his sleeve. "I've watched you do it since you got back. The barn, the fences, the pasture. You look at this place and something happens in your face, like you're having a conversation with it that nobody else can hear." She was quiet for a moment. "It's beautiful here, Morris. I forgot how beautiful it is." "You didn't forget. You just stopped letting yourself see it." The words hung in the air, and he heard himself say them, and knew they weren't about the barn anymore, and from the stillness in her face, she knew it too. Morris unboxed the foaling kit on the ledge outside the stall, laying out the supplies in order: iodine for the umbilical stump, hemostats, clean towels, a bulb syringe, a watch for timing contractions. Whitney leaned against the stall door and watched him arrange the items. "You've done this before," she said. "A few times." "How many is a few?" "Enough to know what can go wrong." He set the watch at the end of the row. "Clayton taught me. His rule was always the same. Stay calm, stay out of the way, and let the mare do the work unless she can't." Sounds like Clayton. Sounds like good advice for most things. Whitney didn't answer right away. The barn was still except for the sound of Ginger moving in her stall 2 doors down, the rhythmic shift of hooves on bedding, the heavy breathing of a mare close to her time. "Do you think she'll be okay?" Whitney asked. "Ginger's strong. Rawlings says everything looks normal." He paused. "First foals are unpredictable, though. We'll want to be here when it happens." "We," she said. He looked at her. She was standing by the stall door with her arms loose at her sides, and the late sun coming through the barn doors behind her, and her face held something he hadn't seen on it in weeks. Openness. The guarded expression she'd been wearing since the first morning in the barn had cracked, and underneath it was the face he remembered, present in the moment instead of bracing against it. "We," he said. "It's your mare, your barn. I'm just the one with the foaling kit. You're more than that, and you know it." The sentence landed between them with a weight that had nothing to do with horses. Morris held it, the same instinct he'd learned with the feed bucket and the ring, and every other thing Whitney said that meant more than its surface. "Hold it, don't squeeze, let it sit." "Floor's dry," he said after a moment. "Let's get the bedding down." They spread the pine shavings together, working from opposite ends of the stall toward the middle. The bedding went down thick and even, and the smell of fresh pine filled the small space, clean and sharp, and Morris breathed it in and thought about all the stalls he'd bedded in his life, and how none of them had felt like this one, because none of them had involved standing 3 feet from Whitney Avery in a space they were preparing for a new life to arrive in. They met in the center. The bedding was done, the stall was ready, and they were standing 2 feet apart in a space built for a horse, and the closeness had the quality of something that had been approaching for days and had finally arrived. Morris reached past her to adjust the water bucket hanging on the far wall. His arm crossed in front of her body, his forearm brushing against her shoulder, and he felt her go still. Her breathing changed, a catch and a held beat, and his arm was against her shoulder, and the warmth of her came through the fabric like a pulse. He could have adjusted the bucket and pulled back. The bucket was fine. The bucket had been fine before he reached for it. He held the position. 2 seconds, 3, 4. She didn't move. Her shoulder stayed against his arm, and her breath stayed held, and the 2 feet between them was no longer a distance but a decision, and neither of them was making it yet. He let go, stepped back. The air where his arm had been went cold. "Stall's ready," he said. His voice sounded the same. He considered that a victory. "Stall's ready," she repeated, and her voice did not sound the same, and the difference went through him like a current. They walked out of the barn together into the late afternoon. The sun was dropping behind the tree line, turning the sky gold and pink above the pastures, and the light caught the fence line between the 2 properties and made the old wood glow. Morris stopped at the paddock gate. Whitney stopped beside him. They stood there, both looking west, and the space between them held everything they hadn't said and everything their bodies had said for them in the stall. The foaling kit was laid out. The bedding was down. A mare was close to delivering, and somewhere in the preparation of that space, in the pine shavings and the disinfectant and the careful arrangement of supplies for a life that hadn't arrived yet, something had shifted between them that couldn't shift back. Morris looked at her from the corner of his eye. Her face was open in a way he'd only caught in glimpses, and her body had lost the braced quality it carried most of the time, the tension of a woman holding herself ready for an exit. She looked, for the first time, like someone who wasn't thinking about leaving. Clayton's voice came from the Calloway porch, carrying across the pasture in the still air. "Morris, dinner." Morris raised a hand toward his father without turning. He looked at Whitney. She was watching the sunset with her profile lit gold, her hair loose where it had come free from the tie, and the expression on her face was one he'd been waiting years to see without knowing what it would look like. It looked like someone deciding to stay. "Good night," he said. "Good night." He walked toward the Calloway side. The grass was damp with early evening dew, and his boots left dark prints in the green, and the air smelled like hay and fresh bedding, and the end of a day that had changed something. Behind him, a light came on in the Avery kitchen window, and Whitney's shape crossed it, carrying plates to the sink. He made himself keep walking. At the fence line, he turned back once. Whitney was still standing at the gate with the sunset behind her, her hand on the top rail, her face turned toward the light. And Clayton was still on the porch, waiting, his silhouette framed by the lit windows of the house, watching his son walk home from the place he'd been going every morning for years, with a look on his face that was different from the one he usually brought back.
Chapter 9. Since when does Sweetgum have a coffee shop? Angie pulled open the door to Roasted Beans Coffee Spot and held it for Whitney with the expression of a woman presenting evidence. Since Joanne Richards decided this town needed better caffeine, she opened it a few years back and it took off. She's got 3 locations now. 3? In Sweetgum? And Peachwood. The woman doesn't sleep. Angie steered them toward a table near the window. The shop was warm and smelled like roasted espresso and something baked, and the interior had the kind of intentional coziness that Whitney recognized from her work. Reclaimed wood accents, mismatched chairs that somehow coordinated, good lighting that made the space feel larger than it was. Someone with an eye had designed this room, or someone with instincts good enough to make design unnecessary. The woman behind the counter was taking an order while simultaneously restocking the pastry case, moving with the efficient energy of an owner rather than an employee. She caught Angie's eye and gave a quick wave. "That's Joanne," Angie said, sliding into a chair. "She does the open mic nights here on Saturdays. Half the town shows up." Whitney sat down and looked around. The shop was full for a weekday morning. A couple sharing a laptop at the corner table, an older man with a newspaper, 2 women in workout clothes laughing over lattes. Through the front window, she could see the stretch of Main Street she'd driven past without stopping for days, and the view from inside the coffee shop made it feel like a different street than the one she remembered. "You're doing it," Angie said. "Doing what?" "That thing where you look at a space and take it apart in your head. I've watched you do it since we were kids. You used to rearrange my bedroom every time you came over. Your bed was blocking the window. My bed was fine. Your bed was blocking the only source of natural light in the room. I moved it 3 inches. You moved it 3 inches and then rearranged everything else to match. That's what you do." Angie grinned. "You can't help it. You see a room and your brain starts editing." Whitney shook her head, smiling despite herself. The coffee arrived with a warm nod and an efficient pour, and Whitney wrapped her hands around the mug and let the heat settle her. The espresso was good. Better than good. The kind of small batch quality she associated with Brooklyn roasters, not a small town like Sweetgum. She took a second sip and held it on her tongue, and the richness of it surprised her into stillness. "I told you," Angie said, watching her face. "Joanne doesn't play." "She does not." "This town has changed," Whitney said. "This town has grown." Angie sipped her own coffee, holding the mug with both hands. "Joanne's shop, the watch repair place just in times. Dara's opening a bakery on the east side of Main Street. Demetrius has his comic book store. The ice cream shop is still going strong." She set the mug down. "Sweetgum didn't freeze when you left, Whit. People moved in. People built things. Kids graduated and came back and started businesses instead of leaving." The word leaving sat in the air. Angie hadn't aimed it, but it found its target anyway. "I didn't leave because I thought the town was too small," Whitney said. "I know why you left." The sentence was quiet and carried more weight than its 5 words should have held. Angie looked at her across the table with the same unsparing honesty she'd brought to every conversation they'd had since childhood, the same willingness to walk into difficult rooms and turn on the lights. "I've never judged you for going," Angie said. "You needed to go. What happened to you and Morris was—" She paused, and in the pause, Whitney felt the whole room tilt slightly, as if the floor were adjusting to accommodate the mass of what was about to be said. What happened was devastating, Whit. Losing a pregnancy like that, at that age, alone like you were, I would have run too. There it was, the word nobody had used to her face since she got back: pregnancy. The thing the town carried in its eyes when it looked at her, the second layer of information that loaded behind every smile, every hug, every warm greeting. It had a name, and the name had been spoken, and Whitney sat in a coffee shop on Main Street and felt the ground shift under her chair. The town talked about it, Angie said. You know that. Sweetgum talks about everything. But here's the thing about how Sweetgum talks. It moves through information fast. By the time you'd been gone a month, people had processed it. They grieved for you. Mrs. Patterson organized a prayer circle. Rochelle closed the diner early the day she heard. The town did what the town does. It held the weight of it together, and then it moved on, because that's what communities do. Angie leaned forward, her elbows on the table, her voice lower now. But you didn't get any of that. You were already gone. You carried it alone, in a city where nobody knew your name. And you sealed it up so tight that when people here try to look at you now, they can see the seam, but they can't find the opening. And I think that's what's killing you. The fact that Sweetgum processed your grief without you. That the gossip mill that runs on everything, that can spread news about who's dating who before breakfast, couldn't do the one thing you needed it to do. Whitney's hands tightened on the mug. The espresso had gone lukewarm. What did I need it to do? Spread the news fast enough that you didn't have to tell people yourself. Angie's voice was gentle now, the kind of gentle that came from knowing exactly where the wound was and touching it with care rather than avoidance. You told everyone you were pregnant, and then the pregnancy ended, and you had to tell everyone that too, one person at a time, in the grocery store, at the post office, at church. And every single time, you had to watch their face change and hold their sadness and tell them you were fine when you weren't. The coffee shop hummed around them. The barista restocked the pastry case. Joanne's voice carried from behind the counter, something about an order for the weekend. The sounds of a place that was functioning, that had no idea what was being opened at the table by the window. Angie, I'm almost done. Angie reached across the table and put her hand over Whitney's. You left because the alternative was staying in a town where everyone knew and nobody could fix it, and the person you were supposed to grieve with was grieving too, and you didn't know how to do it together. I understand that. I have always understood that. Then why does it feel like you're about to say but? Because there is a but. Angie squeezed her hand and let go. The but is that you've been back for weeks now, and you're still sealed up. You're doing the ranch and the hospital and the feeding and the fence repair and all of it, and you're doing it beautifully. And you haven't once talked about what actually happened to anyone, including the man you were married to when it happened. Whitney looked out the window. Main Street was bright in the morning sun, the storefronts casting short shadows on the sidewalk. A woman pushed a stroller past the coffee shop. An older couple walked arm in arm toward the town square. The town was alive and ordinary and going about its business, and Whitney was sitting inside it with her oldest friend and the word pregnancy hanging in the air between them for the first time in years. I don't know how to talk about it, Whitney said. I've never known how to talk about it. That's why I left. I know, baby. Everyone kept asking, after. They'd see me in town and their face would do that thing, that softening, and then they'd say, "How are you doing?" in that voice. And I'd have to say, "I'm fine," and watch them decide whether to believe me. And then the ones who hadn't heard would ask about the baby, and I'd have to say, "There is no baby." And you could see the moment they understood. And I had to stand there and hold their reaction on top of my own. She let go of the mug. The gossip mill could spread everything else in this town before lunchtime. It couldn't spread the one thing I needed it to. Angie was quiet. She let the words sit. I know Morris lost the baby too, Whitney said, and the sentence came out of a place she hadn't known she was going to open. I know he was grieving. I know I left him in the middle of it. I know all of that, Ang. I've known it for years. Knowing it and being able to do something about it are different things. They are, Angie said. But you're here now, and he's still here, and the knowing is closer to the doing than you think. They walked Main Street after the coffee, and Whitney let Angie narrate the changes. Just in time's clock and watch repair, with its hand-painted sign and its window full of antique timepieces, run by a man named Justin Clark, who had moved to Sweetgum and built something from scratch. Demetrius's comic book store, Nerd Central, with a vinyl banner advertising a weekend gaming tournament and a hand-lettered sign that read, "If we don't have it, you don't need it." The dance studio, Lights Camera Dance, where a class was visible through the glass, a dozen bodies moving in unison to music Whitney couldn't hear from the sidewalk. The ice cream shop, Scoop, there it is, still in its original spot, still run by Rashad Brown, whose family owned the dairy farm outside town. Angie said Rashad had expanded the menu and added a candy counter, and in the summers the line went out the door and down the block. Whitney took it in. The brick sidewalks were the same, but the storefronts between them had filled with life she hadn't been here to witness. These were businesses run by people who had chosen this town, or chosen to stay in it, and poured themselves into the choosing. The irony was sharp and quiet. She'd left Sweetgum to build something in a city that didn't know her name, and while she was gone, people had been building right here, in the town she'd told herself she'd outgrown. Dara Langston is opening a bakery on the east side, Angie said, pointing to a storefront with brown paper over the windows and a "Coming Soon" sign propped in the door. Dara's kitchen. She's been recipe testing for months. Joanne's been mentoring her. Joanne mentors? Joanne does everything. She's on the business council. She runs open mic nights. She helped Rashad with his expansion plan. Angie glanced sideways at Whitney. She built what she built because she believed Sweetgum was worth investing in. A lot of people here believe that. The sentence didn't have an edge. It didn't need one. The edge was in the fact itself. People had invested in this town. They had looked at the same streets Whitney had walked as a teenager and seen potential where she had seen limitations, and they had been right. Her phone buzzed. Ginger's getting restless. Rawlings wants us to start watching her overnight in a day or two. Can you be at the barn in the morning? Whitney looked at the text. Then she looked at Main Street, at the coffee shop she'd never been to, and the businesses she'd never seen, and the town that had become something new while she was becoming something new 3 states away. She typed, "I'll be there." Her hands were steady. The rest of her was less certain. Angie drove her back to the ranch. The windows were down, and the late afternoon light poured through the car, and Angie had the radio on low, some R&B station out of Atlanta. And for a few miles, neither of them said anything. The silence was different from the one at the coffee shop. That silence had been loaded. This one was clean. They'd said the hard things and come through them, and now the air between them was lighter. Like air after a storm passes and the pressure drops and the world smells like wet earth and open sky. "Thank you," Whitney said, somewhere on the stretch between the county road and the ranch turnoff. "For what?" "For saying the thing about the gossip, about how the town processed it without me." She looked out the window at the passing oaks. "I've been carrying that without knowing what to call it, the feeling of having missed my own grief. Like everyone else had the funeral, and I was still standing outside the church." Angie didn't respond right away. She drove, her hands easy on the wheel, her profile steady in the late light. Then she said, "You didn't miss it, Whit. You just did it somewhere else. Alone. And alone is harder. That's all." The Avery driveway came into view. Morris's truck was parked beside the barn. Angie pulled in behind Whitney's rental and put the car in park, but didn't turn it off. She looked at the truck, then at Whitney, then at the barn where the light was on and the door was open. And somewhere inside, a man was doing the evening feeding, because that was what he did every day, had done every day, would do every day, until someone told him to stop or gave him a reason to stay. "Whit. Yeah. He never stopped being your husband." Angie's voice was even and clear and held no drama, which was what made it devastating. "The ring is on his finger. The truck is in your driveway. He said no to the divorce papers. The whole town has known for years what that man is, and the only person who seems surprised by it is you." Whitney looked at the truck, the barn light, the open door. "I'm not surprised," she said quietly. "I'm scared." Angie studied her face for a long moment. Then she reached over and squeezed Whitney's hand, firm and brief. "Good," she said. "Scared means you still care. And caring is the first honest thing you've done since you came home." Whitney got out of the car. Angie waited until she'd reached the porch steps, then backed out of the driveway, her taillights glowing red in the early evening. Her hand raised once through the open window before the car turned onto the road and was gone. The barn light was still on. The truck was still there, and Whitney stood on the porch with her keys in her hand and the word scared sitting in her chest where it had been living for years, except now it had a name, and the name made it smaller, and the smallness made it possible to walk toward the barn instead of away from it. She didn't walk toward the barn. She went inside and put the kettle on and stood at the kitchen window and watched the light in the barn until it went out. She watched Morris walk to his truck, his silhouette dark against the barn's pale wood. He paused at the driver's side and looked toward the house, and she stepped back from the window instinctively, as if being seen watching would cost her something she wasn't ready to spend. Her shoulder still remembered his arm against it in the foaling stall. 2 days ago, and the heat of that contact hadn't faded. She could feel it now, standing at the kitchen window with a county road and a fence line and all their unfinished business between her and the man getting into his truck. And the sensation was so vivid, it made her press her hand flat against her own shoulder, as if she could hold the ghost of it there. Then he got in and drove away, the red glow of his truck tracing the gravel road between the properties, passing the house, passing the fence, disappearing into the Calloway side. The kettle clicked off. She poured her tea and sat at the kitchen table with both hands around the mug. The house was still. Vivian's kitchen, Vivian's table, the same chair Whitney had sat in as a girl doing homework while her mother cooked. Tomorrow she'd be at the barn in the morning. Tomorrow the mare would be closer to foaling. Tomorrow she'd stand in the space she and Morris had prepared together, the pine shavings and the foaling kit and the clean stall waiting for something new, and she'd try to be present for it. Tonight she sat with the name Angie had given her fear. Down the hall her mother's door opened. Vivian's slow, deliberate steps crossed to the bathroom and back, the cane tapping its patient rhythm, and at her own door she paused. "Good night, baby," she called, without checking whether Whitney was still up. Mothers always knew. "Night, Mama." The door clicked shut. Whitney drank her tea in her mother's kitchen, in her mother's house, with her mother's voice still warm in the hallway, and for tonight, that held her.
Chapter 10. "Her tail's been switching all evening," Whitney said, standing at the stall door with her chin resting on her forearms, and she keeps looking at her flanks. That's normal for this stage. Morris was inside the stall with Ginger, his hand on her belly, feeling the foal shift. She's uncomfortable, the foal's moving into position. Is she close? Close, but not tonight. She hasn't broken a sweat yet, and the udder hasn't waxed fresh. Could be tomorrow. Could be the day after. He ran his hand along the mare's side, reading the tension in the muscle as his father had taught him. Slow, attentive, listening with his palm. She'll tell us when she's ready. Whitney had been at the barn for the evening check every night this week. Morris hadn't asked her to come. She'd started showing up, silently, appearing at the stall door while he was doing his assessment, her coffee in one hand and her phone in her back pocket and her hair still damp from a shower. She didn't announce herself. She just arrived. And the fact of her arriving, the choice she was making every evening to walk from the Avery house to this barn and stand beside him while he checked a horse, was something Morris held carefully and did not name. Tonight she'd arrived earlier than usual. He'd found her already in the barn when he got there, standing at Ginger's stall, her hand on the mare's neck, talking to the horse in a low voice he couldn't quite hear. She'd looked up when he came in, and something in her face had been different from the other nights. Softer, less guarded, as if the armor she wore into every encounter had been set aside for the evening, deliberately, and the woman standing in the barn was closer to the one he remembered than the one who'd arrived with a suitcase and an envelope 3 weeks ago. "Rawlings is on call," he said, stepping out of the stall and latching the door. If anything changes overnight, I'll hear it from the house. Sound carries. You can hear this barn from the Calloway house? I can hear this barn in my sleep. He wiped his hands on his jeans. I've woken up at 2 in the morning because a horse coughed in a stall a quarter-mile away. Clayton thinks I'm making it up. I'm not. The corner of her mouth moved, almost a smile. He'd been collecting those almost smiles for weeks now, cataloging each one, filing them in the place where he kept evidence that the wall she'd built was developing cracks. Come on, he said. She's settled for now. We can check her again in an hour. They walked out of the barn into the evening. The air had cooled since sundown, and the sky was clear, the stars coming through in the hard, bright scatter that only happened in places where the nearest streetlight was a mile away. Morris sat on a hay bale outside the barn door. Whitney sat on the one beside it, close enough that he could hear her breathe, and far enough that neither of them had to decide what the distance meant. The barn light spilled out in a warm rectangle on the ground between their feet. Inside, Ginger shifted in her stall, her hooves shuffling in the fresh shavings. The night was quiet except for the horses and the crickets and the faint mechanical hum of the water pump at the Calloway well. They sat. Morris leaned forward, elbows on his knees, his hat in his hands. Whitney pulled her knees up and wrapped her arms around them, two people occupying a stillness that had taken days to build, sitting in it now like water that had finally reached the right temperature. Carefully, because any sudden movement might change it. She's strong, Whitney said after a while. Ginger, you can see it in her. She knows what's happening and she's not afraid of it. Horses aren't afraid of foaling. They're built for it. The fear is ours. He said it without thinking, and then he heard what he'd said, and the words sat in the space between the hay bales like something that had been waiting to be spoken and had chosen this moment, this quiet, this exact configuration of darkness and closeness and a pregnant mare breathing steadily 20 feet away. Whitney didn't move. She was looking at the sky, her profile lit by the barn light, and her stillness told him she'd heard what he'd said underneath what he'd said. The silence held for a long time. Long enough for the crickets to cycle through whatever rhythm they kept. Long enough for Ginger to circle her stall once and settle again. Long enough for Morris to understand that if he was going to say the thing he'd been carrying, he was going to say it now, in this quiet, to this woman, under these stars, or he was never going to say it at all. I lost that baby too, Whitney. The words came out plain, unadorned, the simplest sentence in the language and the hardest one he'd ever spoken. 7 words that had lived in his chest for years, pressing against his ribs every morning when he woke up and every night before he fell asleep, and now they were in the air, and the air held them, and they didn't fall. And you left before I could tell you. Whitney went still in a way he'd never seen before. It was different from the composure she wore around town, different from the control she brought to the barn. This was a deeper stillness, the kind that came from the body when the mind received information it hadn't known it was missing. As if a piece of the picture she'd been carrying for years had just shifted, and the image was rearranging itself to accommodate what she was seeing for the first time. She turned her head and looked at him. Her eyes were dark in the low light, and they were full, and Morris looked into them and saw something he hadn't expected. Surprise. Genuine surprise. She knew he'd lost the baby. She'd been married to him when it happened. But the surprise was in hearing him say it, out loud to her, in the present tense. I lost that baby too. Present, unresolved. Still carried, the same way she carried hers, except she'd assumed his had ended somewhere in the years she wasn't watching. From her face, he could read the assumption she'd carried, that his grief had followed a different timeline, that he'd processed it, moved on, buried it under the work, which he had, but burying wasn't the same as finishing, and the thing he'd buried was still there, under the south pasture and the fence repairs and the morning feedings, waiting. Morris, you don't have to say anything. His voice was steady. He was grateful for that. I'm not telling you this to make you feel guilty. I'm telling you because you asked what the unfinished business was, and this is it. The grief. The fact that we never said the words to each other. You grieved alone in New York, and I grieved alone here, and we were still married the whole time, and neither of us ever sat in the same room and said the thing out loud. The barn light flickered, the bulb catching some current in the old wiring, and the shadows moved across the ground and settled. Ginger exhaled, a long, slow breath that came through the stall door and joined the night air. I didn't know how, Whitney said. Her voice was quieter than he'd ever heard it, stripped down to something underneath the competence and the composure and the professional tone she'd brought with her from Manhattan. I didn't know how to grieve with you. I didn't know how to look at you and feel my own loss and hold yours at the same time. I was drowning in mine, and I thought if I stayed I'd drown in yours too, and there wouldn't be enough of me left. The sentence broke something open in him that had been sealed shut for years. Not because it was an excuse, because it was the truth. She hadn't left because she didn't love him. She'd left because her grief was so total it couldn't share a room with his, and the only survival she knew was distance. I understand that, he said, and meant it. I know you do. She paused. That's the part that kills me. You understand everything. You understood when I left. You understood when I didn't come back. You've been understanding for years, Morris, and at some point understanding starts to look like patience, and patience starts to look like waiting, and waiting starts to look like a whole life on hold for somebody who couldn't even make a phone call. I didn't put my life on hold. You kept the ring on. That's not the same thing, isn't it? Morris looked at his hand. The gold band caught the barn light, a thin, bright line on his finger. Clayton's words echoed. You buried it under work. Theo's voice. How come you wear a ring? The house on the property line, driven past every day and never stopped at, because stopping meant deciding, and deciding meant admitting that the life he'd imagined might need to look different from the one he'd been maintaining. I kept the ring on because taking it off felt like the end of something I wasn't ready to end, he said. Maybe that's the same as waiting. Maybe it's not. I don't know anymore. He paused. The mare shifted in her stall, and the sound of her hooves on the shavings was steady and rhythmic, the heartbeat of an animal carrying something precious and not rushing it. I just know the ring is still here, and you're still here, and we're sitting outside a barn at night watching a horse about to have a baby, and I'd rather be doing this with you than anything else I can think of. The sentence landed somewhere between a confession and a prayer, and Whitney received it without speaking, and the quiet that followed was different from every other quiet they'd shared since she came home. This one wasn't full of things unsaid. It was empty. Clean. The air after a fire burned through when the heat was gone and the ground was bare, and you could see the shape of what had been there all along. Morris felt his own breathing slow. His shoulders dropped. Something he'd been clenching for years, some muscle in the core of him that had been braced against this exact conversation, finally released. They sat for a while longer. The mare settled. The stars moved. The night deepened around them, and they let it, and for the first time in years, the silence felt like a place they could both rest. We should check her one more time, Morris said, when they'd sat long enough for rest rather than avoidance. His voice was rougher than he expected. The conversation had scraped something raw. Yeah, they went back into the barn. Ginger was standing with her head low, breathing evenly, the full quiet inside her. Morris checked the udder, checked the tailhead, ran his hands along her flanks. Whitney stood at the mare's head and held the halter, and their hands moved in the old coordination, the wordless partnership of two kids grown up on this land, and the work held them as the silence had, gently, with room to breathe. She's fine for tonight, Morris said. Okay. He walked her back to the Avery house. The path from the barn to the house was gravel and grass, and the darkness was total except for the barn light behind them and the porch light ahead, and they walked it side by side with their arms close and their hands empty, and the conversation they'd just had still settling into their bones. Their shoulders were inches apart. Morris was aware of the gap with an intensity that made the simple act of walking feel like a negotiation. Every step calibrated, every swing of his arm measured against the possibility of contact. The night air was cool on his face, but the side of his body closest to her was warm. as if her proximity had its own temperature, and he carried that warmth with him across the dark yard like something he'd stolen. At the porch steps, Whitney turned. The porch light caught her face, and Morris saw her clearly for the first time that night. The exhaustion, the openness, the rawness of hearing something she'd carried alone for years, spoken back to her by the person she'd left behind. Her eyes were dark and bright at the same time, and her mouth was set in the line she held when she was trying not to cry, and she was beautiful and broken and standing 3 feet away from him, and his hand moved toward her jaw before his mind could stop it. He caught himself. His fingers stopped an inch from her skin. The desire to touch her was so present it had its own gravity, a pull that started in his chest and ended in his fingertips, and left his hand suspended in the air between her face and his restraint. He wanted to cup her jaw, turn her face toward his, feel the warmth of her skin under his thumb. The wanting was precise, detailed, mapped to every line of her face, and it left no room for pretending it was something else. He lowered his hand, set it at his side, felt the cost of the choice move through him like a wave. Whitney's eyes followed his hand down. She'd seen the reach, she'd seen the stop, she'd seen what the stopping cost him, and her face held that knowledge like something fragile, with both hands, very carefully, as if the weight of it might exceed what she could carry. "Good night, Morris." "Good night." She turned and climbed the steps. The screen door opened before she reached it. Vernon stood in the doorway, the kitchen light warm behind him, his face unreadable. He looked past his daughter at Morris, standing at the bottom of the steps with his hat in his hands and his ring on his finger and his whole body held in the careful posture of a man at the far end of his discipline. "Mare, okay?" Vernon asked. "She's settled. Could be tomorrow night." Vernon nodded. His eyes moved from Morris to Whitney and back, reading whatever the night had written on both their faces. And his expression shifted into something that was neither approval nor concern, but something older and deeper, the look of a father watching 2 people he loved navigate a thing he couldn't navigate for them. "You eat anything tonight?" Vernon asked. "No, sir." "Vivian's got a plate of chicken in the icebox with your name on it. Made me promise to send it home with you." Vernon didn't move to get it. "You can come in for it, or you can keep standing in the yard deciding things. Your choice." "Next time," Morris said. Vernon dipped his chin like that was the answer he'd expected and didn't hold it against him. "Good night, son," Vernon said. The word landed as it always did, with the quiet weight of 12 years' unbroken use. Son. Vernon had called him that since the courthouse, through the marriage and the pregnancy and the loss and the leaving and every year of silence that followed. The word had never wavered. The word had never been withdrawn. And hearing it now, standing at the bottom of the porch steps with the conversation still raw in his throat and Whitney's face still burning behind his eyes, Morris felt the word do what it had always done. Hold him in place. Tell him he belonged to this family, whether the papers said so or not. "Good night, Vernon." He turned and walked into the dark, toward the fence line, toward the Calloway side, toward the house where his parents were sleeping, and his bed was waiting, and the ring on his finger would still be there in the morning. Behind him, the screen door closed. The porch light stayed on. And Vernon Avery stood in the doorway and watched his son-in-law walk home, as he'd been watching for years, with the patience of his own long conviction that some things took exactly as long as they took, and not 1 minute less.
Chapter 11. "You moved my lamp," Vivian said. She was standing in the living room doorway, with her cane in one hand and a cup of tea in the other, surveying the changes Whitney had made to the room while she'd been asleep. The lamp in question had migrated from the end table to the credenza near the window, where the afternoon light would catch the shade at a better angle. The throw pillows had been rearranged. The stack of magazines on the coffee table had been squared. "I adjusted it," Whitney said from the kitchen. "The light was hitting the wrong wall." "The light has been hitting that wall for 30 years. And it's been wrong for 30 years. Vivian made a sound that was equal parts exasperation and amusement, and lowered herself into her chair with careful deliberation. 3 days home and still negotiating the distance between her body and every surface in her own house. The grab bars Vernon had installed in the bathroom gleamed. The ramp at the back door was solid and square. The house had been modified to accommodate her recovery, and now her daughter was modifying it further, for reasons Vivian seemed to understand better than Whitney did. Vivian's homecoming had been quiet. Vernon had driven her back from the hospital in the truck, and Whitney had been on the porch waiting, and her mother had walked up the ramp Vernon built and through the door and stood in her own kitchen for the first time in 3 weeks, and put her hand flat on the counter and closed her eyes. She hadn't cried. Vivian Avery didn't cry where people could see. But her hand had stayed on that counter for a long time, palm down, as if she were reading the house through her fingertips, making sure it was still hers. "You rearranged the kitchen yesterday," Vivian said now, "and the bathroom shelf the day before that. The shelf was cluttered. The shelf was organized. I organized it myself before my hand decided to take a vacation." Vivian sipped her tea. "You're nesting, baby." The word landed. Whitney stood at the kitchen counter with a dish towel in her hands and felt the accuracy of it move through her. Nesting. She'd done it in her Soho apartment, too. Every time something painful happened, every time a client relationship went sideways, or a project fell through, or the loneliness got loud enough to have a sound, she rearranged, moved a lamp, adjusted a curtain, refolded the towels, made the space beautiful because she couldn't make the feeling stop. "I'm just making things more functional," she said. Vivian watched her daughter over the rim of her cup. "How are things with Morris?" "Things are fine. Are you talking?" "We're working together. The mare's close to foaling. We've been checking on her every evening." "I didn't ask if you were working together. I asked if you were talking." Whitney folded the dish towel, set it on the counter, folded it again because apparently she couldn't stop her hands from straightening things, even when the thing was already straight. "We're talking," she said. Vivian held her gaze. The right side of her face was almost fully recovered now, the asymmetry barely visible unless you knew where to look, and the eyes that studied Whitney held the same undecorated clarity they'd always held. Her mother could see through evasion like it was glass. "Good," Vivian said. "That's good." Vivian didn't push, didn't ask what they were talking about. She picked up the remote and turned on the television, and the kitchen filled with the low murmur of a morning news program. And Whitney stood at the counter and thought about the word nesting, and wondered when she'd started treating this house like a client project, and what it meant that the answer was the moment she stopped being able to ignore how it felt to be here. The conversations happened in pieces. Over the next several days, in the barn, on the fence rail at dusk, during the morning feedings, Whitney found herself telling Morris things she hadn't told anyone. Not Angie, not Samantha, not the therapist she'd seen twice in Manhattan and never gone back to, because the therapist kept asking her to describe the loss, and Whitney couldn't describe something she hadn't finished experiencing. She told him about the weeks after, the way people's faces changed when they saw her, the recalibration she'd come to dread. The woman at the post office who asked when the baby was due, and Whitney had to say the words and then stand there and manage the woman's discomfort on top of her own. The checkout clerk at the grocery store who said congratulations, and Whitney said thank you, because correcting a stranger felt like more than she could carry that day. She told him in fragments, a sentence while they were filling water buckets, a detail while they were checking Ginger's udder, a longer stretch one evening on the hay bales outside the barn, their shoulders close, the stars coming out, the conversation moving slowly the way water moves when it's finding its own level. "The hardest part," she said one evening, "was that I'd told everyone. I was so happy. I told everyone I saw, and then when it ended, the news hadn't traveled fast enough. People who hadn't heard kept asking, and every time I had to say it, I lost the baby again. Every conversation was a funeral. And then I had to comfort the person I'd just told, because their face would fall and they'd feel terrible for asking. And I'd end up saying, 'It's okay, you didn't know,' and spending my energy making them feel better about my loss." Morris listened. He didn't interrupt. Didn't offer solutions or platitudes or the things people said when they didn't know what else to say. He listened with his whole body, leaned toward her, his hands still on his knees, his eyes on the ground or the sky or the barn wall, taking in every word she gave him and holding it without commentary. Sometimes he nodded. Sometimes his jaw tightened. Once, when she told him about the woman at the church who had touched her belly before Whitney could stop her and said, "You're carrying so beautifully," Morris's hand closed into a fist on his knee and stayed that way for a long time before it opened again. "I know," he said, when she was done. Just that. 2 words that held more than a paragraph could have, because they meant he'd been on the receiving end of the same conversations in the same town, and he'd handled them alone too. And the aloneness was the thing they shared, even when they'd been sharing nothing else. Sometimes, afterward, his hand would find hers on the hay bale, just his fingers resting against her wrist, the lightest contact, as if he were offering something he wasn't sure she was ready to accept. Whitney didn't pull away. The warmth of his fingers traveled up her arm and into the center of her chest, and she let it stay. Letting it stay confessed something neither of them said aloud. One evening she told him about the airport, how she'd packed one bag and driven straight there and sat in the departures terminal with her ticket to New York in her lap and no plan beyond getting on the plane. She'd looked at her phone the whole time, waiting for him to call. "You wanted me to stop you," Morris said. "I wanted you to give me a reason to stop myself. And then when you didn't call, I was furious. And then when I landed, I was relieved. And then the relief lasted about a week, and after that it was just distance." His thumb moved once across the inside of her wrist, a single stroke, slow. Her pulse jumped under his touch, and she knew he felt it, and neither of them acknowledged it. Somehow that made it more intimate, not less. The fragments accumulated. They didn't add up to a complete picture. They weren't supposed to. Grief didn't resolve into a narrative with a beginning and an end. It came in pieces, and the pieces didn't always fit, and the work was sitting with the pieces anyway and letting them be what they were. Whitney caught herself rearranging the bookshelves one afternoon. Standing in the Avery living room with an armload of Vernon's agricultural journals, sorting them by year, she stopped and looked at what she was doing and saw it clearly for the first time. The throw pillows, repositioned. The lamp, moved twice. The kitchen canisters rearranged by height. The hand towels refolded in thirds instead of halves. Every surface in this house had been adjusted, and the adjustments hadn't been about function. They'd been about control. Designing the pain away, the same instinct that had built her business. Walk into a broken room and fix the surfaces until the brokenness underneath becomes livable. Except this wasn't a client's loft in Tribeca. This was her mother's house, and the brokenness wasn't in the furniture arrangement. It was in her, and no amount of lamp moving was going to reach it. The journals went back where they'd been. Vernon would notice if she changed them. Vernon noticed everything and said almost nothing, which was a form of architecture too. He built spaces for other people's feelings without drawing attention to the construction. Whitney walked out onto the porch. Morris was in the round pen. From the Avery porch, she could see him 100 yards across the pasture, working the young stallion Clayton was training for the Peachwood buyer. The horse was moving at a canter around the perimeter, and Morris was in the center, his body angled, his arm extended with the lunge line, turning with the horse in slow, steady revolutions. His hat was off, his shirt sleeves were rolled to the elbows, and his movement, the patience in his hips and his shoulders, and the quiet command of his posture, was something Whitney's body responded to before her mind had time to translate. Her coffee was in her hand. It stayed there for about 3 seconds before she set it on the porch rail. Because holding a mug required one hand, and what she needed was both of them gripping wood. The railing was the only thing keeping her upright while she watched this man work a horse with the same unhurried attention he brought to everything. The same care he'd shown the foaling stall and the fence repair and the feed bucket and every surface of her family's life he'd been tending for years. And the wanting that moved through her had stopped being abstract. It had a name. It was him, Morris. The breadth of his shoulders and the steadiness of his hands and the low sound of his voice reaching the horse across the pen. The man who had said, "I lost that baby too," and then walked her home in the dark and stopped his hand an inch from her face and let her see what the stopping cost him. Her knuckles ached on the railing. The wanting was in her palms and her wrists and the hollow of her throat and the place behind her ribs where she kept everything she wasn't ready to name. It was the most honest thing she'd felt since walking off that plane, and it terrified her, and she didn't look away. The breeze carried his voice across the pasture, low and even, the tone he used with the horses, the one he'd used with her in the barn when the grief came out in pieces. Even at this distance, she could hear the patience in it, the patience that she'd mistaken for passivity once, and now understood, was something else entirely, the discipline of holding still, because he knew that the thing he wanted would come to him if he didn't chase it. She was the thing he wasn't chasing. The recognition moved through her like a tremor, quiet and deep, the ground shifting under her feet in a way that only she could feel. Morris finished the circuit. He brought the stallion down to a walk, then a halt, and gathered the lunge line in loops. He patted the horse's neck and said something Whitney couldn't hear, and then he looked up and saw her. Across the pasture, across the fence, across the grass and the daylight, he saw her standing on the porch with both hands on the railing and no coffee in sight, and she could tell from his stillness that he knew. He could read her body from across a paddock the same way he read a horse's gait, and the knowledge moved between them like a current, visible and undeniable. He raised a hand. She raised hers. The gestures were the same ones they'd been exchanging since the first week, but this time the meaning had changed, and they both knew it, and neither of them looked away. Her phone rang. The sound broke the moment. Whitney pulled her hands off the railing and reached for her phone and saw Samantha's name on the screen and felt the collision of her two lives hit her like a door swinging open onto a room she'd forgotten she lived in. She answered. "Hey, Sam." "Whit, finally." Samantha's voice was warm and businesslike, carrying the energy of 3 weeks running a design firm alone, patience spent to the last coin. "Richardson called. They want the revised presentation by end of next week, and they want you on the call. Not me, you. They were very clear about that." "I know. I've been meaning to get back to you on that." "Meaning to and doing are different verbs, babe. What's happening down there?" "Are you coming back?" Whitney looked through the kitchen window. Morris was leading the stallion out of the round pen. The lunge line coiled over his shoulder, his stride unhurried. He'd be at the Avery barn in a few minutes for the mare check. He'd been coming every evening, and she'd been meeting him there, and the evening checks had become the center of gravity her days organized themselves around. "I don't know yet," she said. A pause on the line. Samantha had known her for 8 years. They'd built the business together from a shared desk in a rented office in Midtown. Sam could read Whitney's voice the same way Angie could read her face, and the pause was Samantha hearing everything that lived behind 3 words. "Okay," Samantha said. "I'll hold the Richardson call until I hear from you. But Whit? Yeah? Whatever's keeping you there, I hope it's worth the drive back." The call ended. The kitchen was quiet. Through the window, Morris was walking toward the Avery barn with the late sun at his back, his shadow stretching long across the pasture. And Whitney stood with the phone in her hand and Samantha's question settling into the place where all the other questions lived. "Are you coming back?" 3 weeks ago, the answer would have been automatic. Of course she was coming back. Manhattan was her life. The firm was her life. The Richardson account, the studio in Soho, the apartment she'd designed, down to the drawer pulls. All of it waiting for her, same as she'd left it, clean and intentional and precisely arranged. Samantha had watered the plants. The mail was held. The life was paused, not dismantled, waiting like a room nobody had walked through in weeks. Every surface exactly where she'd left it. But 3 weeks ago, she hadn't stood in a foaling stall with pine shavings under her boots and Morris's arm warm against her shoulder. She hadn't sat on a hay bale and heard the man she'd married say the sentence she'd needed to hear for years. She hadn't gripped a porch railing with both hands and watched him work a horse and felt the wanting move through her body in a way that left no room for pretending. She didn't have an answer, but for the first time, the question didn't feel like a given. It felt like a choice, and the choice scared her more than the question did. Through the window, Morris reached the barn and rolled the big door open, and the evening light went in ahead of him. He'd propped the tack room door, she noticed. He did that when he expected company. She set the phone face down on the kitchen counter, took her jacket off the hook by the door, and went out to help with the horses.
Chapter 12. She's waxed fresh, Clayton said, straightening up from the stall. Muscles around the tailhead are loose. Could be tonight. Morris looked at the mare. Ginger was pacing the stall in slow circles, her tail switching, her sides dark with the first sheen of sweat. She'd been restless since the afternoon feeding, lying down and standing up, turning to look at her flanks with the confused urgency of a first-timer whose body was doing something her mind hadn't caught up to. "I'll stay with her," Morris said. "You should call Whitney." Morris looked at his father. Clayton's face was steady, giving away nothing except the faint lift at the corner of his mouth that meant he knew exactly what he was suggesting and was enjoying watching his son navigate it. "It's late, Dad. It's her barn, her mare, her family's ranch." Clayton crossed his arms. "The Averys have been foaling horses on this property since before you were born. If that girl's going to be part of this place again, she should be here for this." The word again landed with precision. Clayton hadn't said if she's going to stay. He'd said if she's going to be part of this place again, which assumed a future Morris hadn't dared to assume out loud. "What if she doesn't want to be here for it?" "Then she'll say no, and you'll handle the foaling yourself, same as you've handled everything else." Clayton picked up his jacket from the stall door. "But she won't say no. That woman's been at this barn every evening for a week. She's not coming for the horses, Morris." Morris pulled his phone out, looked at it, put it back in his pocket. Clayton waited. Morris took the phone out again. "I'm calling her." "I know you are." Clayton walked toward the barn door, his boots quiet on the concrete. At the doorway he turned. "Call me if you need a second pair of hands. Otherwise, I'll come at dawn with coffee." He disappeared into the dark. Morris stood in the barn with his phone and the laboring mare and the foaling kit laid out on the ledge and called his wife. Whitney picked up on the second ring, her voice alert in a way that told him she hadn't been sleeping. He told her the mare was showing signs. She said she'd be at the barn in 10 minutes. She was there in 7. The barn was dark except for the single overhead bulb in Ginger's stall and the battery lantern Morris had set on the ledge outside the door. The light was low and warm, enough to work by without stressing the mare, and it cast long shadows across the aisle that moved when the horses shifted in their stalls. Whitney arrived in boots and a sweatshirt with her hair pulled back and her face carrying the alert focus of someone prepared for a long night. She didn't speak. She looked at the mare, looked at Morris, and took her position at Ginger's head without being told where to go. They worked as they'd always worked, wordless, synchronized, their bodies finding the old rhythm before their minds could interfere. Morris monitored the mare's contractions from behind, while Whitney kept her calm at the head, her hand on the halter, her voice low and steady, a murmur that had no words but carried enough warmth to keep the animal grounded. The labor came in waves. Ginger paced between contractions, her breathing heavy, her coat darkening with sweat. Morris timed them on the watch from the foaling kit, counting the intervals, watching for the pattern that would tell him how close they were. The intervals shortened. The mare's urgency increased. She went down on the bedding, got up, circled, went down again. Between contractions, the barn was almost peaceful. The other horses stood quiet in their stalls, sensing the change in the air, their ears pricked toward Ginger's stall. Sugar Cookie watched from 2 doors down with calm attention. The old mare had seen foalings before, and the noise and the pacing didn't trouble her. Whitney stayed at the mare's head. Her eyes were fixed on Ginger, and Morris caught himself watching her face instead of the horse, reading the concentration there, the focus, the absence of anything false. She was fully present, just a woman in a barn, holding a horse steady, waiting for a life to arrive. "She's getting close," Morris said. "Water should break soon." It broke at 20 minutes past midnight. The rush of fluid soaked the bedding, and Ginger went down on her side with a groan that filled the barn. Morris crouched behind her and watched for the hooves. One appeared, a single front hoof wrapped in the white membrane of the amniotic sac. Then nothing. Morris's stomach tightened. One hoof meant the other leg might be tucked back, folded against the foal's body instead of extending forward, and a tucked leg in a first-timer could mean trouble. Clayton's voice in his head: "Watch for dystocia. If the foal doesn't present right, you call Rawlings." He waited. 30 seconds. A minute. The barn was silent except for Ginger's labored breathing and the sound of Morris's own pulse in his ears. Ginger strained, her flanks heaving, and the single hoof came further, but the second didn't follow. "What's wrong?" Whitney's voice was low, controlled, but he heard the edge beneath it. "One leg's presenting. The other might be tucked." He met her eyes across the mare's body. In the low light, they were wide and steady and trusting him completely, and the weight of that trust settled on his shoulders alongside the weight of what could go wrong. "I'm going to check. Keep her head down." He rolled his sleeve and reached in, carefully, his hand following the foal's leg back toward the shoulder. The warmth inside the mare was immense, the pressure of the contraction tightening around his arm like a fist. He found the second leg, folded at the knee, and worked it forward, easing the hoof into the birth canal beside the first. The mare groaned. Whitney murmured to her, steadying the mare's head, her voice the only calm thing in the stall. The relief was immediate. Both hooves appeared together, soles down, and between them the pale shape of a nose pressed against the forelegs. Normal presentation. "She's okay," Morris said. His voice was rougher than he recognized. "Foal's lined up. She just needs to push." Ginger pushed. The contractions came strong and rhythmic, and the foal slid forward in increments, the shoulders clearing, the rib cage, the hips, and then the whole body was out in a rush of fluid and membrane, wet and steaming in the barn light, and the foal lay on the bedding and blinked and took its first breath. A filly. Dark bay like her mother, with a white star on her forehead and legs that seemed too long for her body. She lay in the shavings and breathed. The loudest sound in the barn, the raw first labor of lungs that had never held air, and Morris heard it and felt something crack open inside him that he hadn't known was still sealed. Whitney was crying. Morris could see it from across the stall, the tears moving silently down her face, her grip steady at the mare's head, her eyes fixed on the foal. She wasn't making a sound. The tears just came, and she let them, and Morris looked at her crying in a barn at midnight with a newborn foal between them and understood that they were both feeling the same thing, the enormous, unspeakable weight of new life arriving in a place where something else had been lost. He didn't name it. He didn't have to. The parallel lived in the air, in the steam rising from the foal's body, in the sound of first breaths filling a barn that had held grief for years. A baby that made it. On this ranch. In their hands. The filly struggled to stand. Morris stepped back and let it happen, because Clayton's rule held: stay out of the way and let the mare do the work unless she can't. The foal's legs splayed and buckled, the joints finding angles that looked impossible and then correcting, and on the fourth attempt she found her balance and stood, trembling, her head swaying, her legs locked at the knees like a creature made of stilts and determination. She stood there swaying, blinking at the world that was 10 minutes old, and Morris watched her and felt a fierce, irrational pride. He had helped bring her here, and he had no claim on her except the one the work gave him. Whitney laughed. A single broken sound, half laugh and half something else entirely, and it was the most unguarded noise Morris had ever heard from her. She was sitting beside the mare with tears on her face and hay in her hair, and a laugh that sounded like it had been held for years and finally found the exit. The filly wobbled toward Ginger and found the udder and began to nurse. The sound of her suckling filled the stall, rhythmic and steady, and the mare relaxed, her head dropping, her breathing evening out, and the crisis was over, and the life was here. And the barn settled into the deep exhaustion of a place where something extraordinary had just happened and was now becoming ordinary. The adrenaline drained out of Morris in stages. First, his hands stopped shaking. Then his shoulders dropped. Then his breathing slowed to something that matched the mare's, and the urgency that had been driving his body for the past hour released its grip and left him hollowed out and humming with the aftermath. He looked at Whitney. She was still at Ginger's head, her hand on the halter, tears drying on her face in the barn light. Her sweatshirt was stained with fluid. There were shavings in her hair and iodine on her fingers, and she looked nothing like the version of her that had arrived from Manhattan with a suitcase full of careful clothes and a legal envelope. She looked like what she was, broken open by helping bring a life into the world. Morris sat down. His arms ached. His shirt was soaked. His hands were still trembling in the fine, involuntary way that came after adrenaline burned through, and he pressed them flat against his thighs and breathed. Whitney sat down beside him, not across the stall, not at a professional distance. She lowered herself down next to him, close enough that her shoulder pressed against his arm, and she didn't move away. The contact was voluntary, deliberate, a choice made in the exhaustion and the rawness of what they'd just done together, and Morris felt it in every part of his body. Her warmth against his side, the weight of her settling, the slow release of tension in her shoulders as she leaned into him and let his body take some of what she was carrying. This was different from every other contact. The hand brush over the feed bucket, the stumble at the vet check, the arm in the foaling stall. Those had been incidental, deniable, wrapped in the excuse of work. This was just her, choosing to sit beside him, and the simplicity of the choice was staggering. They sat like that, shoulder to shoulder, the foal nursing, the mare resting, the barn close around them. The night held its breath, the filly's tail flicked. Somewhere outside, a mockingbird was singing in the dark, running through songs it had no audience for, singing anyway. She made it, Whitney said. Her voice was raw, scraped clean. She made it. The silence after that was enormous. It held everything. The foal, the loss, the years, the ranch and the ring, and the grief they'd finally spoken out loud, and the grief they never would, because some of it didn't have words, and the wordless kind lived in the body, and the only thing to do with it was sit in a barn beside the one other soul carrying its twin and let the silence hold what language couldn't. Whitney turned her head. Morris turned his. They were inches apart. Her eyes were dark and wet, and open in a way he'd never seen, stripped of every wall she'd carried since the morning she arrived with an envelope and a plan, and his hand moved to her jaw before he could think about it. His thumb on her cheekbone, his palm along the line of her face. The reach he'd stopped on the porch completed now, in a barn, in the dark, with hay in both their hair and a newborn filly nursing 3 feet away. She didn't pull back. She leaned into his hand. Her eyes closed, and her face turned into his palm, and the sensation of her skin under his fingers was so present, so immediate, that his whole body went still with the weight of it. He kissed her. It wasn't gentle. It was the kiss of two people who already knew each other's mouths, whose bodies had never forgotten, who were too tired and too raw and too cracked open by what they'd just witnessed to pretend they didn't want this. His hand on her jaw, and her hand on his chest and her mouth against his, warm and salt-edged from tears, and the 12 years collapsed into nothing, into less than nothing, into the space between one breath and the next. And Morris felt the seal break on something he'd been holding shut for so long he'd forgotten it was a choice. Her fingers curled into the front of his shirt. His other hand found the back of her neck, the skin beneath her hair, and he held her there, gently, as he held everything that mattered, with both hands and no guarantee. The kiss deepened. The barn fell away. The light and the breathing mare dissolved into the sensation of her mouth on his, and for a span of time that had no measurement, there was nothing in the world except the two of them and the thing they'd been circling for weeks finally arriving. They broke apart. The foal made a sound, a soft whicker, the first real vocalization of a life that was less than an hour old, and the sound brought the barn back into focus. The shavings under them, the light, the breathing mare, the fact that they were sitting on the floor of a horse stall with their mouths still close and their hands still on each other and nothing between them but air and history. "Morris," she said. His name in her mouth sounded different now, heavier, fuller, as if she were testing whether it still fit, and finding that it did, and being undone by the finding. He didn't answer. He pressed his forehead against hers and breathed. She breathed. The foal nursed. The mare exhaled. Outside, the sky had begun to lighten at the edges, the first gray of dawn pressing against the barn doors, and the barn held all of it, the new life and the old love and the grief and the wanting, held it in the closed dark like a hand cupped around a flame. "She needs a name," Morris said when he could talk. "Don't." Whitney's voice was hoarse. "Don't hand me that. It's a horse, Whit. Somebody's got to call her something. Then you name her." She eased back, putting air between them, one hand still warm from his chest. "Naming things is for people who are staying." Morris looked at her for a long moment. "Then I'll wait," he said. "She can wait too." The filly finished nursing and wobbled away from her mother on unsteady legs. She turned her head toward the two humans sitting in the shavings, curious and fearless, and her nose found Whitney's hand and pressed against it, warm and damp and alive. And Whitney opened her palm and let the foal rest its muzzle there. And her face, lit by the first gray light of morning, swollen-mouthed and tear-streaked and luminous, was the most beautiful thing Morris had ever seen.
Chapter 13. "You kissed him," Angie said. "He kissed me." Whitney. "Fine, we kissed each other. In a barn. At 1 a.m, with a foal that was about 20 minutes old, lying in the shavings next to us." Whitney put both hands around her coffee mug and stared at the table. "And I don't know what it means." Angie's kitchen was bright with morning sun. The counters were clean, the dishes put away, a succulent on the windowsill that looked healthier than anything Whitney had ever managed to keep alive in Manhattan. Whitney had showed up at 7:30 without calling first, which she'd never done before, which told Angie everything about the night before that Whitney hadn't yet said out loud. "It means you kissed your husband," Angie said. She poured more coffee into Whitney's mug without asking. "Not a stranger, not an ex-boyfriend, not some man you're dating. Your husband. The one whose last name you're still carrying and whose ring you're still technically wearing on a chain around your neck." Whitney's hand went involuntarily to her collar, where the ring hung on a thin gold chain beneath her shirt. She'd been wearing it there since the separation. She hadn't told anyone. "How did you know about the chain?" "Because I've known you since kindergarten, and I watched you fidget with it every time somebody mentioned Morris's name. And I'm not an idiot." Angie sat down across from her. "So, you kissed. Tell me," Whitney told her. The foaling. The complication with the tucked leg. Morris reaching in to correct it, his arm steady, his voice steady, everything about him steady while the mare labored and the barn held its breath. The filly arriving, the silence afterward. Sitting in the shavings together, shoulder to shoulder, while the foal nursed, and the grief lived in the air, and neither of them named it because naming it would have broken the fragile new thing growing alongside the old loss. "And then he touched my face," Whitney said, "and I leaned into his hand, and we kissed, and it was." She stopped. Looked at the coffee. The surface was still, reflecting the window light back at her. It was like the years hadn't happened. My body knew his mouth. My hands knew where to go. Everything between us just collapsed. And then the foal made a sound and we stopped and I looked at him and I didn't know if I was terrified or relieved or both. "Both," Angie said. "Obviously both. The thing is, Ang, if we were exes, a kiss would be simple. It would be a step forward. You'd kiss someone new or someone you used to know, and it would mean you were opening a door you hadn't opened before." Whitney set the mug down. "But we're not exes. We're married. We never stopped being married. So a kiss isn't a step forward. It's a return. And the last time I lived in the thing I'd be returning to, it broke me. You're not 18 anymore." "No. But the marriage is the same marriage. The ring is the same ring. The ranch is the same ranch. And the grief is the same grief, Ang. We've been talking about it, sitting in the barn and saying the things we should have said years ago. And it's honest and it's real, and it terrifies me because honest and real is exactly what we were the first time, and honest and real didn't save us. You were 18 the first time. You're not 18 anymore." Angie set her mug down. You've built a business. You've lived alone in one of the hardest cities in the world. You've survived something most people never have to face, and you did it without a support system, without your family, without your husband. Angie held her gaze. You are not that girl at the airport with a packed bag. Not anymore. That girl is part of you, but she's not all of you, and neither is the grief. The words landed in a place Whitney hadn't known was empty until it was filled. She looked at Angie across the table and felt the weight of their friendship, a lifetime of it. Every fight and reconciliation and midnight phone call and casserole dropped off without being asked for, and she wanted to argue and couldn't because Angie was right. And being right was what Angie did, and fighting it was a waste of energy Whitney didn't have. Tell me about the pregnancy, Angie said. The kitchen went still, the succulent on the sill, the clean counters, the morning sun making rectangles on the floor. Everything in Angie's kitchen was orderly and bright and exactly where it should be, and Whitney was about to put something in this room that didn't belong in any bright place. What do you want to know? What you've never told me. What you've never told anyone. The real version, Whit, not the one you've been carrying in a sealed envelope for 12 years. Whitney looked at her friend. Angie's eyes were steady and patient, and completely without judgment. And the space she was holding open was the safest space Whitney had been offered since she left Georgia. And the seal on the envelope was already cracking. Had been cracking since the night she sat on hay bales with Morris and said the words out loud for the first time, and now the rest of it wanted out. It was a blighted ovum, she said. The clinical term came first, because the clinical term was the shell she'd built around the experience, the language that kept it at arm's length. The egg implanted, the sac grew. But there was never an embryo. My body thought it was pregnant. I thought I was pregnant. I felt pregnant. The nausea, the exhaustion, the tenderness, all of it. And it was real, except the thing it was building toward wasn't there. Angie didn't move, didn't reach for her hand, didn't say, "Oh, honey." She sat and listened with her whole body, the same way Morris had listened on the hay bales, and the parallel made Whitney's chest tighten. I have a tilted uterus, Whitney said. The doctor said that was why the first ultrasound was inconclusive. The angle was wrong. They couldn't see clearly. They told me to come back in 2 weeks. She paused. So I came back, and it was still inconclusive. The sac was growing, but they couldn't find the heartbeat, and the doctor said it could be the tilt. It could be too early. Come back one more time. 3 ultrasounds, Angie said quietly. 3. Each one 2 weeks apart. 6 weeks of going into that room and lying on that table and looking at a screen and being told we're not sure yet. 6 weeks of Morris driving me to the appointment and sitting in the waiting room and asking me afterward what they said. And I'd say they think it's the angle. They want me to come back, and he'd nod and hold my hand, and neither of us said what we were both thinking, which was that a healthy pregnancy doesn't need 3 ultrasounds to find a heartbeat. The coffee was cold. Whitney hadn't touched it in minutes. Her hands were wrapped around the mug for the anchor of it, something solid to hold on to while the rest of her came apart. The third one was conclusive. The sac was there, but it was empty. There was never going to be a baby. My body had been maintaining a pregnancy that was never viable, and the 6 weeks of hoping had been 6 weeks of my body lying to me, and I had to go home and wait for it to end naturally because the doctor said with a tilted uterus, intervention carried risks, and my body would handle it on its own. Where were you when it happened? The house. The word came out flat. Our house, the one Vernon and Clayton built. I was in the bedroom. Morris was in the kitchen making soup because he didn't know what else to do, and I was in the bedroom, and it started and it lasted hours, and he sat on the floor outside the bathroom door because I wouldn't let him in, and when it was over, I came out and he was still there, and his face... She stopped, breathed. His face looked like mine felt, and I couldn't bear it. I couldn't stand to look at his grief on top of my own. So I packed a bag and I left. You left that night? The next morning. I told Morris about the airport already, how I sat in the terminal waiting for him to call. He didn't, because I told him I needed space, and he gave me space, because that's what Morris does. He gives you what you ask for, even when what you're asking for is the wrong thing. The kitchen was quiet. The sun had moved. The rectangles on the floor had shifted toward the door. Angie sat across the table with tears on her face that she wasn't wiping away, and Whitney sat with her hands on a cold mug and the sealed thing finally open, finally aired, finally spoken into a room that could hold it. "That house has been empty ever since," Whitney said. "He drives past it every day, won't fix it, won't touch it, and now I know why. Because the last thing that happened there was the worst thing that ever happened to you. To both of us." Angie was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "I'm sorry you carried that apart. I didn't have a choice. You had a choice, Whit. You just made the only one you knew how to make." Angie squeezed her hands. "But you have a different set of choices now. And the man from the floor outside that bathroom door is in the barn right now, checking on a foal you delivered together, wearing a ring he never took off. That's not patience. That's love. And love is not a thing you have to earn back. It's a thing that was never withdrawn." The drive home took 20 minutes because Whitney took the long way, the route that looped past the lake and came in from the north through the pine canopy. She needed the extra time. The conversation with Angie had opened rooms she'd kept locked for years, and the air in those rooms was stale and painful and also somehow lighter than she'd expected, as if the weight of carrying a thing alone was always heavier than the thing itself. She drove with the windows down. The pine canopy filtered the morning light into green and gold, and the road curved through it in the familiar bends she'd memorized as a teenager, driving this route home from school, from Angie's house, from the lake, where she and Morris used to park his father's truck and talk until the stars came out. The road remembered her even when she'd forgotten the road, and the remembering lived in her hands on the wheel and her foot on the brake at the curve by the old fence post that always appeared sooner than you expected. The Avery driveway came into view. Morris's truck was parked beside the barn. Whitney pulled in behind it and turned off the engine and sat there. Through the windshield, she could see the barn doors, open to the morning. The light inside was golden, and somewhere in that light, Morris was checking on a filly that was less than 12 hours old, making sure the legs were steady and the nursing was strong and every small new system was doing its job. He'd been here since dawn. Clayton had promised coffee at first light, and knowing Clayton, he delivered it and left without lingering. Because Clayton understood which moments needed a father's presence and which ones didn't. The truck in the driveway wasn't news. It was a fact of life on this property, as constant as the fence posts and the water pump and the oak tree at the pasture gate. But this morning, looking at it through a windshield with a swollen lower lip and the taste of a midnight kiss still ghosting the edges of her memory, the truck meant something else. It meant he was here. It meant he'd come back. It meant the kiss hadn't scared him away, which of course it hadn't, because nothing scared Morris away. Not the leaving, and not the silence, and not the years. And that constancy was either the most beautiful thing she'd ever been offered, or the most terrifying, and she still couldn't tell which. Her lips were tender. She'd noticed it in Angie's bathroom mirror that morning, a faint swelling in her lower lip that no one else would see, but she could feel every time she pressed her mouth together. The physical evidence of what had happened in the barn, written on her body in a language only she could read. Her whole body felt different, sensitized, recalibrated, as if the kiss had reset something under her skin, and every sense was tuned to a frequency it hadn't reached in years. The steering wheel under her hands, the sun on her arms through the windshield, the smell of hay and horses drifting from the open barn doors. Everything was louder, sharper, more present than it had been yesterday. And yesterday she hadn't known what Morris's mouth tasted like after 12 years, and today she did, and that knowledge had changed the texture of the whole world. The barn door darkened. Morris stepped out into the sunlight, and Whitney's breath caught in her throat, because seeing him in the morning after kissing him at midnight was a different kind of seeing. He was carrying a water bucket. His hat was on. His shirt was clean, a different one from last night. And the ordinariness of that detail, the fact that he'd gone home and changed and come back, was somehow the most intimate thing about him. He'd cleaned up. He'd slept, or tried to. He'd put on a fresh shirt and driven back to this barn to check on a foal, and he'd done all of it with the kiss still on his mouth, the same way she'd done all of it with the kiss still on hers. He saw her. His stride didn't break. He set the bucket down by the barn door and walked across the driveway to her car, unhurried, and his composure was so complete and so careful that Whitney could see the discipline behind it. He leaned down to the open window. His forearms rested on the door. His face was close, closer than it had any right to be at 8 in the morning in broad daylight, and his eyes were the color of dark honey in the sun, and they were not steady. His voice was. His eyes were not. "Foal's doing good," he said. "Nursing strong. Legs are solid." "Good," Whitney said. Her voice came out rougher than she intended. "That's good." He held her gaze. The morning was bright and the birds were loud, and Vernon's tractor was idling somewhere behind the house, and the whole ordinary world was going about its business 3 feet from a car window where 2 people were looking at each other with the memory of a midnight kiss sitting openly on both their faces. "Your husband," Angie's voice said in her head. "Not a stranger. Your husband." Morris's eyes moved to her mouth, just for a second. A flicker, quick enough to miss if she hadn't been watching for it, and she was watching for it, and the flicker went through her like electricity, then back to her eyes. "I'll be here for the evening check," he said. "I know." He held the pause. Not long. Just enough for her to understand that the steadiness in his voice was costing him something, and that the cost was a gift he was giving her. The space to feel what she was feeling without the pressure of his feeling it too. He straightened up, tapped the roof of her car once, lightly, a horseman's pat before walking away. Then he turned and walked back toward the barn, and Whitney sat in the driver's seat, hands on the wheel, sun coming through the windshield. Morris Calloway walking away from her in a clean shirt with his ring catching the morning light. And she thought, my husband, and the word fit, and how well it fit, was the most terrifying thing she'd felt in years.
Chapter 14. "You look like you haven't slept," Ruth said. She was standing at the Calloway kitchen stove, turning turkey bacon with the precise, unhurried attention she brought to everything, and she didn't look at Morris when she said it. She didn't need to. Ruth Calloway could read a room from the sound of a chair pulling out. "I was at the Avery barn most of the night. The mare foaled. Clayton told me. He said it went well. It did. Filly, strong legs, nursing on her own." Ruth set the bacon on a paper towel and brought the plate to the table. She sat down across from him and poured coffee and passed him the sugar, and all of it was performed with careful choreography. Ruth was building towards something, and she wanted the domestic infrastructure in place before she arrived. "Was Whitney there?" "I called her." "Clayton said too." "Clayton said too." Ruth repeated it with a faint smile. She had been married long enough to recognize when her husband was being credited for a decision her son had already made. "And how was that, working with her through the night?" "It was fine, Mama." "I didn't ask if it was fine. I asked how it was." The echo of Vivian's question hit him. "I didn't ask if you were working together. I asked if you were talking. The mothers in this family had the same playbook, and Morris was losing to both of them." "It was good," he said. She was steady, calm. She held the mare's head through the whole delivery and never wavered. When the foal's leg was tucked, she kept Ginger settled while I corrected it. She knew what she was doing. Ruth sipped her coffee, waited, and afterward we sat together in the barn with the foal. He looked at his plate. The bacon was getting cold. We talked. About the baby. The words sat on the kitchen table like something Ruth had been carrying in her pocket for years and had finally decided to set down. Morris looked at his mother. Her face was steady, her eyes clear, and the expression she wore was the one she'd been holding back since the night he told her about the divorce papers, the full weight of everything she'd chosen not to say, pressing against the restraint she'd maintained. "You knew," he said. "I knew you were grieving. I knew she left. I knew you planted the south pasture that summer and worked until your hands bled and never once told me what happened." Ruth set her mug down. "I didn't know the details because you never told me the details, but I know my son, and I know grief when I see it, even when the person carrying it won't name it. I should have told you. You should have told a lot of people a lot of things. So should she. Ruth reached across the table and covered his hand with hers. I'm not here to assign blame, Morris. I'm here to ask you a question, and I want you to think about it before you answer. All right. Are you sure about this? About her? Because I have watched you carry that ring for years, and I have respected your choice, and I have not said one word against that woman because she is your wife, and I raised you to honor your commitments. But I am your mother, and I need to know. If she leaves again, will you survive it? The kitchen was quiet, except for the tick of the clock and the sound of Clayton's tractor starting up somewhere behind the barn. Morris looked at Ruth's hand on his, the weathered skin, the simple band on her own ring finger, the steadiness that had held this family in place his entire life. I don't know, he said, but I'd rather find out than spend the rest of my life not asking. Ruth studied him for a long moment. Her thumb moved across the back of his hand, a gesture so small and so instinctive that Morris doubted she knew she was doing it. His mother had spent her career behind a desk at the high school, handling the emergencies of other people's children with the same calm she brought to her own kitchen. She had reserves of patience and reserves of fear, and both of them were visible now, sitting side by side in her face, like two truths that didn't cancel each other out. I watched you grieve alone, she said quietly. For years. I watched you get up every morning and put on your boots and go tend 2 ranches and come home at dark and eat your dinner and not say one word about what you'd lost. And I let you do it because you're a grown man and your grief was yours and I didn't have the right to open a door you'd closed. She paused. But I should have knocked. I should have sat on the other side of that door for you, like you sat on the other side of hers. The sentence hit Morris in a place he hadn't expected. He looked at his mother and saw, for the first time, her own grief. Not for the pregnancy, for him. For the years she'd watched him carry something she couldn't name, because he wouldn't name it, and the silence between a mother and a son who both knew something terrible had happened but never discussed it. You were here, Mama. That was enough. It wasn't, Ruth said, but we're going to pretend it was because that's what this family does. The corner of her mouth lifted, and the lift broke the heaviness just enough for both of them to breathe. So, you fight for her. I fight for her. Then you fight for her, Ruth said. Not the patient, quiet, tend the ranch kind of fighting you've been doing. The real kind. The kind where you tell her what you want and you ask her what she wants, and you stop leaving room for her to disappear into. I've been giving her space. You've been giving her an exit. Ruth squeezed his hand and let go. There's a difference. Space is what you give someone who needs room to breathe. An exit is what you give someone who's looking for permission to leave. Stop giving her permission, Morris. Start giving her a reason. The reckoning came while he was saddling the bay gelding for the afternoon ride. It didn't announce itself. It arrived in the middle of a buckle strap, his hands doing the work they'd done 10,000 times, and the thought landed clean and plain in the center of his mind. The waiting is over. For years, the waiting had been a structure. It had given his life a shape. The ring on his finger, the routine of the ranch, the feedings and the fence repairs, and the driving past the house, and the careful tending of 2 properties, and the quiet faith that if he held the space open long enough, she'd come back to fill it. The waiting had been patient and disciplined and honorable, and it had also been, he understood now, a way of avoiding the harder thing. The harder thing was choosing, not waiting for her to decide, choosing her, out loud, in daylight, with the full knowledge that choosing meant risking, and risking meant the possibility that she'd say no, and a no from Whitney after a kiss in the barn would break something in him that a no from a legal envelope never could. The kiss had ended the waiting. You couldn't go back to waiting after a kiss like that. After her mouth on his, after her hand on his chest, after the 12 years collapsing into nothing. The patience that had been his foundation for over a decade had cracked, and underneath it was something rawer and more dangerous. Want. Active, present tense, daylight want. The kind that required him to do something he'd never done in this marriage, which was to stop holding the door open and start walking through it. He finished saddling the gelding, led him out of the Calloway barn, and rode toward the Avery side with his mind clear and his hands steady, and the decision sitting in his chest like a coal that had been banked for years and was finally catching. Whitney was at the foal's stall when he arrived. She had the Dutch door open and was sitting on the ledge, watching the filly explore the space on legs that were sturdier than yesterday, and her face in the afternoon light had the unguarded quality he'd been collecting evidence of for weeks. The softness that appeared when she thought no one was watching. She was always being watched. She just didn't know it was him. "She's walking better," Whitney said without turning. She'd heard him come in. She always heard him. "Foal's strengthen fast. By tomorrow she'll be trotting." He stood beside the stall door, upright, deliberate. The decision was in his body now, in the set of his shoulders and the stillness of his hands, and Whitney must have felt the change because she turned and looked at him, and something in her expression shifted. "What?" she said. "I need to ask you something." Whitney stood. The foal nosed at her hand, and she let it, her fingers trailing across the filly's muzzle, and she looked at Morris with careful attention, hearing the weight of what was coming. "What do you want, Whitney?" The question came out plain. No lead-up, no softening, no context that would give her room to deflect. 5 words. The simplest and most terrifying question he'd ever asked, because every other conversation they'd had since she came home had been about the past, about what they'd lost and what they'd failed to say, and this question was about the future. And the future was the one place neither of them had been willing to go. Whitney's face went through something he couldn't read. Her mouth opened and closed, her hand stilled on the foal's nose. "I don't know," she said. "That's not an answer. It's the honest one. Then give me the dishonest one. Tell me what you'd say if you weren't scared." Her eyes were bright. The afternoon sun was coming through the barn doors behind him, and she was standing in the light of it with a newborn foal at her hip and her hand on the stall door, and her face holding every year of distance and every night of grief, and the kiss in the barn, and the morning at the car window, all of it, compressed into the expression of a woman being asked to name the thing she wanted, when naming it meant admitting she'd been wanting it all along. "I'd say I want to stop running," she said. Her voice was quiet, steady. "I'd say I want to know if what we have is strong enough to survive being chosen instead of just endured. I'd say—" She stopped, shook her head. "I can't, Morris. I don't know how to want something I already lost once." She took a step back. The old reflex, the retreat, the distance, the space that had always been her answer to any question that got too close. He could see it in the angle of her shoulders, the slight turn of her body toward the barn door, the gathering of herself like a woman preparing to walk away from the thing that scared her most. Morris caught her hand, not roughly, gently, his fingers closing around her wrist, his thumb finding the pulse point where her heartbeat lived, and the contact was light enough that she could pull free and firm enough that she'd know he meant it. "Don't run from this," he said. "Not again." Her eyes found his hand on her wrist. Then his face. Her breathing was uneven, and the pulse under his thumb was racing, and she stood there in the doorway of a foaling stall in the middle of the afternoon in broad daylight, with the sun on her face and his hand on her wrist, and the whole impossible history of their marriage pressing against the moment. She didn't run. Instead, she stepped toward him. Her free hand came up to his jaw, her palm along the line of his face, mirroring his touch from the barn. And the symmetry of it, the deliberateness, told him this was not exhaustion or accident or midnight collapse. This was a choice, her choice, made with her whole body and her whole mind in full daylight. And she kissed him. This one was slower, his hands in her hair, her hands on his chest, his mouth learning hers again in the unhurried way of two people who had time, who were choosing time, who had decided that the thing they were doing deserved more than a desperate midnight stolen between grief and foaling. The kiss deepened, and her fingers curled into the fabric of his shirt, and his hand slid to the back of her neck and held her there. And the afternoon light poured through the barn doors, and the foal whickered softly, and the world kept going, and they let it go without them. They stopped, because they were outdoors and visible, and neither of them was ready for what came after not stopping. The stopping itself made a promise, a line drawn with care, a boundary that said more without saying now. Morris pressed his forehead against hers, and they stood like that in the open, where anyone driving past could see, and for once, neither of them minded being watched. Their breathing was ragged. The foal was watching them with the unself-conscious curiosity of an animal who had been alive for less than a day and had no context for what she was seeing. "I'm not going to ask you again today," Morris said, his voice rough. "But the question's on the table now, next to the divorce papers you brought and the ring I never took off, and whenever you're ready to answer it, I'll be here." He stepped back, touched her face once, his thumb brushing her cheekbone, and then he turned and walked out of the barn into the afternoon. The walk back to the Calloway side took 5 minutes. The sun was low and gold, the light falling across the pastures in long slats that made the fence posts cast shadows twice their height. The gelding was tied at the Avery rail where Morris had left him, and he untied the horse and swung up and rode across the property line with the taste of Whitney on his mouth and the question hanging in the air behind him and the knowledge that for the first time in years, he wasn't waiting. He was moving. The ride was quiet. The gelding's hooves fell softly on the grass between the properties, and Morris passed the house on the boundary line, and for the first time in years, he let himself look at it without cataloging the repairs. He looked at it and saw what it could be. A home again. A place where two people could live if she chose to. The rest was hers now. He'd done his part. He'd asked the question and caught her hand and kissed her in the daylight and told her the door was open. What she did with the opening was not his to control, and surrendering that control was the hardest part of all of it. Harder than the waiting, harder than the ring, harder than the years. Clayton was on the Calloway porch when Morris rode in, arms crossed, leaning against the post. His hat was off and his face was lit by the last of the sun, and the expression he wore was unreadable in the way that only Clayton's expressions were unreadable. Containing everything and revealing nothing, holding judgment and approval and worry and pride in equal measure, a father watching his son come home from a place he'd been going for years with something new in his posture and something old in his eyes. Morris dismounted, tied the gelding, looked at his father across the yard. Clayton held his gaze. Then he nodded. Just once. The same nod Ruth had given at the kitchen table. The same nod that meant, "I see what you've decided, and I'm going to trust you with it, even though it scares me." He turned and went inside, and Morris stood in the yard with the horse and the sunset, and the nod still hanging in the air, and the nod said plenty.
Chapter 15. "Fried fish plate, extra coleslaw," Malachi said, setting the plate down without being asked. "And Amy put a biscuit on there because she said you looked like you could use one." "Tell her thank you." "I will. She'll say she knows." Malachi topped off Whitney's water glass and moved on to the next table, carrying 3 plates stacked along his forearm with the practiced ease of ownership worn in. The lunch rush was full, every booth taken, the counter lined with regulars, and the kitchen sending out a steady percussion of plates and orders that gave the room its heartbeat. The polished counter gleamed under the overhead lights. The chalk specials board listed fried fish, collard greens, and peach cobbler in handwriting that was neater than Rochelle's had been, Amy's hand precise and clean. The diner had changed ownership without changing identity, and the keeping of it, the careful maintenance of something beloved, reminded Whitney of Morris and the ranches, and the way love showed up in the tending. Whitney sat in the corner booth, the same one she'd shared with Angie after school in a life that felt both distant and present. And she ate her fried fish and watched the town happen through the window. Main Street was different today. Not different from yesterday, but different from the version she'd been carrying in her head since she left. The version that was small and limiting and had no room for her. The real Main Street had room. It had brick sidewalks and string lights strung between the lampposts and awnings that cast shade onto storefronts that had been painted and repainted and kept alive by people who cared about the keeping. Just-in-time's clock display glinted in the sun, The bookstore's chalkboard sign was propped on the sidewalk, listing the week's recommendations in handwriting she didn't recognize. Across the street, a woman was sweeping the steps of Light's Camera Dance, and two kids were eating ice cream on the bench outside Scoop. There it is, their legs swinging. The designer in Whitney had spent the first week here cataloging everything that needed fixing. The peeling awning, the cracked sidewalk panels, the sign that hung crooked on the hardware store. She'd walk through town with the eye of someone assessing a renovation. What was broken? What was salvageable? What needed to be torn down and rebuilt? She wasn't doing that anymore. Somewhere in the last few weeks, the eye had shifted. She'd stopped seeing the flaws and started seeing the bones, the proportions of the buildings, modest and honest, the way the oaks arched over the street and created a canopy that filtered the light into something golden and moving, the texture of the brick, the rhythm of the storefronts, the human scale of a town that had been built by hand and maintained by hand and improved by hand, generation after generation, by people who believed the place was worth the effort. She was seeing Sweetgum as she saw a good building, not for what it lacked, but for what it held. There she is. Rochelle's voice arrived before Rochelle did. Whitney looked up to find her standing at the end of the booth, silver threading through her braids, a coffee cup in one hand and the other resting on the back of the opposite bench. She was wearing a linen blouse and the earrings Benjamin had given her for their anniversary, and she carried herself with unhurried authority. She had fed this town for decades, and she had earned the right to sit wherever she wanted and say whatever she pleased. Mind if I sit? Please. Rochelle slid into the booth across from Whitney and set her coffee down and studied Whitney's face with the frank, unblinking attention that had always been Rochelle's signature. Other people in Sweetgum were careful with Whitney, tiptoeing around the history, softening their words. Rochelle had never tiptoed in her life. She'd run a diner for decades, raised a family, married Benjamin, retired on her own terms. She exercised her opinions with casual authority, knowing they carried weight and unafraid of the gravity. You look different, Rochelle said. Different how? Like you've been crying and sleeping and eating biscuits, which is the correct order for a woman going through something. Rochelle sipped her coffee. I heard about the foal. Malachi told me Morris delivered a filly in the middle of the night and you were with him. I was. Rochelle set the cup down. I also heard, through channels I will not name because a lady keeps her sources private, that you and Morris have been spending a good deal of time together. Evening barn checks, conversations that last past dark, the kind of proximity that used to lead to exactly the kind of trouble it's leading to now. Whitney felt heat climb into her face, a warmth spreading across her cheekbones and settling there. Rochelle, I'm not judging, baby. I'm observing. There's a difference, and I've had decades to learn it. Rochelle folded her hands on the table. I've known you since your mama brought you into this diner in a carrier, and I've known that boy since Clayton had him on a horse before he could walk. I have opinions about both of you that I have held for years out of respect for your marriage and your privacy. But you came back, and the privacy window is closing, so I'm going to say what I should have said a long time ago, and then I'm going to finish my coffee and go home to my husband. Whitney set down her fork. The diner hummed around them, Malachi moving between tables, Amy's voice drifting from the kitchen, the bell above the door chiming as someone left. All of it ordinary, all of it continuing while Rochelle prepared to say the extraordinary thing. That man didn't just wait for you, Whitney. Rochelle's voice was low and even and carried a weight that had nothing to do with volume. He took care of your mama when you wouldn't. He rebuilt ramps and adjusted feed schedules and drove to the vet and sat with your daddy on the porch and did every single thing a son would do. And he did it without being asked and without being thanked and without knowing whether you were ever coming back. And your mama let him, because your mama needed someone, and the someone she had was the son-in-law her daughter left behind. The words landed in the place where Rochelle's words always landed, the place where the truth lived and couldn't be argued with. Whitney sat in the booth and absorbed the hit and did not try to deflect it, because Rochelle was right, and the rightness was as old as the diner and as solid as the counter, and there was nothing to do with it except receive it. "I know," Whitney said. "I know, you know. But knowing and sitting with it are different things." Rochelle reached across the table and put her hand over Whitney's. Her grip was firm and warm and carried 30 years of feeding people and loving them and telling them the truth when the truth was the last thing they wanted to hear. "He's a good man. You know that. The whole town knows that. The question isn't whether he's good enough. The question is whether you're brave enough to let him be good to you again." She squeezed Whitney's hand, picked up her coffee, and slid out of the booth. "Tell Amy the biscuits were perfect," she said. And she walked out of the diner, the bell chiming behind her, leaving Whitney alone in the corner booth with a half-eaten plate and Rochelle's question settling into the foundation of everything else she was carrying. The afternoon was warm and bright, and Whitney walked Main Street with Rochelle's words in her body and Morris's kisses in her nerve endings. 3 miles from the ranch, 3 miles from the barn and the foal, and the question Morris had set on the table, and her body refused to cooperate with the distance. It replayed the afternoon in the stall in vivid, sensory fragments. His hand catching her wrist, the thumb finding her pulse, the moment she'd stepped toward him instead of away, and the feel of his jaw under her palm, the grain of stubble against her fingers, and the heat of his skin, and then his mouth. Unhurried. Deliberate. A kiss from a man done waiting and started choosing. It even tasted different from the midnight kiss in the barn, because that one had been grief and exhaustion and the defenses coming down, and this one had been daylight and clarity, and the defenses being set aside on purpose. The weight of his palm on the back of her neck when he'd pulled her close. She could feel it now. Walking past the hardware store in the middle of a Tuesday afternoon with people and strollers and shop doors chiming open and ordinary life happening around her. And her body was 3 miles from Morris-Calloway, and her nervous system was approximately 3 inches. The ghost of his hand on her neck, the press of his forehead against hers when they'd stopped, the roughness in his voice when he'd said, "I'll be here." She stopped walking. She was standing in front of the bookstore, and the sign by the door said something about a new shipment of romance novels, and the irony was so precise it almost made her laugh. She leaned against the storefront and breathed and told her pulse to settle, and her pulse declined the instruction. Her phone buzzed. "Samantha. Whit, I need a timeline." "I know, Sam." Richardson moved the presentation up. "End of this week, not next week. They want the full design concept, and they want you presenting it, and I cannot keep telling a client worth 6 figures that my partner is in Georgia checking on horses." Whitney leaned against the bookstore window. The glass was cool on her shoulder. Inside, she could see shelves of books and the amber light of a reading lamp, and a space that looked like it had been designed by someone who understood that a room full of books was a room full of open doors. Darius had built something beautiful here. The same way Joanne had at Roasted Beans, the same way Rashad had at the ice cream shop. People building beautiful things in a town she'd told herself had nothing to offer. "I'll call them," Whitney said. "I'll set up a remote presentation. I can do the concept from here, from there." Samantha's voice was careful now, the voice she used when she was choosing her words with the precision of someone diffusing a device. "Whit, are you hearing yourself? You're designing a 6-figure project from your parents' ranch in rural Georgia. You have a studio in Soho. You have a team. You have a life here that you built from nothing. And I am watching you let it go, one day at a time." "I'm not letting it go." "Then when are you coming back?" The question she'd been circling for weeks. The question Samantha had asked on the phone and was asking again now with sharper edges and a closer deadline. "Soon," Whitney said. The word came out thin. No weight, no conviction, no roots. A word she said because it was the answer Samantha needed to hear, and the moment it left her mouth, she tasted the dishonesty of it. Metallic, like a coin held on the tongue. She'd said, "I don't know yet the last time." Soon was supposed to be closer to an answer. It was further away. "Okay," Samantha said. Her voice said she had heard the lie and was choosing to let it stand, for now, because pushing harder would mean asking questions whose answers she wasn't sure she wanted. Soon, I'll hold you to that. But Whit, the firm needs you. I need you. And whatever's happening down there, at some point you're going to have to decide which life you're living. The call ended. Whitney stood against the bookstore window with her phone in her hand and the afternoon light falling across Main Street in long, amber bars, and the words soon dissolving on her tongue like something that had never been solid to begin with. The drive home was quiet. The pine canopy closed over the road, filtering the late light into green and amber. And Whitney drove with the windows down and the radio off, and her mind turning over the 3 questions that had been handed to her like keys, each one fitting a different lock, each lock on the same door. Rochelle's question, whether you're brave enough to let him be good to you again. Samantha's question, which life you're living. Morris's question, what do you want, Whitney? 3 questions from 3 people, all circling the same center, all asking her to name the thing she was afraid to name, because naming it meant choosing it, and choosing it meant trusting she could survive the return. She'd survived the leaving. She'd survived the distance and the silence, and the sealed grief, and the years of making beautiful rooms for other people while her own life sat empty in a house on a property line in Georgia. Surviving the return should have been easier. It wasn't, because leaving required only endurance, and returning required faith, and faith was the thing the blighted ovum had taken from her alongside everything else. The Avery porch came into view. Vivian was sitting in her chair with a blanket across her lap and a book in her recovering hand, reading in the late afternoon light. She looked up when Whitney pulled into the driveway, and her eyes tracked her daughter from the car to the porch steps with quiet attention, a lifetime of reading faces behind them, never once needing to be told what she was seeing. Whitney climbed the steps, sat down in the rocker beside her mother. Didn't speak. The evening was coming on. The light had gone from gold to amber, and the shadows of the oaks stretched long across the yard. From the porch, Whitney could see the fence line and the pasture and the far shape of the Calloway barn, and somewhere beyond it, the house on the boundary line. The house where the worst thing had happened and the best thing might still be possible if she was brave enough to walk through the door. Vivian turned a page. The book rested in her right hand, the grip steady now, the fingers that couldn't hold a spoon 3 weeks ago holding a novel open without trembling. The recovery was visible in small things, daily, and the dailiness of it felt more miraculous than any single leap would have. Vivian Avery was getting better. The body that had betrayed her was coming back. One gripped spoon, and one turned page, and one walked step at a time, and the stubbornness that drove the recovery was the same stubbornness that had run a horse ranch and raised a daughter and loved a husband who built ramps with his own hands rather than ask for help. "Your daddy put sweet tea in the fridge," Vivian said. "Thank you, Mama." They sat. The rockers creaked on the porch boards. The pasture stretched out before them, green and gold in the failing light, and the Calloway property was visible beyond the fence line, the barn roof catching the last of the sun, and somewhere on the other side of that fence, a man was doing the evening feeding and wearing a ring and waiting for an answer. Whitney hadn't given yet. Vivian didn't ask about Rochelle, didn't ask about Samantha, didn't ask about Morris. She sat beside her daughter and read her book, and let the quiet do the work, because Vivian Avery had learned, over the course of a stroke and a recovery and a daughter who came home, that the most powerful thing a mother could offer was not advice or wisdom or the devastating truths Rochelle specialized in, but presence, just being there, the chair beside the chair, the porch beneath the sky. "Mama? I think I'm staying." Vivian turned another page. The corner of her mouth moved, barely, a shift so small that anyone else would have missed it. But Whitney saw it because Whitney had been reading her mother's face for her whole life and knew that the smallest movements carried the most weight. "I know, baby," Vivian said. "I've known since you moved my lamp."
Chapter 16. "Tell me something I don't know about those years," Whitney said. They were on the Avery porch, same as every evening now. The rocking chairs, the sweet tea Vernon left in the fridge. the pasture going gold as the sun dropped. It had become their place, this porch, as the hay bales outside the barn had been their place before the foaling, and the kiss moved everything indoors and outdoors at the same time. Morris sat with his hat on his knee and his sleeves rolled, and Whitney sat with her feet tucked under her and a blanket across her legs, even though the evening was mild, because Whitney was always cold at sundown, which was something he'd remembered about her and hadn't known he'd remembered until she shivered on the third night, and he went inside and came back with the throw from the couch without being asked. The grief conversations had been happening in pieces for days. She told him things. He told her things. The words came slowly, in the rhythm of the evening, mixed with ranch talk and horse updates and the ordinary business of two people who were running a property together and also, carefully, rebuilding the interior of something that had collapsed years ago. Some evenings the conversation went deep. Some evenings it stayed on the surface, and the surface was work too, because surface meant trust, and trust meant they were learning to sit together without needing every moment to carry the weight of 12 years. Tonight felt different. The air had a quality to it, a readiness, as if the evening itself knew that something was coming and had cleared a space for it. "Something you don't know," he said. "Something you haven't told me. Something you carried alone." He looked at the pasture. The filly was out with Ginger for the first time today, staying close to her mother's flank, her legs stronger, her head higher. She moved through the grass with the cautious confidence of an animal discovering that the world was larger than the stall she'd been born in. "I built a crib," Morris said. Whitney's rocker stopped. "The week after we found out. Before the first ultrasound. Before any of it. I went to the workshop and I started building." He turned his hat in his hands, running his thumb along the brim. "Pine. I had a piece of clear pine I'd been saving for something, and the morning you told me, I knew what the something was. I drew the plans on a napkin at the kitchen table while you were in the shower. Side rails, spindles, a curved headboard, nothing fancy, just clean." The porch was quiet. A mockingbird started up in the oak and then stopped, as if it knew the evening had shifted. "I worked on it every day after the feedings. An hour in the workshop, sometimes 2. The spindles were the best part. I turned each one by hand on the lathe, and the pine smelled like sunlight when it came off the blade, and I remember thinking that our child was going to sleep in something I made with my hands, and the thinking made me work slower, more carefully, because the care was part of the gift." He paused. The hat turned in his hands. "I got about halfway through before the third appointment. The spindles were done. The rails were shaped. I had the headboard roughed out but not sanded. And when we came home from that last ultrasound, I went out to the workshop and I stood there and looked at it, and I couldn't touch it. I couldn't finish it and I couldn't take it apart. Both felt like the same thing. Both felt like admitting it was over. Morris? It's still there." He looked at her. "In the house. Our house. I moved it from the workshop to the room we'd picked out, the room that was going to be the nursery, and I put a sheet over it, and I haven't touched it since." The information landed on Whitney's face in stages. First, the comprehension. The crib existed. Then the weight. He'd started building it in joy and abandoned it in grief. Then the duration. It had been sitting under a sheet for over a decade, in a house neither of them had entered, in a room that had never become what it was meant to become. Each layer arrived and settled, and Morris watched her receive it and did not look away. "You moved it to the nursery," she said quietly. "I didn't know where else it belonged. It belonged wherever you needed it to be. I needed it to be in the room where it was supposed to go, even if nobody was going to sleep in it, even if the room was never going to be what we planned." He paused. "I think I needed the house to hold it. I couldn't hold it myself." The sweet tea was sweating in their glasses. The ice had melted. Whitney picked hers up and took a sip and set it back down, and the gesture was mechanical, her hands doing something while her mind processed what he'd given her. "You said you wanted to know something I carried alone," Morris said. "There's one more thing." She waited. "About a year after you left, I drove to New York." The rocker stopped again. This time her whole body went still, the deep kind of stillness he'd come to recognize as Whitney receiving information that rearranged the picture she'd been carrying. I found out where you lived from Angie. She didn't want to tell me, but I asked, and she could see what the asking cost me, and she gave me the address. He looked at the pasture. The filly had moved further from Ginger now, testing the distance, her head swinging left and right as she catalogued the world. I drove up on a weekend, left before dawn and drove all day, parked on your street that evening, sat in the truck and looked at your building. Whitney's hand came to her mouth. She didn't speak. It was a brownstone, walk-up, 3rd floor. I could see the window you'd hung those curtains in, the ones with the blue pattern, and I thought, she made it beautiful. Whatever space she landed in, she made it beautiful, because that's what she does. He paused. I sat there for 2 hours. I watched people go in and out. I watched the light in your window come on at dusk, and I knew you were up there, and you were alive, and you were doing the thing you'd always done, which was turning a room into something worth staying in. And I thought about going up. I thought about ringing the buzzer and standing in the hallway and saying... He stopped. The sentence he'd carried for over a decade pressed against his ribs, and he let it come. I wanted to say, I'm hurting too, Whitney, and I don't know how to hurt near you without making it worse. But I'm here, and I drove 16 hours because I couldn't stand the thought of you being in pain in a city where nobody knows your middle name. The evening had gone violet around the edges. The sun was below the tree line now, and the sky was layered in deep colors, and the porch light hadn't come on yet, and they were sitting in the in-between, the last minutes before dark when everything was visible and nothing was sharp. Why didn't you come up? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Because you asked me for space. And I'd spent my whole life giving people what they asked for, even when I thought it was wrong, because that felt like respect, and respect felt like love. And I didn't know yet that sometimes love means showing up when you haven't been invited. So you drove home. I drove home. Drove through the night and most of the next day. Clayton was sitting on the porch when I pulled in. He didn't ask where I'd been. He handed me a cup of coffee and sat with me until I went to bed. The evening was deepening around them. The violet had given way to indigo, and the first stars were showing through the trees, and the porch was the only lit space in the yard, a small bright stage in a dark theater. Whitney was quiet for a long time. Morris let her be quiet. He'd learned over these evenings that her silences had different textures. The guarded silence she'd arrived with, the processing silence she wore after receiving something heavy, and this one, which was newer, a silence that felt like digestion rather than defense. She was taking in what he'd given her and letting it settle alongside everything else they'd shared. The curtains were blue and white, she said finally. Toile. I bought them at a market in Brooklyn the first week I moved in, because the apartment had nothing in the windows and the light was too bright in the mornings, and I needed something between me and the sun. The detail was small and precise and offered without explanation, and Morris understood that it was her way of telling him, I believe you. You were there. You saw my window. She was confirming his story with a detail he couldn't have known unless he'd really stood on her street and looked up. I almost came up, he said. I had my hand on the buzzer. You should have buzzed. I know. I would have let you in. The sentence cracked something open. Morris felt it in his throat, a tightness that had nothing to do with holding back tears, and everything to do with the weight of a missed door, a missed chance, a year of distance that could have ended in a hallway in Brooklyn if he'd pressed a button and climbed 3 flights of stairs. I would have let you in, she said again, softer now, and I would have been furious, and I would have cried, and we would have fought about everything we should have fought about the day I left. And maybe it would have ended differently, or maybe it wouldn't have, but at least we would have fought. We're not good at fighting, no. We're good at loving, and we're good at hurting, and we're terrible at fighting. That's why I ran. Fighting felt like it would break everything, and I didn't know that sometimes breaking is how things get rebuilt. The sentence landed in the place where the best things Whitney said always landed, the intersection of honesty and insight, The place where her intelligence and her pain met and produced something that was truer than either one alone. "We're doing them now," she said, "the fights, the conversations, all of it, late but now." The sentence was small and plain, and it opened something in Morris's chest that he hadn't known was ready to open. Something lighter than grief. Something that felt like the first breath after surfacing, the gasp that came when you'd been underwater long enough to forget there was air. They were doing them now. The conversations they should have had when they were young and married and terrified. The grief they should have shared in real time. The words he should have said in a hallway in New York, and the words she should have said in a bathroom in Georgia, and all the small daily acts of honesty that got lost in the distance and the silence and the years of tending everything except the thing that mattered most. Morris looked at her. She was watching the pasture, her profile lit by the last of the light, and her face held something he hadn't seen there before: peace, or the beginning of peace. The foundation of it, laid stone by stone over evenings on this porch, conversations that peeled back one layer at a time, the slow and imperfect work of two people learning to carry the same weight in the same room. He reached for her hand, not her wrist this time, her hand. His fingers laced through hers, palm against palm, and the contact was simple and total and held none of the charged intensity of the kisses. This was something older and quieter. The way they used to hold hands when they were young, walking between the two properties with their whole lives ahead of them and no idea how much of it they'd have to survive. Her hand was smaller than he remembered, or his had gotten bigger. The years of ranch work had thickened his fingers, roughened his palms, and her hand inside his felt like something delicate and strong at the same time. A designer's hand, a hand that arranged beautiful things, and also gripped a halter through a midnight foaling, and also rested on his chest when she kissed him, and also once held a pregnancy test in a bathroom in a house on a boundary line and shook. He held her hand and felt the whole history of it. Whitney leaned against his shoulder, a settling, slow and deliberate, the weight of her body shifting sideways until her head rested in the space between his shoulder and his jaw. Morris put his arm around her and felt her breathing slow against his side, and the evening went dark around them, and they sat there and let it. The sun finished setting. The stars came through, the same hard, bright scatter that had been above them the night of the foaling and the night of the first conversation and every night before and after, unchanged, indifferent to the human work happening underneath them. The mockingbird started again, running through its set, and the frogs joined in from the direction of the Calloway Pond, and the night sounds built themselves around the two people on the porch until the silence and the noise were the same thing. Morris pressed his mouth to the top of her head, his lips against her hair, barely a kiss, more a way of being close, and the scent of her shampoo mixed with the evening air, and her hand tightened in his, and neither of them spoke, because the talking was done for tonight. And what remained, the two of them holding on in the dark, was enough. The porch light came on, the automatic timer, clicking over at dark, flooding the steps with yellow light that made the moths come. Behind them, through the screen door, Morris could hear Vernon moving in the kitchen, putting dishes away, running water in the sink, the domestic sounds of a house that held a family that was mending. Vernon's steady presence in the kitchen, Vivian's steady presence in the living room. The Avery house doing what houses did, holding people while they healed. Whitney stirred against his shoulder. "I should go in." "I know." Neither of them moved. The moths circled the porch light, the frogs kept singing, and Morris held her for another minute, because being this close to her was the closest thing to whole he'd felt in years, and the letting go, when it came, would be temporary, and that was new, and the newness of it was the best thing he'd felt since the morning the filly stood up. Whitney's weight shifted against his shoulder. "Tell me something you built," she said, half asleep, "while I was gone." "Rebuilt the run-in shed, put a new floor in your mama's kitchen." He thought about it. "Taught Theo's whole class to post a trot." "That's not building. You haven't watched 10 kids learn to post a trot." Her laugh moved through him, low and unguarded, worn soft by the evening. Vivian's silhouette crossed the living room window. She was walking without her cane tonight, Morris noticed. Slow but steady, one hand trailing the wall for balance, the other holding a book. She passed the window and paused, and for a moment her shape was framed in the warm light of the room, looking out at the porch where her daughter sat with her head on her husband's shoulder, and Vivian's hand came up to the glass. A touch so brief it might have been her steadying herself, or it might have been something else entirely. A mother pressing her palm against the window that separated her from the two people she'd been praying over for years, feeling the glass and the light and the proof that some prayers get answered in their own time. Then she moved on, and the window was empty, and the light stayed on.
Chapter 17. I want to go to the house, she said. Morris was checking the filly's hooves, crouched beside the foal in the paddock with the morning sun on his back. He didn't look up. His hands kept moving, lifting each small hoof, examining the sole, setting it down. But his body changed. A stillness in his shoulders that spread outward, and Whitney saw it and understood that he'd heard not just the words, but everything underneath them. When? He said. Now. He set the last hoof down, stood, looked at her across the paddock fence, his face lit by the morning, his eyes holding the question he wasn't going to ask because the answer was already in her voice. All right, he said. They walked. The house was a 10-minute walk from the Avery barn, straight across the back pasture, through the gate in the fence line, and up the gentle rise where Vernon and Clayton had set the foundation the summer their children finished school. The path between the properties was worn into the grass by years of Morris's truck tires, but they didn't drive. They walked side by side, their arms brushing, the morning quiet around them except for the birds and the sound of their boots in the grass. Neither of them spoke. The conversation they'd had on the porch, the crib and the drive to New York and the words Morris had carried for years had cleared something, opened a space, and the space was asking to be filled. And the only way to fill it was to go to the place where everything had happened and stand inside it together. The house appeared through the sweetgum trees. The canopy had grown over the roof in the years since anyone had walked this path on foot, and the light came through the leaves in shifting coins that moved across the clapboard and the porch and the ground. The paint had weathered to the pale gray Whitney remembered from her drive-by, and the porch sagged at the corner, and the shutter hung at its angle, and all of it looked smaller and more fragile than the weight it carried. From this close, Whitney could see things she'd missed from the road. The planter boxes under the front windows, empty, the soil dried to dust. A welcome mat, faded to nothing, the word barely legible. The screen door, the mesh torn in one corner where a branch or an animal had pressed against it. The small, accumulating evidence of a house that had been left by people who hadn't planned on staying away. Morris stopped at the bottom of the porch steps. Whitney stopped beside him. The morning was bright behind them, the pasture green and open, and the house sat in its canopy of sweetgum shade, like something waiting to be remembered. You haven't been inside since the crib, she said. No. In all the years. No. I moved it in, covered the furniture, and closed the door. Haven't been back. The words sat in the morning air, plain and enormous. Morris Calloway, who maintained every fence and every barn and every piece of equipment on 2 properties, who tended land with the devotion of a man raised to believe that care was covenant, had walked through this door once to lay his grief down and then never again. The door was the one thing he couldn't tend. The door was the line he couldn't cross alone. Together, Whitney said. He looked at her. His jaw was tight, and his eyes were dark, and his hands were still at his sides, and she could see the effort it was taking him to stand here, on these steps, in front of this door, and not turn around. The restraint that had defined him was fighting the choice he'd made to stop being restrained, and the fight was visible in every line of his body. She took his hand. Not his wrist, not his arm. His hand, the same way he'd taken hers on the porch, palm against palm, fingers laced, and she led him up the steps. The front door opened stiffly, the hinges protesting with a sound that belonged to a place that had been sealed and held and waited. The air inside was still, dusty, dense with the absence of movement, the heavy stillness of a room where no one had breathed for years. It smelled like old wood and closed windows, and something underneath that Whitney recognized, the ghost of the life that had lived here briefly, before the living stopped. She stepped inside. Morris followed. His hand found the small of her back as they crossed the threshold, a touch so brief it might have been instinctive. And then his hand dropped and they stood in the living room of their house for the first time in over a decade. The living room was exactly as they'd left it, except for the covers Morris had draped over the furniture the day he came back to place the crib. The outlines of a couch and 2 chairs and the lamp she'd chosen from a catalog and the bookshelf he'd carried in on a night when she'd climbed onto his back and pressed her face into his hair and said perfect. The covers had yellowed with years. The light through the clouded windows was gray and muted, and the room had the quality of a photograph left in the sun, faded but composition intact. Whitney pulled one corner of a dust cover back. The couch underneath was the sage green they'd picked together at a furniture store in the next county, driving Clayton's truck because Morris's didn't have enough bed space. She remembered the drive, the argument about fabric. Morris saying he didn't care what color it was as long as she liked it, and Whitney saying that was exactly the wrong answer because a couch was shared and shared meant both opinions mattered. He'd smiled at her then, the full smile he saved for the moments when her stubbornness made him happy, and they'd chosen sage green because it was the one color neither of them loved and both of them could live with. She covered the couch again. Some memories were easier to put back than others. Whitney's designer's eye saw everything. The proportions of the room, modest and well-balanced. The window placement, sized for cross-ventilation, the same detail she'd noticed from the road. The ceiling height, generous for a house this size, which meant Vernon or Clayton had known that a low ceiling could make a small room feel smaller, and they'd built upward to compensate. These were men who understood space, who understood that the rooms you build for your children carry the weight of what you hope for them. She walked to the kitchen. Morris stayed at the threshold, watching her, giving her the room she needed. The kitchen was small and clean, in the way empty kitchens are clean. No dishes, no food, no evidence of use. The counter was laminate, cream-colored, with a pattern that had been popular decades ago and was now somewhere between vintage and forgotten. Whitney put her hand on it. The surface was cool under her palm, smooth with the faint grit of years of dust. She stood there with her hand flat on the counter and felt the house come back to her in pieces. She had stood here, young and married and carrying something she hadn't known was empty, making coffee in the early morning while Morris slept, feeling the nausea that she'd been told was normal, the exhaustion she'd been told was the body working, the tenderness in her breasts that meant life was happening inside her. All of it real. All of it the body's best and most faithful lie. She had stood here on the morning the cramps started. She'd been reaching for a mug, and the pain had arrived low and sharp, and she'd set the mug down and put both hands on this counter and breathed and known. Already known. Even before it became real. Even before the hours in the bathroom and the sound of Morris's voice through the door asking if she was okay. Already known that the thing her body had been building toward was never going to arrive. Her hand pressed harder into the counter. The dust gave way to the smooth surface beneath, and the surface was the same surface, and the morning light through the kitchen window was the same morning light, and nothing in this room had changed except the woman standing in it. Whitney, Morris's voice came from the doorway. Quiet, present, not pushing. "I'm okay," she said. The words were automatic. She wasn't okay. She was standing in the kitchen where her body had first told her the truth her mind refused to hear, and the truth was 12 years old, and it was as sharp as the morning it arrived. She lifted her hand from the counter, turned, walked past Morris, her shoulder brushing his as she passed, and went down the short hallway to the room at the end. The hallway was narrow and dim. 2 doors on the left, the bathroom, where Morris had sat on the floor and waited for her, and a closet they'd never filled. 1 door at the end, the room they'd chosen. She could see it from where she stood, the closed door, the plain wood knob, and the distance between her and that door was the shortest and longest walk of her life. Morris was behind her. She felt him there, the heat of his body close to hers, his breath and his presence and the steadiness he carried into every room he entered. He wasn't pushing or pulling. He was there, which was the only thing he'd ever needed to be, and the thing she'd spent years not letting him be. She put her hand on the knob and turned it. The room was empty, except for the crib. It sat in the corner under a sheet, the shape of it visible through the fabric, the curved top of the headboard pressing against the cotton like a hand reaching up from underneath. The room was small. The window faced east, morning light, the kind of light you'd want for a nursery, and the walls were unpainted, still the raw drywall they'd never gotten around to finishing, because the finishing felt like something you did after the baby came, after the future was real, after the hoping turned into having. Whitney crossed the room. She stood in front of the crib and looked at the sheet and felt the 12 years of distance collapse into the space between her hand and the fabric. Then she pulled the sheet off. The pine had aged to honey. The spindles Morris had turned by hand on the lathe stood in their row, evenly spaced, each one slightly different from the next in the way handmade things were always slightly different, the variation that proved a human had made them. The side rails were smooth and shaped. The headboard was roughed in, the curve visible but unfinished, the surface still showing the marks of the tool that had shaped it. It was beautiful. Even incomplete, even after all the years, the craftsmanship was evident in every joint. The dovetails were tight, the proportions were right. This was not furniture making. This was a future being built, one spindle at a time with his hands and his hope and the clear pine he'd been saving for something. Her hand found one of the spindles. The wood was cool and smooth, sanded by Morris's hands before the sanding stopped, and the feel of it under her fingers was the most honest thing she'd ever touched. He'd made this in a workshop, with sawdust in his hair and the smell of pine in the air and the whole bright certainty of fatherhood ahead of him. He'd turned each spindle individually, each rail shaped by hand. He'd started the headboard's curve with a vision of what it would look like when a baby's hand reached up to touch it. She thought about the napkin on the kitchen table, the plans drawn while she was in the shower, the privacy of his joy, the way he'd started building before the first ultrasound, before any confirmation, because the hope itself was enough to put his hands on wood and make something. Morris Calloway didn't wait for certainty. He built toward it. And when the certainty disappeared, he'd covered the evidence and closed the door and driven past this house every morning for years without stopping, because the love in the crib was the same love in the ring, and neither could be dismantled without dismantling something in himself. She cried. The tears came without warning and without sound, the same silent tears that had come in the barn the night the filly was born, except these were different. These were older. These had been sealed in a room in her chest for over a decade, behind the walls she'd built and the distance she'd maintained and the competence she'd wrapped around herself like armor. And now the walls were down and the tears came through, and they were enormous, and they were not just hers. Morris was crying too. She could hear it behind her. The quiet, broken breathing of the man beside her. This man, Morris, who had stood in a workshop and built something beautiful for a child that never came, who had moved the unfinished thing into this room and covered it with a sheet and walked away and never come back, who had cataloged the porch boards and the paint and the shutter from his truck window, maintaining everything except the one place where the grief lived, because the grief was the one thing that couldn't be maintained alone. She turned, and his arms were there. She stepped into them, and his chest was solid against her face, and his arms closed around her and held, and she gripped the front of his shirt with both fists and pressed her forehead into him and let the grief come. All of it. The ultrasounds and the hoping and the cramps in the kitchen and the hours in the bathroom and the leaving and the years and the sealed rooms and the distance and the aloneness of carrying a loss that could have been shared if she'd been brave enough to stay. They stood in the nursery and they wept. Together, at the same time, in the same room, for the first time. The grief that had been carried separately for 12 years merged into one thing. it did not have. It did not lighten, but it distributed, flowing from one body into another through the places where they touched. Her hands on his shirt and his arms around her back, and his chin resting on the top of her head, and the distribution changed it, made it bearable, transformed it from something each of them dragged through every day alone into something two people could carry in the same space at the same moment, together, finally, as it was always supposed to be carried. The crying slowed. The breathing evened. The room let them stay as long as they needed. A room built by fathers who understood that sometimes the most important thing a house could do was stand still while the people inside it fell apart. Morris's chin was on her head. His arms were around her. Her hands were fisted in his shirt, the fabric twisted and damp, and she could feel his heartbeat through the cotton, steady, the same heartbeat she'd fallen asleep to when they were young and married and believed the hard things would never find them here. Outside, the sweet gum trees shifted in a breeze that traveled through the open front door and down the hallway and into the room, and the air moved for the first time in years, and it felt like breath, the house exhaling something it had been carrying as long as they had. She didn't let go. She pressed closer, and his arms tightened. And they stood in the room that was supposed to be a nursery, in the house that was supposed to be their home, and the light came through the east window and fell across the unfinished headboard and lit the wood to gold. The crib stood in its corner, half-built, waiting. And for the first time in 12 years, the waiting felt like it might be close to over. Morris pressed his mouth to her hair. His breath moved through the strands and settled against her scalp, and the warmth of it traveled down through her body, and Whitney closed her eyes and let herself rest against the man she'd married in the house their fathers built, beside the crib he'd started for a child who never came. And the morning was new, and the grief was old, and at last both of them stood in the same room.
Chapter 18. You're staring, Whitney said. I know. They were at the Avery barn, morning feeding, the routine they'd built over weeks. Except this morning, the routine had a different texture. The grief in the house yesterday had broken something open, and what had rushed into the opening was not more grief. It was everything that had been waiting behind it. The wanting, the heat, the full-body awareness of each other that had been building since the first week and was no longer content to live in the margins. The morning was bright. The barn doors were open to the pasture, and the light came through in slanted columns that caught the dust and turned it golden. Morris watched her pour grain into the trough. She was wearing a flannel shirt over a tank top, her hair pulled back, and there was nothing remarkable about the image except that it undid him completely. The line of her neck, her hands moving on the bucket, sure and practiced, the ranch muscle memory coming back stronger every day, the strip of skin at her collar where the chain lay, the chain he now knew held a ring. Morris. You're still staring. I'm aware. She set the bucket down and turned to look at him, and the look had no guard in it. No caution, no distance, no professional composure held up like a shield. This was Whitney looking at him with the full heat of what she'd been carrying underneath the grief, and the heat was considerable, and Morris felt it across the feed aisle like sunlight through a window that had just been opened. He crossed the aisle. She didn't step back. He put his hand on her hip, light, steady, a question asked through his palm, and she answered by leaning into it, her body shifting toward his with a naturalness that belonged to the two people they used to be and were becoming again. I'm going to the house today, he said. His voice was low, close to her ear. I'm going to open the windows and air the rooms and make the bed. She was quiet for a moment. Her hand came up to his forearm, her fingers resting on the muscle there, and the contact was electric and calm at the same time. The dual quality of two people who had already decided what was happening and were letting the deciding settle before they moved. Okay, she said. One word. It held everything. The day was charged. Every task they'd done 100 times carried a current underneath it. Morris passed Whitney a coffee mug at the paddock fence, and their fingers overlapped, and neither of them pulled away quickly. She handed him a halter in the tack room, and her thumb grazed his wrist, and the graze traveled up his arm and into his chest and stayed there. They checked the filly together, crouching side by side, and her shoulder pressed against his, and the press lasted longer than the check did. The air hummed, not with tension, with intention. The wanting that had been living in their bodies for weeks had been given permission, and the permission changed everything. Her eyes on him across the paddock had an openness that made his mouth dry. His body behind hers at the stall door, close enough that she could feel him, was a conversation conducted entirely through proximity. Vernon saw. Vernon always saw. Morris caught the older man watching them from the tractor seat, his expression carrying the faintest trace of something that looked like relief, and Vernon looked away and went back to his work without saying a word. The ranch went about its business around the hum, Ginger grazing in the far pasture, Sugar Cookie standing at her fence post in the late morning sun, the filly testing her legs in the paddock. The ordinary world continuing while two people moved through it in a state of heightened awareness, every surface and sound and shift of light registering at a frequency that had nothing to do with ranch work and everything to do with what was coming. Morris went to the house after lunch. The walk across the pasture was different alone. Without Whitney beside him, the path felt longer, the sweetgum canopy denser, and the front door, which they'd closed behind them yesterday, opened more easily this time, as if the hinges remembered being used and were loosening into it. Every window in the house came open. The air rushed through, fresh and warm, displacing years of sealed stillness. The curtains moved for the first time since Morris had covered the furniture. The dust covers billowed. The house began to breathe. The bedroom took the most work. Morris swept the floor, wiped down the nightstands, changed the sheets with linens he'd brought from the Calloway house in a folded bag. Clean cotton, plain. He opened the bedroom window and let the afternoon light pour across the bed, and the light made the room look like a room again instead of a memorial. The mattress was firm beneath the fresh sheets. The pillow held its shape. Small things, ordinary things, but the ordinariness was what mattered, because ordinariness was what they'd been missing. The nursery door stayed closed. That room had done its work yesterday. Today was for a different room. The work took 2 hours. When he was done, the house smelled like open air and clean cotton and the faint sweetness of the sweetgum leaves coming through the windows. It wasn't renovated, it wasn't restored, but it was livable, and the livability was an act of intention, and the intention was the first thing Morris had built in this house since the crib. That evening the sun was low and gold. Morris walked to the Avery porch, and Whitney was there, sitting in the rocker with a glass of water and her phone in her lap, and she looked up when she heard his boots on the gravel. "It's ready," he said. She didn't ask what was ready. She stood, set the glass on the railing, and walked down the porch steps toward him, and her stride had a quality he'd never seen in it before. Certainty. Pure, undiluted, the walk of a decision made and done being questioned. They walked together. Across the pasture, through the gate, up the rise. The sweetgum canopy turned the last of the sun into lace on the ground. They didn't hold hands. They didn't touch. They walked side by side with the knowledge of what was coming, living in the space between their bodies, and not touching felt more intimate than touching, a restraint that would break when they crossed the threshold. The walk was 10 minutes. It felt like both a second and an hour. The grass was cool under their boots. The evening air smelled like cut hay and the first dampness of dew, and somewhere in the Calloway pasture a horse whinnied, and the sound carried across the open land and faded. The house was different with the windows open. Air moved through the rooms. The curtains stirred. The covers on the furniture rippled in the cross breeze, and the living room had lost its sealed quality and gained something else, the feeling of a space being reclaimed. Not restored, not renovated. Reclaimed. A word Whitney would understand better than anyone, because reclaiming was what designers did. They took spaces that had lost their purpose and gave them new ones. Morris took her hand in the hallway, her fingers closed around his. The hallway was the same hallway she'd walked yesterday, past the bathroom door and the closet and the nursery, but the nursery door was closed and the bedroom door was open, and the room beyond it was lit with the amber light of a sun that was almost gone, and the bed was made, and the sheets were clean, and the window was open to the evening, and the room was just a room, simple and ready and waiting. Whitney stepped through the door and turned to face him. The light caught her face. The same face he'd known since childhood. The same face he'd watched change over weeks, from guarded to open, from sealed to cracked to unlocked, and now the face looking at him held nothing he had to interpret. It was all there, the want, the fear, the trust that had been earned in barns and on porches and in a nursery beside a half-built crib, and something else, something steady and settled that he'd never seen there before. "I love you," Morris said. The words came out plain and unadorned, the way everything honest came out of him, and he hadn't planned to say them here in this doorway, in this light, but the words had been living in his chest for 12 years, and the chest was done holding them. Whitney's face did something he'd never seen it do. It opened all at once, every layer, every guard, the whole careful architecture of composure she'd built falling away in a single breath. And what was underneath was raw and luminous and completely his. "I love you," she said. "I never stopped, not for one day." "Come here," she said. He went. Her hands found his shirt. His hands found her face. His thumbs on her cheekbones, his palms along her jaw, holding her as he'd wanted to hold her since the night on the porch when he'd stopped himself an inch from her skin. He wasn't stopping now. There was nothing to stop for. The restraint that had defined him for years had served its purpose, and its purpose was to bring him here, to this room, to this woman, to this moment when the stopping ended and the beginning began. He kissed her, slow, deliberate. Her mouth opened under his, and the taste of her was familiar and new at once. The years distilled into the warmth of her lips and the catch of her breath, and her hands moving from his shirt to his chest to the back of his neck, pulling him closer with a strength that surprised neither of them. They moved toward the bed. Her back found the mattress, and his weight settled over her, and the geometry of their bodies was known and discovered, a map he'd memorized in another lifetime that his hands were reading again in the failing light. The 12 years collapsed. The flannel came off first, then the tank top, lifted over her head, and there it was, the ring. His ring. On the gold chain against her chest, resting in the hollow of her throat, catching the last of the light. Morris's hand went to it. His fingers closed around the ring, warm from her body, and he held it for a moment, feeling the weight of it, the metal that matched the band on his own finger. "How long?" he said. "Since the day I left." Her voice was quiet. "I took it off my hand and put it on the chain in the terminal. I couldn't wear it where people could see it, but I couldn't leave it behind." Since the day she left. Every day after. Under every shirt, through every meeting, on every flight, in every room she'd designed in Manhattan. His ring against her skin for over a decade, hidden and held because taking it off would have meant something she wasn't willing to let be true. He let the ring fall back against her skin, kissed the place where it rested, her skin under his palms, the sound she made when his mouth found the place below her ear that had always undone her. The arch of her back. His name in her throat, spoken as only she had ever spoken it, as if the syllables had a weight and the weight was something she could hold. The evening light moved across them, and the window let the air in, and the bed held them, and the room, which had been closed for years, opened. This was not a first time. Their bodies carried a memory that their minds had spent years trying to override, and the memory was winning. His hands knew the curve of her waist, the dip at the small of her back, the place on her rib cage where she was ticklish and sensitive at the same time. Her hands explored the landscape of his shoulders, broader now, harder from the years of work, and the difference between then and now was not a loss, but an addition. New territory mapped onto familiar ground. She pulled him down. He went willingly. And the coming together was not gentle, because years of wanting compressed into one moment never was, but it was tender, because tenderness was what they'd earned, and the tenderness moved through the urgency and braided itself into every touch, every breath, every murmured word, until the two things were indistinguishable, until giving and receiving were the same act. and the room filled with the small sounds of a husband and a wife finding each other again. Afterward, they lay in the sheets and breathed. The window was open to the night. The stars were out, the same bright scatter that had been above them through every conversation and every kiss and every silence, and the mockingbird was singing somewhere in the sweetgum canopy, running through its repertoire, tireless. The night air moved through the room and cooled their skin and carried the scent of the land, grass, and earth, and the faint sweetness of the sweetgum leaves, and the room smelled like open windows and clean sheets and two people who had come home to each other. Whitney's head was on his chest. Her hand rested over his heartbeat, her palm flat, measuring the rhythm as if to make sure it was real. Morris's arm was around her, his hand on the curve of her waist, and her body against his side was warm and present and breathing. Morris? Yeah, I'm staying. Not I think I'm staying, not I might be staying. The sentence was complete, unqualified, and it arrived in the dark bedroom of a house on a boundary line with the windows open and the stars out and a mockingbird singing its way through every song it knew. Morris pressed his lips to the top of her head. I know, he said. She fell asleep before he did. The dark settled around them. Morris lay still and listened to her breathe. The rhythm of it, slow and even. She was resting, actually resting, not the guarded half-sleep she'd been carrying since she walked off the plane. Her body was heavy against his, the heaviness of letting go, and the weight of it was the lightest thing he'd ever held. For the first time in over a decade, he allowed himself to believe this might be real. A return, not a visit. A choice, not a crisis response. The kind of real that survived the morning and the morning after that, and every morning after that, for as long as mornings kept coming. The house held them. The windows let the air through. The bedroom that had been sealed was open, and the two people in it were open. And outside, the land stretched between the Avery barn and the Calloway barn in the dark. The same land that had held their families for generations, tended by hands that believed what you took care of would take care of you back. Morris closed his eyes. The mockingbird was still going. Whitney's breathing was steady against his chest. The ring was on his finger. The woman was in his arms. And the two facts, which had lived in different time zones for over a decade, were finally in the same room. When he opened his eyes, the light was gray and soft, the earliest morning, and Whitney was still beside him, and the night hadn't taken her. Morris watched her sleep, her face on the pillow, her hair fanned across the cotton, one hand tucked under her cheek. She looked younger in sleep, the tension she carried in her jaw and her shoulders released, and the face he saw was close to the one he'd married, and also different, marked by the years and the loss and the distance and the return, and both versions were her, and he loved both. The morning light strengthened, the room filled slowly, the gray giving way to gold, and the house creaked as old houses did when the sun reached the wood and the beams expanded. Outside the window, the sweetgum canopy was lit from below, the leaves catching the first direct light, and a cardinal was singing its two-note song from the roof peak, persistent, territorial, claiming the morning. Morris lay still and let the morning arrive. The sheets smelled like clean cotton, and his body was tired in the deep, satisfying way that came from something given rather than something spent. Her hand was still on his arm, her fingers loosely curled, and the casualness of the grip was the most intimate thing about the morning. She stirred. Her eyelids fluttered. Her hand moved on the pillow, reaching before her eyes opened, her fingers finding his arm and closing around it with the reflexive trust of a body that knew where it was and who it was with. She opened her eyes, saw him, and a smile started at the corner of her mouth and spread, slow and unstoppable, taking over her whole face in degrees, sunrise over the pasture, not all at once, but filling everything. "Hi," she said. "Hi." The smile deepened. The morning light found them, and Morris looked at his wife in the bed they'd shared for the first time in 12 years, in the house their fathers built, and the ring on his finger caught the sun through the open window, and the ring had never felt lighter.
Chapter 19. The phone rang while Morris was in the barn. Whitney was standing in the kitchen of the house between the properties, making coffee with the French press she'd brought from the Avery house the day before. wearing Morris's shirt and nothing else. And the morning light was pouring through the open window, and the air smelled like grass and clean sheets and the night they'd spent together, and her phone lit up on the counter with Samantha's name and a vibration that felt like a crack running through glass. She almost didn't answer. The morning was too good. The coffee was almost ready. Morris was down at the Avery barn doing the feeding, and he'd be back in 10 minutes, and the 10 minutes belonged to her and the kitchen and the light and the feeling of being a woman in her own house for the first time in years. She answered, "Whit, I need you to listen." The tone was different from every other call. Not frustrated, not careful, urgent, with something underneath the urgency that Whitney recognized. Fear. Samantha was afraid. "I'm listening." Richardson pulled the account. The words landed in the kitchen like a stone dropped into still water. Whitney set the French press down. Her hand was steady. Her mind was not. "When?" "Yesterday. I got the email at 6 and I've been up all night trying to fix it, and it's not fixable, Whit." They cited lack of partner availability. They used those exact words. They said they contracted with a 2-person firm and they've been working with a 1-person firm for weeks, and they're done. The kitchen was quiet. The coffee press sat on the counter, the plunger unfinished, and through the window, Whitney could see the Sweetgum canopy and the morning sky and the pasture stretching toward the Avery barn. And all of it looked the same as it had 30 seconds ago, and none of it felt the same. How much? The account was $140,000, but that's not the problem. Samantha paused. The pause had weight. The problem is that Bellingham saw the Richardson email. She forwarded it to me this morning with a note that said, and I quote, "If your partner's availability is an issue, we should discuss before we proceed." Whit, Bellingham is $300,000. She's the Gramercy Park renovation. She's the project we built the firm to land, and she's asking whether you exist. Whitney closed her eyes. The counter was solid under her hands. Morris's shirt smelled like him, cedar and cotton and the soap he used, and the smell was an anchor and a complication at the same time, because the life that produced that smell and the life that produced Bellingham could not both fit in the same room, and the room was getting smaller. "I can call her," Whitney said. "I can fly up for a meeting. I can be there by tomorrow. You can be there by tomorrow." Samantha's voice was flat. "Whit, you've been saying versions of that sentence for weeks, and every time, something happens. Your mom needs you. The horse needs you. The ranch needs you. I understand all of it. I do. But the firm needs you too, and the firm is dying, and I cannot hold it together alone anymore." The sentence landed where Rochelle's had at the diner, in the place where the truth lived. Samantha wasn't being cruel. She was being accurate. The firm was a partnership, and partnerships required presence, and Whitney had been absent for weeks, and the absence had consequences that couldn't be fixed by a phone call or a remote presentation or a promise to be there soon. "I know," Whitney said. "I know, Sam. I'm sorry." "I don't need sorry. I need you in New York, this week. Not for a meeting, for good. Or I need to know that you're not coming back, so I can start figuring out what the firm looks like without you." She paused. "And Whit, if you're not coming back, that's a conversation we need to have face to face, because you're my partner and my friend, and I deserve better than a phone call, and so does the firm." The ultimatum arrived gently, which made it worse. Samantha wasn't angry. She was exhausted and scared and honest, and the honesty was the hardest part, because Whitney couldn't argue with it. Everything Samantha was saying was true. The firm was real. The clients, the career Whitney had built over a decade, all of it was real. And she was letting it dissolve one day at a time while she made coffee in a kitchen in Sweetgum and slept with her husband and told herself she could have both. She thought about Samantha, the woman who had sat across from her at a coffee shop 7 years ago with a business plan on a napkin and said, "Let's do this." The woman who had covered for her for weeks without complaint until the covering became unsustainable. Samantha was owed an answer. She was owed a partner who was present. And if Whitney couldn't be that partner, Samantha had a right to know, and she deserved better than soon. "Give me a few days," Whitney said. "You have until Friday." The call ended. Whitney stood in the kitchen with the phone in her hand and the French press going cold and the morning light unchanged. and the world rearranged. Whitney walked back to the Avery house before Morris came in from the barn. The quarter-mile between the two houses had never felt so long. The pasture stretched around her, green and gold, and the Avery barn appeared through the trees, and the driveway was empty except for Vernon's tractor parked under the oak. And the plain, everyday look of it was unbearable because it looked like a life she could have, and having it meant giving up a life she'd already built. She couldn't face Morris. Not yet. Not with Samantha's voice still in her head and the numbers still on her tongue, and the question she couldn't answer sitting in her chest like a stone she'd swallowed. She left the French press on the counter at the house and came in through the Avery kitchen door and sat at the table and opened her laptop. The inbox was a disaster. 43 unread emails from the last week alone. Client inquiries she'd flagged and not responded to. A vendor contract that needed her signature. A billing discrepancy Samantha had handled because Whitney hadn't been available. Draft proposals gathering dust in the shared drive. A congratulatory note from a colleague about a project Whitney hadn't known Samantha had taken on alone. The evidence of her absence, cataloged in subject lines, time-stamped, undeniable. Whitney scrolled through them and felt the two lives collide. The ranch, the horses, the filly she'd helped deliver. The house with the open windows and the bed with the clean sheets and her husband saying, "I love you" in a doorway and meaning it as only Morris could. Plainly, completely, without negotiation. The ring on the chain around her neck, warm against her skin. The grief they'd shared in the nursery. The feeling of coming home to something she'd spent 12 years pretending she didn't need. And then, the studio in Soho. The drafting table with the adjustable lamp she'd bought at an estate sale. The fabric samples pinned to the inspiration board. The Bellingham renovation, $300,000. The Gramercy Park townhouse she'd been dreaming about since she first saw the listing. 4 stories of pre-war detail and original molding and rooms that were begging to be brought back to life by someone who understood what old buildings could become. The career she'd built from nothing, in a city that owed her nothing, with a partner who had trusted her with half of everything and was now watching that trust erode one unanswered email at a time. Both lives were real. Both lives had people in them who needed her. And the math was simple and impossible. She could not be in both places at the same time, and choosing one meant losing the other. And she had told Morris she was staying, and she had meant it. And now Samantha was telling her that staying meant losing the thing she'd built to survive the leaving. And the irony of that was so complete, it made her chest ache. The spiral started in her stomach and moved upward. Not because she didn't love Morris. She did. She had loved him since she was old enough to understand what the word meant. And she had never stopped. Not during the leaving, and not during the silence. And not during the years in Manhattan when she built beautiful rooms for strangers and lived in a beautiful apartment that never quite felt like home. She loved him. That was not the question. The question was whether love was enough. Because the last time she'd chosen this life, love had been enough. She'd chosen the ranch and the man and the marriage, and the love had been enormous and certain and real, and it hadn't saved them. The pregnancy had broken something, and the grief had broken something else. All of it breaking inside a love that should have been strong enough to hold it, and it wasn't. And she'd left. She looked at the kitchen around her, the Avery kitchen, the one she'd grown up in, with Vernon's coffee maker and Vivian's spice rack and the window that looked out over the pasture where the Calloway barn was visible in the distance. She could see Morris's truck parked at the barn. He was in there, feeding the horses, and he didn't know yet that she was sitting at this table with a deadline and a decision, and keeping him from knowing felt like a lie by another name. What if she stayed and it happened again? Not the pregnancy, something else. Some other fracture, some other loss, some other test that their love wasn't built to survive. What if she gave up the firm and the career and the life she'd made, and the staying turned out to be a repetition of the first time, and the repetition ended the same way? The fear was not about Morris. The fear was about the pattern, choosing vulnerability, choosing to need someone, choosing to build a life that depended on another person's presence, and then losing that presence, and being left with nothing but a half-finished crib and a ring on a chain, and years of distance that started with a bag packed in the dark. She had built the New York life specifically to be invulnerable. The firm, the apartment, the clients, the reputation. All of it constructed with the same precision she brought to her design work. Clean lines, solid structure, no load-bearing elements that could be removed without warning. The New York life didn't depend on Morris. It didn't depend on anyone. It was hers alone, and the aloneness had been the point, because alone meant safe, and safe meant the breaking couldn't happen again. Except the aloneness had also been the problem. The rooms she built were beautiful, and the life she lived was successful, and the apartment in Manhattan was everything she'd wanted, and none of it had ever felt like the kitchen she was sitting in right now, with the morning light and the coffee and the man in the barn and the ring against her skin. The aloneness hadn't protected her from grief. It had just ensured she carried it by herself. Morris found her at the kitchen table. She heard his truck in the driveway, his boots on the porch, the screen door opening. She closed her laptop. The motion was instinctive and immediate, and she regretted it the moment she did it, because the closing said more than leaving it open would have. He stood in the kitchen doorway. His hat was off. His shirt was dusty from the barn. His eyes moved from her face to the closed laptop to the legal envelope beside it. The divorce papers he'd carried back from his workbench that first week and set on this table without a word, unsigned ever since, untouched, gathering the same patient dust as everything else that was waiting for a decision. "What's wrong?" he said. "Nothing." The lie landed on the kitchen floor and lay there, and the kitchen was too small for it, and Morris was too honest for it, and Whitney was too exhausted to make it convincing. She could hear the flatness in her own voice. She could feel the effort of the smile she was trying to assemble, and the effort was visible. She knew it was visible, because Morris read her face like she read floor plans, with a precision that missed nothing. His face did something she'd only seen once before, on the porch the night she'd pulled away and he'd let her go. It went still. The composure settling over him, everything sealed, everything protected. The man underneath disappearing behind the steadiness he wore when the steadiness was all he had left. She watched it happen and wanted to stop it and couldn't, because stopping it would mean telling him the truth. And the truth was that she might be leaving. And saying that sentence in this kitchen 12 hours after saying, "I love you," in a bedroom, would break something in him that she didn't have the right to break. "Okay," he said. He didn't push or ask again. He stood in the doorway for one more second, his eyes on hers. And in that second, Whitney saw the cost. The effort it took him to turn around and walk away from the wife who had just lied to him in a kitchen where the divorce papers sat beside a laptop. That turning was not patience. It was restraint, and the restraint was different now, because the restraint used to be a virtue, and now it was a wound, and she was the one who had wounded him, and she was doing it again, and the doing again was the thing she was most afraid of, and here she was doing it anyway. He turned and walked through the screen door and down the porch steps, and Whitney sat at the kitchen table and watched him go and felt the distance open like a door she'd been keeping closed with both hands and had just without meaning to let swing wide. The laptop and the divorce papers sat on the table in front of her, side by side. Two objects, two lives, two versions of the future. And she was sitting between them in Morris's shirt with his ring against her skin, and Samantha's deadline in her head, and the fear in her stomach, and no idea which direction to move. She put her head in her hands. The kitchen was quiet. The clock ticked. Outside, the tractor was idling, and the birds were singing, and the ranch was doing what the ranch always did, continuing, regardless of the human crisis happening inside the house. Whitney. Vivian's voice came from the hallway. Whitney lifted her head. Her mother was standing in the doorway, one hand on the frame for balance, her book in the other hand, her face holding the expression she wore when she'd been listening long enough to understand what she'd heard. Vivian didn't speak, didn't offer advice, didn't ask about the laptop or the divorce papers or the look on her daughter's face. She stood in the doorway and looked at Whitney with steady, unblinking love. She had watched her daughter leave once, and now she was watching her decide whether to leave again, and there was nothing passive in it. It was the most active thing in the room. A woman standing in a doorway and holding space and trusting her daughter to find her own way through. Vivian's cane tapped in the hallway and stopped. Whitney didn't turn around. Her mother had a gift for arriving at the exact moments Whitney least wanted witnesses, which was to say the moments she most needed them. "You don't have to say anything, Mama." "I wasn't going to." Vivian's voice was mild. "I came for my tea." No tea got made. Neither of them mentioned it. The kitchen was quiet. The laptop hummed. The divorce papers sat in their envelope, and Vivian stood in the doorway and waited, because waiting was what the people who loved Whitney did best. It was a form of faith, and faith was the thing Whitney couldn't decide whether she deserved.
Chapter 20. "I need to tell you something," Whitney said. She was standing on the Avery porch and Morris was at the bottom of the steps, and the distance between them was 5 feet and also enormous. He'd come back from the Calloway barn to check the filly, and Whitney had come outside to meet him, and her face held the thing it had been holding since yesterday when she'd closed the laptop and said nothing, and they'd both known it wasn't. "Richardson pulled the account," she said, "in Bellingham our biggest client is threatening to follow. Samantha needs me in New York by Friday, or the firm is done." The words arrived in order. Morris received them in order. Richardson, Bellingham, Friday, New York, done. Each one a stone placed on a scale that had been balanced for weeks and was now tipping. "Okay," he said. "It's not okay, Morris. It's $140,000 gone, and $300,000 at risk, and my business partner sitting in a studio in Soho, holding the whole thing together by herself, because I've been here." Her voice cracked on the last word, not the controlled crack of a woman managing her emotions, the real kind, the involuntary fracture that came when what you were carrying finally exceeded what your voice could hold. "I told her I'd give her an answer by Friday." "An answer about what?" "Whether I'm coming back." The morning was bright. The birds were loud. The porch boards were sun-warmed under the railing Morris was gripping, and that grip was the only thing keeping his hands from shaking. Because "whether I'm coming back" was a sentence that contained the entire history of their marriage in 6 words, and every word was a blade, and the blades were landing in the places his composure didn't cover. "I thought you decided," he said. His voice was even. He made it even. It cost him everything. "You said you were staying. I meant it when I said it. And now I don't know. I don't know." The same answer she'd given him in the foaling stall when he'd asked what she wanted, except then it had been the beginning of something, and now it felt like the end. Morris looked at her. She was wearing her own clothes today, not his shirt, and the change landed somewhere deeper than logic. She'd gone back to her own things. She was already reassembling the version of herself that existed without him, in real time on this porch, 2 days after she'd said "I love you" in a bedroom and "I'm staying in the dark." He climbed the steps, stood in front of her, close enough to touch. He didn't touch. "Stay," he said. One word. It came out quiet and rough and held nothing back. No argument, no persuasion, no case for why staying was better than leaving. Just the word, stripped of everything except what it meant. "I want you here. I have always wanted you here. Choose here." The word landed on her face. Morris watched it move through her like a current, her eyes filling, her mouth tightening, her hands tight on the porch railing, mirroring his, 2 people holding on to the same structure while the ground shifted underneath them. Then he turned and walked down the steps and across the yard to his truck. Morris didn't look back. Looking back would have turned the word into a plea. And a plea was pressure, and he had learned over the weeks and the conversations and the grief they'd shared that declarations without space were just prettier versions of force. She needed room to decide. He owed her that room. But the giving of it hollowed him out. Every step across the yard felt like walking through water, and the truck door handle was cold in his hand. And he sat behind the wheel and put the key in the ignition and breathed, because breathing was the one thing he could still control. Morris drove past the Calloway barn and parked at the fence line where the south pasture met the tree break. He turned off the engine and sat there. The composure held for approximately 90 seconds. Then it didn't. The crack wasn't dramatic. It wasn't the kind of breaking you saw in movies, where a man punched a wall or yelled at the sky or collapsed into visible despair. It was quieter than that, and worse. Morris Calloway, who had held steady for over a decade, who had worn a ring and tended 2 ranches and driven past a sealed house every morning and never once let the people around him see the cost, put his hands on the steering wheel and lowered his forehead onto his knuckles and was still. The stillness was the scariest part. The horses in the south pasture lifted their heads and watched him, alert and uncertain, animals sensing something wrong with the human they depended on. Morris sat in the truck with his head on his hands and his breathing controlled, because if the breathing stopped being controlled, the rest of him would follow, and the rest of him couldn't afford to follow, because he was Morris Calloway, and Morris Calloway didn't break. Except he was breaking. Right now, in a truck at a fence line, with the morning sun on the windshield and the radio off and nobody watching except horses, he was breaking. Not from the years. The years he could carry. He'd proven that. The years were heavy, but they were familiar, and familiar weight was manageable weight. This was different. This was the weight of possibility lost. The weight of hearing her say, "I love you and I'm staying," and then, less than a day later, said, "I don't know." The distance between "I'm staying" and "I don't know" was the most devastating distance Morris had ever measured, because it meant that staying with him required a decision she hadn't fully made, and a decision she hadn't fully made could be unmade, and the unmaking would come just as it came the first time. A bag packed in the dark, a door closing, a silence that lasted years. The patience that had been his foundation had done everything it could do. It had held the space and tended the land and worn the ring and refused the divorce papers. It had done all of that, and it wasn't enough. Not because the patience was wrong, but because patience was passive, and passive was no longer a thing he could afford to be. He sat up, wiped his face with the back of his hand. The gesture was rough and private, the kind of gesture a man makes when nobody is there to see it, and the privacy of it deepened the grief. Even the breaking had to be done alone. The south pasture stretched out in front of him, green and empty. The fence posts ran in a line toward the tree break, every one of them set by his hands or Clayton's, every one of them level and solid and doing the job it was built for. Morris had been a fence post his whole life, steady, reliable, functional, holding the line. And now the line was moving, and the fence post didn't know how to move with it. Clayton found him an hour later. Morris was leaning against the truck bed, arms crossed, staring at the pasture with vacant attention, looking at nothing, seeing everything. His face was dry, his hands were still. The breaking had happened, and the putting back together had already started. Quickly, privately, the pieces reassembled before anyone could see the gaps. But Clayton saw the gaps. Clayton always saw the gaps. The ranch truck pulled up beside him. Clayton got out, leaned against his own tailgate, and didn't speak for a long time. The 2 trucks sat side by side at the fence line, father and son against their respective tailgates, the south pasture stretching out in front of them, and the silence had the quality of a room being prepared for something. "She tell you?" Clayton said finally. "She might leave." Clayton took his hat off and turned it in his hands, the same gesture Morris made with his own hat, the inherited habit neither of them had ever noticed. "How'd you take it?" "I told her to stay. And then I walked out." Clayton turned his head and looked at his son. The look was long and unhurried and carried the full weight of decades of marriage, of understanding the difference between the things you said and the things you did after you said them. "You walked out," Clayton repeated. "I didn't want to pressure her." "I gave her space to decide." "You gave her space." Clayton's voice was even, the same even tone Morris heard in his own voice when he was holding something back. "Son, you've been giving that woman space for over a decade. Space is all you've ever given her. Space and patience and the quiet knowledge that you'd be right here when she was ready. That's what you do when you love someone. That's one thing you do." Clayton put his hat back on and turned to face Morris fully. But it's not the only thing, and right now, it might be the wrong thing. Morris looked at his father. Clayton's face was lit by the midday sun, every line visible, the deep creases around his eyes and the weathered skin, and the expression that was not judgment and not disappointment, and not advice, but something rarer and harder, the face of a man watching his son repeat a mistake and deciding to name it. You've been patient long enough, Morris. Patience ain't the same as fighting for something. You know that. I told her to stay. You told her one word and then you left the room. That's not fighting. That's dropping a stone in somebody's lap and walking away so you don't have to watch them carry it. Clayton's voice softened. I love you, son, and I've been proud of how you've handled this from the day she left. But handling it is not the same as fighting for it. At some point, you've got to stop holding the door open and walk through it yourself. The sentence landed in the same place Ruth's had in the kitchen weeks ago. Stop giving her an exit. Start giving her a reason. Ruth and Clayton, married for decades, arriving at the same truth from different angles, the way two fence lines met at a corner post. What am I supposed to do? Morris said. The question came out raw, unfinished. A question from a father out of answers for the first time in his life. You're supposed to tell her why, Clayton said. Not stay. Why stay? What she'd be staying for. What you're offering that's worth the thing she'd be giving up. You can't just hold the space open, Morris. You've got to fill it. You've got to tell that woman what you see when you see her, and what the years were like without her, and what the rest of your life looks like with her in it. And then you let her decide. But you give her something to decide about. Not silence, not patience, something real. Clayton put his hand on Morris's shoulder. The weight of it was steady and grounding and carried the physical vocabulary of a lifetime of working side by side, every fence post and every hay bale and every foaling and every morning, the accumulated gravity of a father's hand on a son's shoulder. You know where she is, Clayton said. Go. Morris drove. The road between the properties took 3 minutes in the truck, and the 3 minutes were the longest of his life. The pasture rolled past the window, the same pasture he'd crossed on foot with Whitney 2 days ago, walking to the house, walking toward the grief and the crib and the thing that had opened between them. The grass was the same grass, the fence was the same fence, and the man driving was the same man who had walked that pasture, except that man had been walking toward something, and this man was driving toward the possibility that the something was already gone. He passed the house between the properties, and for the first time, he stopped. The truck sat in the driveway. The house was in front of him, the windows still open from the night they'd spent together, the curtains stirring in the afternoon breeze. The porch they'd climbed together, the door they'd walked through together. The bedroom where she'd said I love you, and the nursery where they'd cried, and the kitchen where she'd felt the cramps start, and the whole history of their marriage, contained in 4 walls and a roof that needed paint. Morris sat in the truck and looked at the house and thought about what Clayton had said. Not stay. Why stay? What she'd be staying for. What he was offering that was worth the thing she'd be giving up. He thought about the crib in the nursery, half-built, unfinished, the headboard he'd never sanded, the curve he'd never completed. For years, the unfinished crib had been a monument to loss, but it could also be something else. It could be a promise that the building wasn't over, that the hands that had started something in joy and abandoned it in grief could pick up the tools again. That unfinished didn't mean done. This is what I'm fighting for, he thought. Not the building, not the land, the life it was supposed to hold, the life it could still hold if she chose it, and if he gave her something to choose. He put the truck in gear and drove on. Ruth was in the Calloway kitchen when he walked in. She was standing at the counter with a glass of water, and she took one look at his face and set the glass down, and her expression shifted from neutral to the look she wore when she knew, when the knowing was instant and complete and didn't require a single word of explanation. She didn't ask what happened. She didn't ask where he'd been. Ruth Calloway had spent decades reading faces across a school front desk, and the face she was reading now was her son's, and what she saw in it was not defeat and not despair, but something more frightening: resolve. The face of a decision made and about to be acted on, and the action would either bring him everything or cost him everything, and there was no middle ground. "Go," she said. The same word Clayton had used, the same instruction from a different doorway, carrying the same weight. Morris looked at his mother. Her face held everything it had held in the kitchen that morning, weeks ago when she'd told him to fight. The fear and the pride and the love and the willingness to let him make the choice that scared her most. And he felt the full measure of what it cost her to say that word, because go meant fight for her, and fighting meant the possibility of losing, and losing meant she'd have to watch her son break in a way that couldn't be fixed by coffee at midnight, or a hand on his shoulder, or a nod across a yard. She was saying it anyway, because Ruth Calloway loved her son enough to let him risk the thing she was most afraid of. "I used to watch you from the front office window," Ruth said. "Junior year, you'd wait for her by the flagpole every afternoon, rain or shine, holding her books like they were made of glass." She smoothed her hands flat on the counter. "Teachers used to tease me about it. 'Your boy's got it bad,' they'd say. And I'd tell them, 'No, my boy's got it forever. There's a difference.'" Morris couldn't answer that. The clock over the stove ticked into the silence, the same clock that had timed every supper of his childhood. "I was right," Ruth said. "I've been right for 12 years. Now go be the reason I stay right." "I'm going," he said. Ruth nodded. Her chin trembled once, and she pressed her lips together, and the trembling stopped. She stood in her kitchen with her hands flat on the counter, and her son walking out the door, and the faith she'd carried for decades was visible in every line of her face, and the faith was the bravest thing in the room.
Chapter 21. "Sit down, baby," Vivian said. Whitney was in the living room doorway with her car keys in her hand and her phone in her pocket, and the word "stay still" living in her chest where Morris had put it, and her mother was in the recovery chair with a blanket across her lap and her book closed, and her face wearing an expression Whitney had never seen on it before. Her mother was done waiting. "I need to go pack," Whitney said. "You need to sit down first." Whitney sat. The couch was the same couch she'd grown up with, the cushions shaped by years of bodies, and she sank into it and put her keys on the coffee table and looked at her mother and waited for whatever was coming. "I'm going to say something I've been holding for a long time," Vivian said, "and I need you to let me finish before you respond." "Okay." Vivian's hands were folded in her lap. The right hand was steadier now, the grip returning, the recovery visible in small movements that would have been invisible to anyone who hadn't been watching. Whitney had been watching. Whitney had been watching her mother rebuild her body, one gripped spoon and one turned page at a time, and watching it had changed something in her, which was part of what made the next few minutes so hard. "I never asked you to come home," Vivian said. "Not once in all those years. Not when the hip got bad. Not when the horses needed more work than your daddy could manage. Not when I fell in the kitchen and spent 3 hours on the floor before Vernon found me. I never called you and said, 'Come home.' Mama, let me finish." Vivian's voice was quiet but firm. "I never asked because I didn't want you to come home for me. I didn't want to be the reason, the obligation, the crisis that pulled you back to a place you'd left on purpose." She paused. "I wanted you to come home for you. Because you were ready. Because you'd done whatever you needed to do in that city, and you'd decided on your own, without guilt, without a mother's illness forcing your hand, that this was where you belonged." The living room was still. The clock ticked. Through the window, Whitney could see the pasture and the fence line and the far edge of the Calloway property. And the view was the same view she'd grown up with, and the same view she'd been seeing for weeks. And it had never looked so much like a question. "The stroke changed the timetable," Vivian said. "You came home because I got sick, not because you were ready. And I've been watching you get ready since you arrived. The barn and the horses and the foal and Morris, the conversations, the grief you finally let yourself feel in that house." Vivian's eyes were bright and steady. "I've watched my daughter come back to life in this house, Whitney, day by day, conversation by conversation. And the woman I'm looking at right now is not the same one that stepped off that plane. You've been getting ready for weeks, and now you're ready, and instead of staying, you're packing. It's not that simple, Mama. I know it's not simple. Nothing about you has ever been simple. You're your father's stubbornness and my pride and a dose of fear that doesn't belong to either of us, and the fear is the thing I need to talk about. Vivian paused. Let the sentence land. Because I know that fear. I've watched it run my daughter's life for over a decade, and I've respected it, and I've let it have its space, and I am done letting it have the last word. Vivian leaned forward. The movement was careful, deliberate, her body negotiating with itself as recovering bodies did, and the effort of the leaning told Whitney how much this conversation mattered to her mother, because Vivian Avery did not spend effort on things that could wait. You are afraid that staying will break you again. I understand that. I watched it break you. I watched my daughter leave this house with a suitcase and a face I didn't recognize. And I let her go because she needed to go, and it was the hardest thing I've ever done. Vivian's voice caught. So rare a thing, so unlike the controlled, steady mother Whitney had known her entire life, that it stopped Whitney's breathing. But baby, you are not that girl with the packed bag. You have lived alone in a city that eats people, and you built something from nothing, and you survived a loss that would have flattened most people, and you did all of it without your family. You are strong enough to stay. The question is whether you believe it. The tears came. Whitney didn't fight them. They ran down her face and she let them, sitting on her parents' couch in the living room where she'd learned to walk and read and love. And her mother watched her cry with calm, unwavering attention, having held this space open for years and finally filling it with words. I can't tell you to stay, Vivian said. That's not my call, but I can tell you that running again will not protect you from the thing you're afraid of. The only thing running does is guarantee you carry it alone. Whitney wiped her face with the back of her hand. What if I stay and it falls apart? Then it falls apart and you put it back together, and you do it here with people who love you, instead of in a city where you have to grieve in a language nobody around you speaks. Vivian reached across the gap between the chair and the couch and took Whitney's hand. Her grip was firm, steadier than it had been a month ago. You have been so brave, baby. Brave enough to leave. Brave enough to survive. Brave enough to come back. Be brave enough to stay. Vivian let go of her hand, picked up her book, opened it to her page. And with that gesture, the conversation was over, not because there was nothing left to say, but because Vivian had said exactly what she meant and trusted her daughter to carry it from here. The bedroom was quiet. Whitney stood in the doorway of her childhood room and looked at the space she'd been living in for weeks. The bed with the quilt Vivian had made, the nightstand with the water glass and the phone charger, the window that looked out over the pasture, where the light came through the oak canopy dappled and green, and made the room feel like a place that had always been hers. Her things were everywhere. A book on the nightstand, a pair of boots by the door, a coffee mug she kept forgetting to bring back to the kitchen. The evidence of habitation, the proof that she'd been here long enough for her presence to accumulate. She pulled the suitcase from under the bed and set it on the mattress and opened it. The zipper sounded loud in the empty room. The suitcase was the same one she'd arrived with weeks ago, the night Vernon picked her up and drove her through the pine canopy in the dark. It had been sitting under the bed this whole time, empty, while Whitney's clothes migrated to the closet and the dresser drawers and the hooks behind the door, the slow colonization of a space by somebody settling in without admitting she was settling. She opened the closet. Her Manhattan clothes hung on the left side, the professional pieces she'd brought in case she needed them. A blazer, 2 silk blouses, a pair of heels she hadn't worn once. On the right side, the clothes she'd accumulated since arriving. A flannel she'd borrowed from the hall closet, a pair of Vernon's old work gloves she'd claimed for the barn, a jacket that smelled like hay and horses and the life she'd been living for weeks. The blazer came off the hanger first. Whitney folded it, set it in the suitcase, took it out, folded it again, set it back in. Her hands were trembling. The trembling had started in the living room during Vivian's speech and hadn't stopped. A fine vibration in her fingers that made the folding imprecise, and the imprecision bothered her, because Whitney Avery-Calloway folded things correctly. That was the whole point of her. Precision, control, the careful arrangement of objects in space. She sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the suitcase with the blazer in it and the closet with the flannel in it, and understood that she was looking at the same two lives she'd been staring at on the kitchen table, except now they were made of fabric instead of electronics and legal paper. One silk blouse. She folded it and placed it beside the blazer. A pair of slacks. A scarf Samantha had given her for her birthday, sage green, the color of the couch in the house between the properties. Each item placed with mechanical care. The motions of a decision she hadn't actually made, and the motions felt wrong, and the wrongness lived in her hands, which kept shaking, and in her chest, which kept tightening, and in the ring on the chain around her neck, which kept pressing against her skin with a warmth that had nothing to do with body heat and everything to do with what it meant. Her phone buzzed on the dresser. Angie. Whitney looked at the name for 3 full rings before she answered. "Don't pack," Angie said. "How did you—" "Your mama called my mama. That's how this town works, and you know it." A breath came down the line, careful and deliberate. "I'm not going to give you a speech. I gave you all my speeches at the coffee shop. I'm going to tell you one thing, and then I'm going to hang up and let you finish whatever you think you're doing." Whitney sat down on the edge of the bed. "Okay, folding clothes into a suitcase isn't deciding. You decided weeks ago. I heard it in your voice every time you said his name. Everything you're doing tonight is arguing with a decision that's already been made." The line was quiet for a moment. Then, "I love you, Whit. Now stop folding." The call ended before Whitney could answer. She sat on the edge of the bed with the phone warm in her hand and the sage green scarf draped over the open suitcase, and she could not remember deciding to stop folding. Only that she had. She stopped, looked at the suitcase, 4 items in it: a blazer, a blouse, slacks, a scarf. The suitcase had room for everything she'd brought, and the closet still had everything she'd gathered, and the bed still smelled like the laundry detergent Vivian used, and the room still held the quiet afternoon light, and the boots by the door still had Georgia dirt on the soles. The ring. Whitney's hand went to her collar and found the chain and pulled it out. The ring emerged from beneath her shirt, gold, small, catching the afternoon light through the bedroom window. She held it in her palm. The metal was warm. It was always warm. It had been against her skin for so long that cold was something it had forgotten, and the warmth of it now, in her hand, in a room where she was packing to leave, was the steadiest thing she could feel. She had put this ring on a chain in an airport terminal the day she left Georgia. She had worn it under her clothes for years, under blazers and silk blouses and flannel shirts, under professional armor and grief and distance, through client meetings and gallery openings and late nights at the drafting table, and every morning she woke up in a beautiful apartment that never felt like home. The ring had been there for all of it. Hidden, but there. The one piece of this life she had never been able to leave behind. Morris had seen it 2 nights ago. His hand had closed around it, and he'd asked how long, and she'd said since the day I left, and his face had held the answer as his hands held everything, gently, completely, without letting go. The ring in her palm, the suitcase on the bed. Whitney looked at both and felt the choice pressing against her from 2 directions. Physical as a weight on her chest, a tightness in her throat. She closed her hand around the ring and held it against her chest and sat there, on the edge of the bed, with the suitcase half packed and the closet half empty, and the afternoon light moving across the floor, and the trembling in her hands finally, slowly, beginning to still. Vernon appeared in the doorway. He didn't come in. He stood at the threshold as Vernon always stood at thresholds. Quietly, his weight settled, his hands at his sides, his presence filling the frame without crowding the room. His eyes moved from the suitcase on the bed to the ring in his daughter's hand to her face, and the reading took less than a second, and the second held everything. "Daddy?" "I see it," he said. His voice was low and even, the voice he used when the horses spooked and needed steadying, the voice that had talked Whitney through every storm of her childhood and was now being offered to the storm of her adulthood. I see the suitcase and I see the ring, and I see you trying to figure out which one to hold on to. He leaned against the doorframe. The wood creaked under his shoulder. Behind him, the hallway stretched toward the kitchen and the living room where Vivian sat, and the porch where Morris had said stay, and the whole geography of Whitney's life compressed into a house and a hallway and a man in a doorway. "You don't have to stay for him," Vernon said. "If the life in New York is the life you want, you go live it. Your mama and I will be here. Morris will survive. He's survived worse." The pause that followed was Vernon's signature. The space he left before the second sentence, the gap where the first thought settled and the second one arrived. "But don't leave out of fear, not again." The words hit the center of everything. Whitney looked at her father and felt the sentence land in the place where all the truths had been landing for weeks. Rochelle's truth, and Angie's truth, and Vivian's truth, and Morris's stay, and Clayton's nod. Vernon's was the simplest and the sharpest. 5 words. Don't leave out of fear. Because the first time, leaving didn't make the terror go away. It just made the terror portable. Vernon held her gaze. His face was spare and lined and weathered with patience. He had been saying one true thing at the right moment for his daughter's entire life, and the thing he'd said tonight was the truest one yet. The room was quiet. The suitcase sat on the bed with 4 items in it and room for 100 more. The ring was in Whitney's hand, warm and small and round, a circle with no beginning and no end. And the symbolism of that was so plain it would have made her laugh if she'd had any laughter left. "I'll be on the porch," Vernon said. He straightened from the doorframe, turned, walked down the hallway toward the kitchen, his boots soft on the floorboards, his shoulders square, his silence carrying the weight of everything he'd chosen not to say, and the single sentence he had. Whitney sat on the bed and listened to his footsteps fade. The screen door opened and closed. Vernon was on the porch now, sitting in his chair, looking at the land he'd tended for his entire life, the land that had held his family, the land that Morris had helped him tend when his daughter wouldn't come home and his wife couldn't manage, and the only person who showed up was the son-in-law everybody expected to leave. The ring was warm in her hand. The suitcase was open on the bed, and the house was quiet, and her mother was in the living room, and her father was on the porch, and somewhere across the fence line, her husband had said stay and was waiting for an answer she hadn't given yet.
Chapter 22. The suitcase was on the Avery porch. Morris saw it from the end of the driveway, small, dark, sitting beside the screen door like a period at the end of a sentence. Vernon was in his chair, hands on the armrests, looking out at the driveway with the settled expression of having said what he needed to say, waiting now to see what happened next. Their eyes met through the windshield. Vernon didn't wave, didn't nod, didn't do anything except hold Morris's gaze for 2 seconds, and the 2 seconds carried everything Vernon wasn't going to say out loud. "She's packing, the suitcase is here, and whatever you came to do, you'd better do it now." Morris had driven from the Calloway house with Clayton's words in his chest and Ruth's go in his ears, and the whole drive had taken 3 minutes, and he'd spent every second rehearsing what he'd say. Not stay. Why stay? What she'd be staying for. The words Clayton told him to find. The words that would fill the space he'd been holding open. The words that would turn patience into action and action into a reason she could hold. He parked the truck, turned off the engine, looked at the suitcase. Vernon's voice came across the yard, level as a fence rail. "She's inside." That was all. 2 words, and they meant, "The rest is yours to do." Ruth's voice rode with him too. "Go be the reason I stay right." His mother had never asked him for much in his whole life. She had asked him for that, standing in her kitchen with her chin trembling and her spine straight, and he was not going to hand her back a no. It was the same suitcase she'd arrived with. He'd seen it that first week through the Avery screen door, parked in the hallway like a guest that hadn't decided to stay. Her clothes had stopped looking like Manhattan a long time ago. Flannel and denim at the morning feedings, his own shirt on her shoulders, barn dust worked into her boots, the slow evidence of a wife staying without saying so. Now the clothes were back in the suitcase, and the suitcase was on the porch, and the evidence had reversed. Weeks of unpacking, undone in one night. His hands stayed on the steering wheel. Vernon was still watching. Morris could feel the older man's eyes on the truck, steady, unflinching, and the calm in Vernon's gaze was different from Morris's own, because Vernon's calm was not hiding anything. Vernon had said his piece. Vernon was waiting to see if Morris could say his. The rehearsed words, the careful speech, the whole architecture of what he'd planned to say, collapsed in his chest like a structure that had looked solid on paper and couldn't bear its own weight. He sat in the truck and looked at the suitcase and felt the old pattern activate with the precision of a machine that had been idle for years and still knew exactly how to run. She was leaving. He held still. The pattern was over a decade old, and it moved through him with a familiarity that was more terrifying than the leaving itself, because the familiarity meant his body knew this shape, had practiced it, had built pathways for it that fired faster than thought. See the evidence. Absorb the hit, hold still, let her go. Do not chase, do not beg. Do not stand on a porch with a father watching from a chair and say the things that need to be said, because saying them and watching her leave anyway would be worse than the silence. At least in the silence, he could tell himself he'd given her space. Clayton had told him that wasn't enough. Ruth had told him that wasn't enough. His own breaking at the fence line had told him that wasn't enough. And still, sitting in the truck, looking at the suitcase, with Vernon's eyes on him through the windshield, the old pattern ran, stronger than everything he knew. He couldn't go in. The admission arrived without drama. He sat in the truck and understood that he was not going to walk up those steps and knock on that door and say the things he'd planned to say. Not because the words were wrong, because the fear of hearing her answer was greater than the fear of not asking. As long as he didn't ask, as long as he didn't stand in front of her and offer everything he had and watch her choose something else, he could hold the possibility that it might still work out. The possibility was thin and desperate, and it was all he had, and he held it like a rope in a current, knowing it might not be attached to anything, holding it anyway. He started the truck, backed out of the driveway, drove home. The 3 minutes back to the Calloway property were the quietest 3 minutes of his life. The Calloway house was dark except for the kitchen light. Morris sat on the back porch, not the front porch where he usually sat, where the view was the driveway and the barn and the road between the properties. The back porch, which faced the tree line and the pasture and nothing else. He sat in a chair he hadn't sat in for years, a wooden rocker that had belonged to his grandmother, and it felt wrong to sit there, which confirmed it was necessary. He needed to be somewhere unfamiliar. The familiar places were all contaminated with the shape of who he'd been before tonight, and that man, the patient one, the steady one, the one who held the line and tended the land and waited, had just proved that patience and paralysis lived closer together than he'd ever admitted. The night was clear, the stars were out, the mockingbird was gone. The silence was total, not the companionable silence of a man at peace with his own company, but the hollow silence of one given every instruction he needed and failing to follow any of them. Clayton had said, "Tell her why." He hadn't told her. Ruth had said, "Go." He'd gone, and then he'd come back. Morris had said, "Stay," one word, dropped in her lap. Then he'd walked away. Then he'd driven to the Avery house with every intention of saying more, and the suitcase had stopped him. And what stopped him was not patience and not respect and not giving her space. It was fear, his own fear. The fear he'd never named because naming it would have meant admitting that the patient, steady, ring-wearing man who'd tended 2 ranches for years was not waiting out of love. He was waiting because waiting was safer than risking the answer. The screen door opened behind him. Ruth came out. She was wearing her robe, her hair wrapped for the night, her feet in the slippers she'd had since Morris was in high school. She didn't sit down. She stood beside his chair and looked at the tree line and the stars and the back of her son's head. "You didn't go in," she said. "No." "What happened?" There was a suitcase on the porch. Ruth was quiet for a moment. Morris could feel her presence beside him, the warmth of her through the robe, the familiar smell of the lotion she used before bed. His mother, standing on a porch in the dark, reading the situation with the same speed she'd read his face in the kitchen hours ago. "Morris, I love you more than I have words to say, and what I'm about to tell you is going to be hard to hear." She put her hand on his shoulder. The weight of it was different from Clayton's, lighter, more deliberate. A mother's hand, not a father's. "Patience without words is just silence. And silence is not love, baby. It's hiding." The sentence went through him like a blade. "You have been hiding behind patience for years, hiding behind the ring and the ranch and the routine, telling yourself you were being noble when you were being afraid, and I let you because it was easier to watch my son be patient than to watch him risk being hurt." Her voice was low and steady and carried the weight of a confession. "I should have told you sooner. I should have told you that loving a woman and never telling her why is not patience. He's being silent, and a woman can't choose to stay if she doesn't know what she'd be staying for." Morris didn't move. The rocker didn't move. The night held still around them, the stars fixed and the trees dark, and the silence no longer hollow but full, packed with the thing Ruth had just named, the truth that patience without declaration was indistinguishable from indifference, and that the ring on his finger, which he'd worn like a flag, was also a wall, a way of saying I'm here without ever saying, and here's why. "I saw the suitcase," he said. His voice sounded far away. "And I thought, if I go in there and say everything, and she still leaves, then I'll know it wasn't enough. And I couldn't survive knowing that. You survived her leaving the first time without knowing anything. This time, at least you'd know the truth." Ruth squeezed his shoulder. "The truth is survivable, Morris. It's the not knowing that eats you alive. You've been proving that for over a decade." She stood beside him for another minute. Then she bent down and pressed her lips to the top of his head, as she'd done when he was a child and had fallen off a horse and needed to know that falling was not the same as failing. "I'm going to bed," she said. "What you do next is yours." She went inside. The screen door closed behind her. The sound of it, the familiar slap of wood against frame, was the loneliest sound in the world, because it meant Morris was alone on the porch with everything Ruth had just said, and no one left to say it to except himself. He sat in the rocker and let the words settle. Patience without words is just silence, and silence is not love. It's hiding. He'd been hiding. The word was right, and it was brutal, and it was true. For years, the waiting had felt noble. The faithful, uncomplaining tending of two properties while the woman he loved lived 1,000 miles away. People in town admired it. People called him steady, called him devoted, called him a good man, and he was a good man. But he was also a frightened one, and the fear lived underneath the steadiness like rot under fresh paint. And tonight, in a driveway with a suitcase on a porch, and Vernon's eyes on him through the windshield, the rot had shown through. He could have walked up those steps, could have sat beside Vernon and waited for Whitney to come out, could have looked her in the face and said, "The years without you were the loneliest years of my life. I tended 2 ranches because tending was the only way I knew how to love you from a distance. I built a crib I couldn't finish, and I drove to a city I didn't know, and I sat outside your building for 2 hours, and I couldn't ring the buzzer because I was afraid that if I asked you to come home and you said no, I'd have to stop pretending the waiting was a choice." He could have said all of that. He'd rehearsed it in the truck. And when the moment came, the suitcase was louder than the rehearsal, and the fear was louder than the love. And Morris Calloway, who had never been a coward about anything except this, had started the engine and driven away. Morris sat on the back porch for a long time. The night deepened, the temperature dropped, the stars rotated above him in their slow, indifferent arc, and the pasture disappeared into shadow, and the tree line became a solid dark wall, and the world contracted to the size of the porch and the chair and the man in it. The crib came to mind first, half-built, unfinished. Sitting in a room in a house on a boundary line, he'd started building it out of joy and abandoned it out of grief, and it had stayed in that room for years, covered, waiting, a monument to the thing he couldn't finish and couldn't discard. He'd been the crib, half-built, waiting, covered in patience like a sheet over unfinished wood, and the sheet had protected the wood from dust, but it hadn't completed the construction. Nothing completed the construction except picking up the tools and finishing. Then the ring. Whitney's ring on the chain, warm from her skin when he'd held it 2 nights ago. The years it had spent hidden against her body, carried through every blazer and every flannel, the one piece of their marriage she hadn't been able to let go. She had worn that ring in secret, and he had worn his in the open, and both gestures meant the same thing: holding on without declaring. 2 people carrying the same love in the same silence, each waiting for the other to speak first. The silence had to end. Somebody had to speak. And the speaking was not stay. The speaking was everything that came after stay. The sentences that filled the word with weight and reason and the full measure of what he was offering, which was not a ranch and not a ring and not the maintenance of a life she'd left. What he was offering was himself, unfinished, afraid, willing to be afraid out loud if that was what it took. The back door opened. Clayton came out. He didn't speak. He carried 2 mugs of coffee, which meant he'd been in the kitchen long enough to make a pot, which meant he'd been awake, which meant he'd heard everything, or sensed everything, or simply known through the decades-long frequency on which Clayton Calloway received the things that mattered, that his son needed company more than sleep. He handed Morris a mug, sat down in the chair beside him. The wood creaked under his weight. The coffee was strong and black, and the steam rose in the cold air and disappeared. They sat together, father and son. 2 men on a back porch in the dark, holding coffee, holding silence, holding the kind of space that didn't need to be filled with words because the filling was already there. It was in the creak of the chairs and the warmth of the mugs and the fact that Clayton had gotten up and made coffee and carried it outside and sat down without being asked. The fact that he was here. Morris took a sip. The coffee was good. Clayton made coffee the same way he did everything else. Simply, correctly, without fuss. And the simplicity of it, the ordinariness, was the most comforting thing Morris had felt all night. Because ordinary meant the world was still running, and the world still running meant the morning would come, and the morning coming meant he'd have another chance to be the man he'd failed to be tonight. She might be gone by morning, Morris said. His voice was rough. Clayton sipped his coffee, looked at the stars. She might, he said. The honesty of it landed like a palm on flat water. No reassurance, no comfort, just the truth: she might be gone. And if she was, Morris would have to live with the silence he'd chosen, and the silence would be louder than anything he'd ever heard. But Clayton was here, and the being here was not a solution and not an answer and not a promise that everything would work out. It was just a father, in a chair, with coffee, in the dark, beside his son. And it was enough, because enough was all that was available. And taking what was available required a small courage of its own, one that would have to carry him until the morning. The coffee cooled, the stars turned, and Morris sat in his grandmother's rocker on the back porch of the Calloway house with his father beside him and the ring on his finger, and the night pressing in and the knowledge, settling slowly like sediment in still water, that the morning was going to require him to be braver than he had ever been.
Chapter 23. Samantha picked up on the second ring. "Tell me you're coming," she said. "I'm coming." Whitney had the phone on speaker, both hands on the wheel, the highway stretching north through the Georgia countryside. The pine canopy had thinned half an hour ago, giving way to open farmland and power lines and the wide, flat sky of a state that didn't know her name. She'd left before dawn. The suitcase was in the trunk. The Avery house was behind her, and Morris was behind her, and the ring on the chain was against her skin, and the road was pulling her north, pulling her the direction roads pulled people who were running, without asking where they were going. "When do you land?" "I'm driving." "You're driving from Georgia." "I'll be there tomorrow. I'll go straight to the studio. I'll call Bellingham from the road and set up a meeting for the end of the week." She heard herself talking. The words came out in the efficient, organized sequence that had always been her professional signature: the plan, the timeline, the deliverables. She was good at this. She'd built a career on being good at this, walking into a room and making order out of chaos, seeing the structure underneath the mess and knowing how to bring it forward. She could do this in her sleep. Whit, are you okay? I'm fine. You don't sound fine. You sound like you're reading from a script. I'm fine, Sam. I'm on the road. I've got a full tank, and I'll be in the studio by tomorrow afternoon. We'll save Bellingham. We'll rebuild the client list. It'll be what it was. The sentence came out, and hearing it in her own voice was what stopped her. It'll be what it was. She'd said it about the firm, about the studio in Soho and the drafting table and the fabric samples and the life she'd built from nothing in a city that owed her nothing. It'll be what it was. And the sentence was true. And the truth of it was the problem, because what it was a life she'd constructed to survive without love. And the survival had worked, and its cost was everything she was now driving away from. The highway hummed under the tires. The farmland rolled past, flat and open, and the openness should have felt like freedom, and instead it felt like exposure. And the exposure was wrong, because Whitney had spent weeks in a town wrapped in pine canopy and pasture, and the close, sheltering geography of a place that held you, and the flat highway held nothing. Sam, what did I sound like when I called you from Georgia those first few weeks? The question caught Samantha off guard. The pause was long. You sounded like yourself, busy, focused, handling things. Did I sound happy? Another pause, longer. You sounded alive, Whit. For the first time in years, you sounded like you were actually living instead of just producing. I didn't want to say it because it wasn't my place, but yeah, you sounded different. You sounded like the woman I met at that coffee shop before the firm ate both of us. The sentence landed in a place Whitney hadn't expected. Samantha, who needed her in New York, who had every reason to pull her north, was telling her she'd sounded more alive in Georgia than she'd sounded in years. The honesty of it was devastating, and the devastation was the last piece of evidence Whitney needed. I need a minute, she said. Whit, 1 minute. I'll call you back. She ended the call. The phone went dark on the passenger seat. The highway stretched ahead, 2 lanes, empty at this hour, the early light making the asphalt shine like something wet. She was 45 minutes north of Sweetgum, and the distance was growing by a mile every minute, and each mile felt like a thread being pulled from fabric, and the fabric was her, and something she hadn't known she'd sewn was coming undone. Whitney pulled onto the shoulder. The gravel crunched under the tires. She stopped the car and sat there with the engine running and her hands on the wheel and the morning light coming through the windshield and the whole enormous question pressing against her from the inside. She thought about the nursery, the room with the unpainted walls and the east-facing window and the crib in the corner, pine, aged to honey, spindles hand-turned, headboard unfinished. She had stood in that room with Morris, and she had cried, and he had cried, and the grief that had been sealed for years had come through, and it had been enormous, and it had not destroyed her. That was the thing. She had survived it. She had walked into the room where the worst thing happened, and she had let herself feel it, and she had not drowned, not shattered, not packed a bag and run. She had stood in the hardest place in her life, beside the man she loved, and she had stayed standing. The girl who left the first time couldn't have done that. The girl who packed a bag in the dark and drove to the airport couldn't have walked into that room and pulled the sheet off that crib and held a spindle in her hand and let the grief come. That girl was drowning, and running was the only way she knew how to breathe. But Whitney was not that girl. She had lived alone in a city that eats people. She had built a business from nothing and survived a loss that would have flattened most anyone. She had stood in a nursery and wept with her husband, then woken up the next morning and the morning after that, and the world had not ended. She had done the hardest thing, and she had survived it, and she was still here. Leaving now was not survival. The realization arrived without ceremony. It didn't crash or break or shatter. It settled, the way sediment settles in still water, quietly, completely, until the water is clear and you can see the bottom. Leaving now was running. It was choosing the life she'd built in New York, because nothing in that life could hurt her like this could, because you can't lose what you never risk having. It was choosing invulnerability over love, safety over the terrifying, beautiful, uncontrollable reality of needing someone and being needed back. It was choosing to carry the ring on a chain instead of on her hand, hidden instead of visible, alone instead of together. Vernon's voice, don't leave out of fear, not again. Vivian's voice, the only thing running does is guarantee you carry it alone. Angie's voice, he never stopped being your husband. Rochelle's voice, the question is whether you're brave enough to let him be good to you again. Morris's voice, in a doorway, in the amber light, the plainest sentence she'd ever heard, I love you. Whitney looked at the road ahead. The highway north, toward Atlanta, toward the airport, toward the studio in Soho and the Bellingham renovation, and the beautiful, safe, lonely life she'd built for herself. She looked in the rearview mirror, south, toward the pine canopy and the town and the ranch and the man. She put the car in gear, checked the mirror, pulled across the highway onto the southbound shoulder, and turned the wheel and drove south. The pine canopy closed over the road like a welcome. Whitney drove through it with the windows down and the morning air pouring in, and the air smelled like pine and Georgia red clay and the damp green scent of a world waking up. The canopy filtered the light into the shifting coins she remembered from the walk to the house with Morris, the light that fell on the clapboard and the porch and the ground. And the light was the same light, and the road was the same road, and every mile south was a mile she was choosing. She called Samantha back. Sam, I'm not coming. The silence on the other end was long. When Samantha spoke, her voice was quiet and unsurprised. I know. I'm sorry. About the firm, about Bellingham, about all of it. I know that too. Another pause. Come up when you can. We'll figure out the business. But Whit, whatever you're going back to, don't let it go this time. The call ended. Whitney drove south through the pine canopy with tears on her face and the ring against her skin and the road unwinding in front of her, an unwinding that felt like the opposite of everything she'd been doing for years. Not packing, not running, not constructing a life designed to survive without the thing that made living worth surviving. Unpacking, arriving, coming home. The Sweetgum town limits appeared. She didn't stop. She drove through town without looking, past Main Street and the diner and the storefronts she'd learned to love, because the town would be there later, and the man wouldn't wait forever, even though he'd been proving for years that he would. The Avery driveway. She pulled in. Vernon's truck was there. The porch was empty, except for the chair Vernon sat in, and the chair was empty now, and the absence of the suitcase was the first thing she noticed. Because she'd left it on the porch, and someone had moved it, and the moving meant they'd been expecting her to be gone. She went inside. The kitchen was quiet. The clock ticked. Vivian's chair in the living room was empty, the blanket folded on the seat, and the emptiness of it told Whitney her mother was in the bedroom, giving her space she hadn't asked for, as Vivian had been giving her space for years, because the women in this family loved by stepping back. And stepping back took a bravery all its own. The kitchen table was bare except for one thing, the legal envelope, the divorce papers. Still there. She hadn't taken them. She'd packed the suitcase and carried it to the porch and driven away, and she'd left the papers on the table, because even in the leaving, even in the packing and the driving and the running, she hadn't been able to put the papers in the bag. Some part of her had known, even then, that the papers didn't belong in the suitcase. The papers belonged in her hands. She picked them up. The envelope was heavy with the weight of a decision she'd been carrying since she arrived. The weight of a marriage she'd tried to end and couldn't, because the ending required Morris's signature, and Morris had refused, the first honest thing either of them had done in years. He'd said no. He'd said, we have unfinished business. And the business, she understood now, standing in the kitchen with the morning light pouring through the window, was not the grief and not the house and not the crib. The business was the choosing. The daily, active, out-loud choosing of each other that they'd never learned how to do because they'd married young and thought love was a thing you fell into and stayed in, when love was actually a thing you built, and the building never stopped, and that was the whole point. She walked out of the kitchen and down the porch steps and across the yard. Morris was at the Avery barn. She found him in the feed aisle, filling troughs, doing the morning work as he did every morning, regardless of what the previous night had cost him. His shirt was the same one from yesterday. His hat was on. His shoulders were set in the posture she'd seen on him her entire life. Upright, working, present. The posture of tending. It was how he survived. He heard her boots on the concrete. He turned, and his face went through something she would remember for the rest of her life. The disbelief first, raw and involuntary, after a night spent believing the woman he loved was gone, and now she was standing in his barn. Then the control, coming down like a curtain, because Morris Calloway did not let himself hope without evidence. And her standing here might mean anything, and he was not going to let the hope crack him open until he knew what it meant. Whitney, her name in his mouth. Rough, careful. She walked toward him, stopped 3 feet away, held up the envelope. "You told me we had unfinished business," she said. "The night I brought these to you. You said no. You said we had unfinished business." His eyes moved from her face to the envelope, back to her face. "I think the business is this." She took the papers out of the envelope, held them in both hands. The pages were wrinkled from weeks on the table, the creases set, the ink faded at the edges. She looked at them, looked at Morris. Then she tore them in half. The sound of the paper ripping was the loudest thing in the barn. The horses shifted in their stalls. The filly lifted her head from her mother's flank. The 2 halves fell from Whitney's hands and landed on the feed aisle floor. Soft, paper on concrete, almost nothing. And that almost nothing held the weight of everything she'd been carrying since the night she arrived with a legal envelope and a suitcase and a heart she'd told herself was closed. "I'm still your wife," she said. Her voice was steady. Her hands were steady. Everything about her was steady for the first time in weeks, because the shaking had stopped the moment she'd turned the car around, and that told her what the shaking had been. Not fear of staying, but the body's resistance to leaving. "I'd like to start acting like it." Morris's face broke. The control came down, and what was underneath was not composure, and not patience, and not the steady, measured man who had been holding the line for years. What was underneath was the man himself, waiting to hear those words since the night she left, and hearing them undid him. And Morris undone was the most beautiful thing Whitney had ever seen. Because Morris Calloway undone was Morris Calloway complete, the full man. The unfinished crib finally being finished, the silence finally being filled. He crossed the 3 feet between them. His hand found the back of her neck, his palm fitting against the curve of it as it had always fit, a hand returning to a shape it was made for. His other hand pulled her against him, her body flush with his, and he pressed his forehead to hers and held it there. No words. They had used enough words. What remained was this: 2 foreheads touching. 2 bodies pressed together in a feed aisle with torn paper on the floor and horses watching from their stalls and the morning light coming through the barn doors and the ring on her chain and the ring on his hand and the years, all of them, every year, compressed into the point of contact where his skin met hers. His breathing was uneven. She could feel it against her face, the ragged edge of a breath held all night, and finally let go. Her hand came up to his chest, over his heart, and the heartbeat under her palm was fast and hard and alive. And the aliveness of it, the sheer biological fact of this man's heart beating against her hand, was the answer to every question anyone had ever asked her. "What do you want, Whitney?" This man, this heartbeat, this life. A heavy step sounded on the concrete behind her, and a warm breath moved through her hair. Sugar Cookie had put her head over the stall door, ears forward, regarding the 2 of them with the ancient patience of an animal that had watched this particular story from the beginning. "She's been listening the whole time," Morris said. "She always did." Whitney reached up without letting go of him, and the mare's nose pressed into her palm, soft as the day she was foaled. "First one I told, when we got married. Went straight to the barn from the courthouse, still in my dress. I remember, you got hay on it." "Worth it," the mare huffed, once as if the matter were settled. And maybe it was. They stood there, breathing, together. The morning kept coming, the horses kept eating, and the torn halves of the divorce papers lay on the concrete floor of the Avery barn, already forgotten, already part of the past, already nothing.
Chapter 24. More coffee? Vernon said. Please. Vernon poured. The coffee was strong and black, and the mug was warm in Morris's hand, and the morning light was coming through the Avery kitchen window, and Whitney was sitting beside him at the table eating toast with peach preserves, and the ordinariness of the scene was so complete, so unremarkable, that it took Morris a moment to understand why it felt like the most extraordinary morning of his life. Nothing was different. Everything was different. Vivian was in her chair at the head of the table, eating a soft-boiled egg with a spoon she held steadily in her right hand. Vernon was at the stove, scrambling eggs in the iron skillet that had been on that burner since Morris was a boy. The kitchen smelled like coffee and butter and toast, and the morning sounds were the sounds of any morning on the Avery ranch. The creak of the house settling in the sun, the horses calling from the pasture, a cardinal singing its two-note claim from the oak at the pasture gate. Whitney's knee was touching his under the table. The contact was light and constant and unhidden, and the unhiddenness was the thing that mattered, because for weeks every touch had carried weight and intention and consequence, and this touch carried nothing except itself. Her knee against his. A woman sitting beside her husband at her parents' kitchen table, eating toast, drinking coffee, not leaving. Philly's looking strong, Vernon said, setting the skillet on a trivet. Legs have straightened out. She's growing fast, Morris said. Another few weeks and she'll be ready for the paddock full time. She needs a name, Vivian said. They all looked at Whitney. Whitney looked up from her toast with preserves on her lower lip and an expression that said she hadn't expected to be consulted and was pleased to be. I'll think about it, she said. Don't think too long, Vernon said. Unnamed horse is bad luck. That's not a real thing, Daddy. It's a ranch thing, close enough. Morris drank his coffee and listened to the Averys talk, and the talk was normal, and the normalcy was a gift he hadn't earned and was receiving anyway, because the Averys had never stopped treating him like family, even when the family was broken, and that constancy was a grace all by itself. Vivian caught his eye across the table. She didn't smile. She did something smaller and more precise. She held his gaze for 2 seconds, and then looked at her daughter, and then looked back at him, and the look said everything. Vivian's looks always said, which was that she saw exactly what was happening, and she approved of it, and she was not going to make a fuss, because fussing was for people who didn't trust the thing they were watching to hold. They walked to the house after breakfast. The morning was warm and clear, the kind of late spring morning that made the pasture look like something from a painting, the grass lit from below by the low sun, the fence posts casting long shadows, the air smelling like cut hay and honeysuckle. They walked side by side through the gate in the fence line and up the gentle rise, and the path was the same path, but the walking was different. Because every other time they'd walked it there had been grief ahead or grief behind, and today there was only the house and the morning and the work. The front door opened easily now. The hinges had loosened from the use of the last few visits, and the door swung with a welcoming quality that hadn't been there weeks ago. Morris stepped inside and felt the difference immediately. The house smelled like open air. The windows he'd opened days ago were still open, the curtains moving, the cross breeze carrying the green scent of the pasture through every room. Whitney went straight to the living room. She stood in front of the couch and gripped the edge of the dust cover and pulled it off in one motion. The sage-green fabric emerged into the light, faded but intact, and uncovering it was not a small thing. It was the first piece of furniture to see daylight in over a decade, and the seeing changed the room, shifted it from memorial to living space in the span of a single gesture. "Help me with the chairs," she said. They uncovered the chairs, the lamp, the bookshelf. Each cover came off and was folded and set in a pile by the door, and with each uncovering the room took a step back toward being a room, a place where people sat and read and talked and lived. The dust underneath was heavy, settled in the creases of the upholstery and the joints of the wood. But dust could be cleaned. Dust was just time made visible, and time was the one thing they'd learned how to survive. Whitney ran her hand along the bookshelf, the one Morris had carried in on a night that felt like another lifetime. The wood was solid under her fingers. The shelf was empty. She looked at it, and Morris knew what she was thinking, because the empty shelf was an invitation, and invitations were what designers saw in every bare surface, the possibility of something that wasn't there yet. "We'll need to paint," she said. "The walls are bare drywall in the nursery. The kitchen needs new hardware. The porch boards need replacing in the corner. I can do the porch this week. The bathroom tile is cracked. I'll pull it up, relay it. The bedroom window sticks. I'll sand the frame. The kitchen faucet drips. Washer, 10-minute fix." They were building a list, small practical sentences, the kind of sentences that didn't sound like love and were made entirely of it. No declarations, no speeches, no promises about forever. Just the plain language of two people standing in a house and naming what needed to be done, and every named repair was a vow in work clothes, because you don't make a repair list for a place you're planning to leave. Morris looked at the kitchen counter where Whitney had stood weeks ago, with her hand flat on the laminate, remembering cramps, remembering loss. The counter was the same counter, but the woman standing in the kitchen now was different from the one that had pressed her palm against that surface and wept. This woman was making lists. This woman was planning hardware and tile and paint colors. This woman was looking at the kitchen with a designer's eye and seeing not the room where the worst thing happened, but the room where the next thing could begin. "I want to redo the counter," Whitney said. "Butcher block, something warm. I can build that. I know you can." The sentence was simple, and it carried the full weight of everything she knew about him. That he built things, that he built them by hand, carefully, with clear pine and clean joints, and the patience that had defined him for years. And the patience was not hiding anymore. The patience was building. Whitney looked at him across the living room. The sage-green couch was between them, and the morning light was on her face, and the dust covers were folded by the door, and she was standing in their house with a list of repairs in her head, and toast crumbs on her shirt, and her hair unbrushed, and the ring on the chain catching the sun through the window. "Morris." "Yeah." "I want to see the nursery." They walked down the hallway together. The nursery door was closed. Morris put his hand on the knob, and Whitney put her hand over his, and they turned it together. The room was the same. The unpainted walls, the east window, the crib in the corner, uncovered since Whitney had pulled the sheet off, the pine honey-colored in the morning light, the spindles standing in their row, the headboard roughed but unfinished. The room held its breath as it always did, the held quality of a space that had been waiting for someone to decide what it meant. Morris walked to the crib, put his hand on the headboard. The wood was cool and smooth where he'd shaped it and rough where he'd stopped, and the boundary between smooth and rough was the exact line where his grief had frozen his hands over a decade ago. "I'll finish it," he said. The words came out plain. No ceremony. The same register as the repair list. Practical, present tense, real. Not today, not this week, when we're ready, but I'll finish it. Whitney stood beside him. Her hand found the same spindle she'd held the last time they were here, and she held it now, and it felt different from before, because before she'd been grieving what the crib represented, and now she was acknowledging what it could become. "Okay," she said. One word. The same word she'd given him in the barn when he told her he was going to make the bed. The word that held everything without needing to explain any of it. The dinner happened at the Avery house because the Avery kitchen was the biggest, and Vivian's recovery chair was there, and moving it would have defeated the purpose. Ruth brought a casserole. Clayton brought a bottle of something dark and unlabeled that he poured into small glasses and set at each place without comment. Vernon cooked the fried chicken, the recipe he'd been making since before Morris was born, and the smell of it filled the house and drifted out through the open windows and reached the barn, where the filly nickered at the air as if she could taste it. 6 people at a table. Vernon at the head. Vivian beside him. Clayton and Ruth across from Morris and Whitney. The arrangement was deliberate and old, the same seating they'd used for holiday dinners and birthday suppers and the rehearsal dinner before the wedding. And the familiarity of it, the fact that everybody knew where to sit without being told, was the most comforting thing Morris had felt in days. Ruth said grace. Short, direct. She thanked God for the food and the family and the safe return of people who had been away. And the safe return landed gently on the table, and nobody looked at Whitney, and Whitney didn't look away. The chicken was perfect. Vernon's recipe didn't allow for imperfection. The crust golden and cracking, the meat tender, the flavor carrying the years of repetition that turned a recipe into a tradition. Clayton poured a second round from the unlabeled bottle, and the liquid was dark and smooth and tasted like oak and someone's careful attention. And Morris didn't ask where it came from because some things were better as mysteries. The conversation was easy, not forced, not careful. Vernon talked about the south pasture irrigation. Clayton talked about the new farrier he'd been considering. Ruth mentioned the fall schedule at the high school and the new assistant principal who organized poorly and communicated worse. Vivian ate her chicken with her recovering hand and contributed observations about the diner's new menu, which Malachi had apparently been revising. With the assurance of decades of patronage and opinions about every item on the board, nobody talked about the suitcase. Nobody talked about the highway. Nobody mentioned the divorce papers, or the weeks of grief, or the years of distance. The not mentioning was not avoidance. It was generosity. These were people who understood that some chapters closed quietly, and the closing didn't need narration. And the best thing you could do for two people who had just survived the hardest thing in their marriage was feed them fried chicken and pour them a glass of Clayton's something and let the evening be ordinary. Morris listened. He ate Vernon's chicken and drank Clayton's something and sat beside his wife at a table surrounded by the people who had held them both when they couldn't hold each other, and that holding was visible now in every face, every gesture, every laugh. The cost of the years and the relief of the return and the plain, unsentimental love of two families who had built their lives on neighboring land and had never stopped being neighbors, even when their children stopped being married in all the ways that mattered, except the legal one. Whitney's hand found his under the table, her fingers laced through his, easy, unhidden, and Ruth saw it, and her face did something Morris had never seen it do. It crumpled. Just for a second, the composure breaking into an expression of relief so deep it was indistinguishable from grief, and then it was gone, smoothed over, replaced by the steady face Ruth wore for the world. And Morris saw it and loved his mother and said nothing, because some things were too enormous for words and too small for attention, and the only correct response was to hold his wife's hand and let his mother see it. They walked back to the house in the last light. The sun was low over the two ranches, the sky layered in gold and amber, and the deep blue that came just before dark. The pasture stretched on both sides of the path, Avery land to the left and Calloway land to the right, and the house sat on the line where the two properties met, in the canopy of sweetgum trees that had given the town its name, and the house and the land and the evening were theirs. Morris sat on the porch. The boards creaked under his weight, the corner boards soft where the rain had gotten in, and he made a mental note to replace it this week. First item on the list. The porch was the first thing you saw when you walked up to this house, and the first thing should be solid. Whitney sat beside him, leaned into his shoulder. His arm went around her, and the gesture was so natural and so practiced that it felt like a thing they'd been doing for years, which they had once and were doing again, and would keep doing because the doing was the point. Not the grand gestures, not the speeches, not the torn papers or the midnight kisses or the tears in the nursery. Those mattered, and they'd earned their place. But what came after them was this. Two people on a porch, watching the sun go down, planning which boards to replace. The sun went down, the sky dimmed, the fireflies came out over the pasture, blinking their small green lights, drifting in their slow, purposeless paths, and the first stars appeared, and the mockingbird started its evening set from somewhere in the sweetgum canopy. The night sounds built themselves into a chorus that had been playing over this land for longer than any person on it had been alive, and the chorus was indifferent to the human lives underneath it, and the indifference was a comfort, because it meant the land would keep going regardless of what the people did, and the keeping going was a kind of promise. In the distance on the Avery porch, two shapes were visible. Vernon in his chair, Vivian beside him, a blanket across her lap. They were too far away to see clearly, but Morris could make out the outline of Vernon's hat and the angle of Vivian's chair, and seeing them there was enough. Two families on two porches, bracketing the house in the middle where their children sat, shoulder to shoulder, building a life for the second time from the ordinary materials of love and land and the willingness to stay. Further still, on the Calloway side, a light came on in the kitchen window. Ruth, putting the dishes away. Clayton, probably already on his own porch with a cup of coffee, facing east, watching the dark. The whole constellation of people who had held this space open, visible now in porch lights and kitchen windows, and the quiet, steady presence of bodies in chairs, and the constellation was complete at last, which was the thing Morris had been waiting for without knowing he was waiting for it. Whitney reached for his hand, palm against palm. The ring on her chain lay against her skin. The ring on his finger caught the last of the light. Morris? Yeah, we're going to be okay. He pressed his mouth to her hair, breathed her in. I know. He said the evening settled, the stars came through, and they stayed.
Epilogue. Ready? Morris said. They were standing in the kitchen of their house. Their house, with the butcher block counter Morris had built from walnut, the new hardware on the cabinets, the window over the sink that looked out onto the pasture where Ginger and the filly grazed in the October light. The walls were painted. The tile was new. The bedroom window no longer stuck. The porch boards in the corner had been replaced, solid and level, the first thing you saw when you walked up, and the first thing was right. No, Whitney said. Okay. He picked up the truck keys from the counter. Let's go anyway. She loved him for that, for the understanding that readiness was not a prerequisite for showing up, that you could be terrified and still walk toward the thing that terrified you, and that walking toward it anyway counted. He'd been teaching her that for months, in the small daily language of a life rebuilt. The walks to the barn, the evenings on the porch, the mornings in a kitchen that smelled like coffee and walnut, and the deep warmth of a house that was finally being lived in. They drove in Morris's truck. The road from the house to the highway took them past both ranches, the Avery barn on the left and the Calloway barn on the right. And Whitney watched the land roll past the window and thought about the last time she'd driven this road with this kind of fear in her stomach. Months ago. The highway north, the flat, open farmland. The phone call with Samantha that had cracked something open, and the rearview mirror that had shown her where she actually belonged. She reached across the cab and put her hand on Morris's arm. He covered it with his without taking his eyes off the road. The drive to the hospital took 10 minutes. They didn't talk. The radio was off. The fear was in the truck with them, sitting in the back seat like a passenger neither of them had invited, and the only thing keeping it manageable was the contact between Morris's hand and Whitney's hand on the center console, the steady pressure of two people holding onto each other while the road unspooled. The examination room was cold. Whitney sat on the table in a paper gown with the gel on her stomach and the ultrasound wand in the technician's hand, and Morris in the chair beside her, his hand wrapped around hers, his grip tight enough that she could feel the ridges of his knuckles. Just relax, the technician said. She was young, calm, professional, and she didn't know. Didn't know about the blighted ovum or the tilted uterus or the 3 appointments that had ended in silence. She didn't know about the 6 weeks of hoping that had been 6 weeks of the body's most faithful lie. She was doing her job, moving the wand, watching the screen, and the normalcy of her calm was both a comfort and an agony, because the last time Whitney had been in a room like this, the calm had preceded the worst sentence of her life. The screen was to Whitney's left. She didn't look at it. She looked at the ceiling. White tiles, fluorescent lights, the suspended grid that held them. Identical and impersonal, the same in every examination room, and she stared at it because it was safe. It couldn't show her an empty sack. It couldn't confirm that her body was lying to her again, that the nausea and the tenderness and the exhaustion were signals pointing to nothing. that the hope she'd allowed herself to carry for the first time in over a decade was about to be taken. Morris's thumb moved across her knuckles, back and forth, the same rhythm he used when he was steadying a horse, slow and even, steadying them both at once, and the tenderness of it was tangled up with the terror so completely that she couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. She thought about the nursery, the unpainted walls they'd primed but not yet painted, because painting felt like a promise she wasn't ready to make. The crib in the corner, the headboard still unfinished, because Morris had said when we're ready and ready was not a thing either of them had been willing to declare. The east window that let the morning light in, the room that had been empty for over a decade, waiting to become what it was meant to become. That wait was either about to end or about to start again. The technician moved the wand, pressed, adjusted. The gel was cold and the pressure was firm and the room was silent except for the hum of the machine and Whitney's breathing and Morris's breathing and the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. "There it is," the technician said. Whitney didn't move. "Right there. See that flicker?" Whitney looked at Morris. His face was turned toward the screen, and his eyes were wide, and his hand had stopped moving on hers, and his jaw was tight, and his whole body was leaning forward in the chair with the coiled attention of a man watching for something he was afraid to see and afraid not to see. "Morris," she whispered. "I see it," he said. His voice cracked. "Whit, I see it." She turned her head and looked at the screen. The image was gray and grainy and shifting. The interior landscape of her own body rendered in shadows and light, and in the center of it, small and definite and unmistakable, was a flicker, a pulse, a rhythm that had no source except life, beating in a space that was not empty, in a sack that was not hollow, in a body that was not lying. The technician pressed a button, the room filled with sound, a heartbeat, fast and steady and real, the rhythm of a life that was growing, present, alive. The sound was nothing like silence. It was the opposite of silence. It was rapid and insistent and certain, the percussion of a heart no bigger than a seed, drumming against the quiet, with an urgency that said, "I'm here, I'm here, I'm here," relentless. And that relentlessness was the most beautiful thing Whitney had ever heard. Her tears came before the joy did. Or maybe they were the same thing. The tears and the joy arrived together, tangled, indistinguishable, the way grief and love had been tangled throughout this whole long story of two people who had lost a thing they'd hoped for and had spent years learning how to hope again. Morris pressed his face into her hair, not his forehead, his whole face, buried against the side of her head, and she could feel the wetness of his eyes and the tremor in his breathing and the grip of his hand, which had not loosened, which would not loosen, which was holding on to her with the strength of over a decade of waiting for this sound, hearing it now and not quite believing it was real. "It's there," he said into her hair. "It's actually there." "It's there," she said. The technician said something about measurements, about dates, about everything looking good. Whitney heard the words from a distance, like sounds underwater, present but muffled, because the only sound that mattered was the heartbeat, still filling the room, still going, still drumming its small, fierce rhythm into the cold air of an examination room where two people schooled in silence were hearing something instead of nothing for the first time. Morris lifted his head, looked at her. His face was wrecked and radiant, the composure gone, the steadiness gone, everything stripped away except the man underneath. And the man underneath was crying and smiling at the same time. And that smile was the thing Whitney had been waiting for, without knowing she was waiting for it. Morris Calloway, unfinished and unguarded and completely, entirely present. She put her hand on his face, his jaw against her palm. The stubble and the warmth and the familiar geography of the man she'd married and left and found and chosen. And they were still choosing, would always be choosing, every morning and every evening and every moment in between, because love was not a thing you fell into. It was a thing you built, and the building never stopped. The heartbeat filled the room, fast, steady, real. And for the first time, the thing they'd hoped for was actually there. Second epilogue. "She has your hands," Vivian said. The baby was 3 days old. She was sleeping in the crib in the nursery of the house between the two ranches, and the crib was finished. Morris had sanded the headboard in January, working in the evenings after the horses were fed, the rasp of sandpaper audible through the closed door, while Whitney sat in the living room with her feet up and her hand on her stomach, and the sound of building coming down the hallway like a promise being kept. He'd oiled the wood, smoothed every surface, set the mattress inside and stood back and looked at it and not said anything, because the crib said it for him. I started this in joy and I'm finishing it in joy, and the years in between were the price, and the price was worth paying. The nursery walls were painted now, soft white, Whitney's choice, the color of a room waiting to be filled with the personality of whoever came to live in it. The east window let the morning light in, and the light fell across the crib and the baby inside it, and the baby's face was scrunched and peaceful and impossibly small, and her fingers were curled into loose fists on either side of her head, and Vivian was right. She had Whitney's hands. Long fingers, a designer's hands, or a pianist's, or a woman's who would grow up and do something beautiful with them, whatever she chose. She has Morris's mouth, Whitney said. Lord help us, Vivian said. And the laughter that followed was quiet, muffled against palms, the laughter of two women standing over a sleeping baby in a room that had been empty for over a decade and was not empty anymore. Vernon appeared in the doorway. He looked at the crib, looked at the baby, looked at the room he and Clayton had framed and drywalled and wired the summer their children finished school, the room that was supposed to hold exactly this, and his face did the thing. Vernon's face did when the emotion was too large for his features. It went still, and the stillness held everything, and then he cleared his throat and said, Morris is asking if anybody wants coffee. Tell him yes, Vivian said, and tell him to stop hovering and come see his daughter. Morris came down the hallway. He stood beside Whitney and looked at the baby in the crib he'd built, and his hand found the small of her back, and the five of them were in the room together. Vernon in the doorway, Vivian beside the crib, Morris and Whitney shoulder to shoulder, and the baby sleeping, breathing, alive, filling the room with the sound that was the opposite of silence. Through the window, Whitney could see the pasture. The April light was gold on the grass. Ginger was grazing near the fence line, and beside her, taller now, long-legged and sure-footed, the filly moved through the field with the unhurried confidence of a young horse who had never known anything but safety. Whitney had named her in February, on a cold morning when she'd stood at the paddock fence with her coat pulled tight over her stomach and watched the filly run the length of the pasture and come back every time to her mother's side. Grace. Because the filly had arrived on a night when grace was the only word for what was happening. New life entering a space made of grief, and the grief making room, and the room holding both. The baby stirred, made a sound, small and certain, a vowel-shaped protest, already opinionated. Whitney lifted her from the crib and settled into the rocker Morris had carried in from the Calloway house, the one that had belonged to his grandmother. And the baby found her breast and latched with the fierce, uncomplicated hunger of a newborn who knew exactly what she needed and had no patience for delay. The room quieted. Vernon stepped back into the hallway to give them space. Vivian stayed, watching her daughter nurse her granddaughter with an expression that held decades of hope and loss and restoration, all of it compressed into the simple image of a woman in a chair feeding her child. On the kitchen counter, Ruth's casserole sat under foil, still warm. She and Clayton had been here at dawn, Ruth holding the baby with the careful authority of years of waiting for exactly this. Clayton standing behind her with one hand on her shoulder and his face doing the same thing Vernon's had done, going still with the weight of everything it held. Morris crossed the room and crouched beside the rocker. His hand, broad and calloused and gentle, rested on the arm of the chair, and Whitney could feel the steadiness of him beside her, close, present, her husband, the builder of this crib and the carrier of this chair, watching both hold what they were meant to hold. Hey, he said, quiet, the voice he used for foals and frightened horses and the woman he loved. Hey, little one, we're here. The baby nursed. The hands stayed on the chair, and Whitney sat in the nursery of her house, beside her husband, above her daughter, in the room that had waited over a decade to become what it was always meant to be. And the morning light came through the east window and lit the finished crib to gold. And the gold was warm, and the warmth was real, and the room was full. This concludes Still Yours, an African-American sweet romance novel written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Thank you so much for listening. To keep up with Imani's upcoming books, please subscribe to this YouTube channel and join her mailing list at imaniprice.com. Note from the author: if you especially enjoy my stories, please consider purchasing my books, which are available at all major retailers. You can also support my work here on YouTube by becoming a channel member through the Join button or by sending a super thanks by clicking on Thanks. Your support helps me continue offering these stories for free. Thank you again, and I truly hope you enjoyed this story.